That's big time. That's who we are. Hey, that's who we are right there.
Dallas Cowboys, 12-5 in 2021, division winners. Expectations higher this year.
We want Dallas! We want Dallas!
Just making the playoffs won't be enough this time, nor would it be acceptable to bow out early. Will Dallas be able to put up a repeat performance on offense? First in points per game, first in yards per game. That's the NFL equivalent of a double-double with cheese.
Let's go. Stay locked in now. Get ready.
They did lose a few faces from the group that cooked that up. Amari Cooper, who was responsible for over 800 yards and 8 TDs. Plus, 2 linemen, Connor Williams, who had a solid year, and Lyle Collins, who had an even better year. Losing 2 good starters in their case is a little unsettling.
Let's go, man. Another one. On the ready. Be locked in.
Dallas's line last year was responsible for the fewest sacks allowed when viewed through the blame game lens. They allowed the second lowest pressure rate according to PFF, too.
Caught it! 10-5!
And they had 2 guys rate over 90. PFF is stingy with those 90s. Guard Zach Martin.
A big Zach Martin block, and he blows through.
And left tackle Tyron Smith. He did lose time to injury, though. 2 years in a row, he hasn't hit the 12 games played mark. Terrence Steele, he of TD fame, started in 13 games. Room for improvement, but he takes over for Collins.
To Steele!
Cowboys' first pick in the draft, Tyler Smith. He slides in for Williams.
He is a mauler, and some of that results in some penalties. You have to dial that back a little bit at the next level. But I love the tenacity and the aggression with which he plays.
That group is charged with giving Dak time, of course. Like we just said, he got a lot of it, and he turned it into a nice little season.
What a strike from Dak Prescott!
Prescott dropped 37 TDs against just 10 INTs, close to 280 yards a game, triple-digit rating, close to 70% completion rate.
I'm a strong. I'm gonna have a blackout, but I'll be all right.
He's proven himself in the regular season. So did Danny White and Tony Romo. Dak needs a Roger Staubach run.
No, Prescott still got it. Rolling left, pumps, runs to the goal line, and is pushed in for the touchdown.
Let's go! Boom!
Cooper wasn't the only receiver to change jerseys. Cedric Wilson isn't in town anymore either. He was solid for them. Regardless, Prescott still has his 2 top targets from last season, both elite at their positions. Dalton Schultz, you have arrived. Over 800 yards, 8 TDs.
Schultz made a move to the 5, to the goal line. The touchdown machine.
CeeDee Lamb, you are now the clear big dog in the receiving room.
Touchdown.
Lamb went for over 1,100 yards in his second year, and now he's positioned to see even more targets. So do the math.
Lamb, 10-5. Victory!
Cowboys decided to stick with Michael Gallup, only played 9 games, so production was limited.
Caught at the 2-yard line by Gallup.
The WR3 now is between third-rounder Jalen Tolbert and free agent acquisition James Washington. Same running back duo is back. Zeke gets the most headlines. He played through injuries. He had started hot, but then he faded. Still, over 1,000 yards and 10 TDs.
They gave us their best half of football. You know what I mean? Let's go whoop their ass in the second half.
He splits carries with Tony Pollard. It's what happens when you go for 5.5 a pop, which is what Pollard did.
Coming right to the goal line. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Maybe Dallas can't repeat their offensive output from 2021, but it still appears to be a top 5-0. So what kind of D will they be trotting out?
Cowboys win! Yes, sir!
Cowboys defense played a risk-reward game in 2021. The risks produced plenty of rewards. No one had more takeaways, no one had more INTs.
Trayvon Diggs with his 8th interception of the year.
That helped drive them to a 7th place finish in points per game allowed, and so did being second best on third down.
Parsons has him, and the ball's out.
They didn't always finish off QBs, but they were relentless about trying to. Tied for 13th in sacks, but 4th in QB hits, 4th in pressure percentage.
Sacked by Parsons. The ball's fumbled out.
We all know how that tends to translate when it comes to the secondary's play. Not only masters of the INT universe, they were He-Men in rating allowed too, 3rd lowest. Completion percentage allowed, also 3rd lowest.
Intercepted by Diggs.
Dallas is in the convo for best CB pair. Mr. INT, king of picks last year, Can You Dig It 2.0, Trevon's completion percentage allowed and rating against, both in excellent shape last year.
It is broken up and intercepted. intercepted by Diggs again. Diggs again. Diggs again.
Diggs may be grabbing all the headlines, but Anthony Brown was not easy to complete passes on either. 3 INTs, completion percentage allowed in the low 50s.
Down the sideline and into the end zone. Pick 6 for Brown.
Their depth corners are guys like Jordan Lewis. He had 3 INTs.
Heck of an interception. Would he have been touched? Oh, wow, look at this.
Whoa, baby.
They still have safety Malik Hooker, solid year, rating allowed in the low 80s.
Off-target throw, picked off by Malik Hooker.
But now to the risk side, which was felt at times. Brown himself gave up 5 TDs. Diggs, 4.
Caught over Diggs by Patrick for a touchdown.
The Cowboys were 29th in yards per catch allowed. Only 3 teams gave up more 20-plus yard pass plays.
You gotta really step this up. You gotta go.
They were 19th in yards per game allowed. The sequence in that New England game sort of summed it up.
There's Diggs with the deflected interception left sideline. 10, 5. Of course it's Diggs.
Bourne makes the catch. Goodbye. 30, 25-20, 15-10. Touchdown, Patriots.
Will the DBs get the same amount of heat from their front now that Randy Gregory is gone? It's okay for Cowboys fans to point out that he's never had more than 6 sacks in a season. Plus, it means Dorrance Armstrong will get more reps. 5 games started, 13 total, 5 sacks.
Murray is dragged down by Armstrong.
DeMarcus Lawrence, 7 games, 3 sacks. Hasn't had more than 6.5 since 2018. Used to be just the facts, ma'am. Now I think it's just facts.
He dropped again. It's DeMarcus Lawrence.
They drafted Sam Williams in the 2nd. He's supposed to help pick up some slack.
Probably would have gone in the 1st round if there weren't some off-the-field concerns with him. That's the reason why he was available at this point in time. This is one of the best pass rushers in the entire draft.
And how often do you see a rookie slap down a baker's dozen worth of sacks and think to yourself, he's nowhere near his ceiling yet? I think a baker's dozen is 13, by the way. I don't know, man. I just eat them. Micah Parsons appeared to have stolen Zeke's spoon the way he was eating. First-team All-Pro right out of the gate. Defensive Rookie of the Year.
If it's going to be the wolf in the line that got to do it, we got to do it.
Looks like he's being shot out of a cannon every snap. Let's hope his encore is even better than M's.
What is he talking about?
Leighton Vander Esch will roam the middle again. He played in every game last year. First time he's done that in a while. 77 tackles, so still doesn't look like he did as a rookie.
Vander Esch takes down Herbert.
If Parsons gets better with age and Armstrong gets better with more starts, they could offset the loss of Gregory. Living off turnovers is dangerous. It's hard to maintain. Cooper being swapped out for a 3rd-round type, a good guard replaced by a 1st-round type, Collins replaced by a guy who rated 20 points lower last year. All that has to move them down to 11-win territory ahead of our journey through their schedule. Inside the division, split with Philly, but sweep both the Giants and the Commanders. Gotta beat teams like Detroit, Chicago, Jacksonville, Houston. Those should be the layups. Indianapolis should be tough, but W against them too. That leaves Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, the Rams, Green Bay, Minnesota, and Tennessee. Even if they only pick up 2 wins from that group, you've got 12 W's again. Floor? They don't split those games, only win one of them. If they're that kind of team, they slip and slide to 8-9. Ceiling, they go 5-1 against the elite because they're elite. They could pull that off, right? 13-4 with expectations of a deep playoff run. Kansas City Chiefs 12-5, another trip to the conference championship game, but can they make it to 5 straight with a bit of a new identity?
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Face of the team is no different. The $500 million man, Patrick Mahomes. How do you view his 2021? On one hand, 37 TDs, over 280 yards passing a game. That's pretty good.
They're acting all crazy. We just calm. We just methodically get down the field. Keep doing it.
We shoot fireworks every time we scout. We done ran out of them.
On the other, more interceptions than he's ever thrown. His yards per completion, 11.1. He had never been below 12 as a full-time starter. Rating was 98.5, that's solid, but he's never been below 100 since taking over.
Damn it!
And all that was with the Cheeto. What happens to Mahomes' game without him?
Jeez.
They were unable to land a big-time replacement, so they are going with a committee approach. Nabbed them some MVS. Clearly, he's no Tyreek. but Marquez Valdez-Scantling can beat some DBs deep.
Rainbows, MVS wide open.
Signed Juju Smith-Schuster, it's a low-risk, high-reward move. Only played 5 games last year, but he has that one 1,400-yard season that shows what he's capable of.
Now it's just a foot race. We talked about how tough he is, what a great blocker he is.
Drafted Sky Moore in the 2nd round. Lots of people think he's a sleeper type.
Patrick Mahomes is going to have so much fun letting him get one-on-ones in the slot, let him uncover.
All those guys have to at least offset the losses of not only Hill, but Byron Pringle as well, who was a key red zone target. Demarcus Robinson is also out. At least he wasn't huge for them last year. And that's partially because McCole Hardman emerged. Close to 700 yards. He's lined up to go for 1,000 this year.
I want that touchdown so bad. I knew you were going to throw it, though. Oh, yeah, I did reach. No, watch it. Oh, that's clean.
Their new approach to passing will likely run through Travis Kelce.
It's crazy, all these people came out for National Tight Ends Day. How beautiful, huh?
Another ho-hum great year for 87.
Kelce still on the move at the 10, gets it back inside the 5, and drags a Raven all the way into the end zone.
The optimist in KC will also point to the fact that defenses had somewhat figured out the Mahomes to Hill deep connection. Hill had 7 games under 60 yards. Mahomes and company had to adapt mid-year. Did a good enough job with it. If Mahomes is who we think he is and not a regular old sneakerhead, he'll make the new system work no different than other greats have.
This is one of those plays any normal quarterback could not make.
Another thing he has going for him, his O-line is back. All 6 really, and they're a pretty studly group. Rated 6th best by PFF, allowed the 6th lowest pressure rate for a team that threw the 2nd most.
Ring the bell, man. Hey, ring the bell all day. Son of a buck.
Center Creed Humphrey got a 90-plus rating from PFF. 90s are rare, and he was a rook, as was Trey Smith, who also looked good out of the gate. Both are in year 2, so the line could be even better.
The spy guy's just sitting there, and they're trying to let me wait for me to go, and then he's just wrapping around and quick. Y'all keep the pocket, though. I'm going to keep sitting in there and just getting them off.
They'll be opening up holes for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. 10 games, 4.3 a run, over 500 yards.
Trying to break a tackle, does so, and into the end zone.
Chiefs cannot afford to turn the ball over the way they did again. Not only did Mahomes throw more picks than he ever has, KC tied for the most fumbles lost.
Fumbles the ball, and the Ravens are crawling on it.
The defense's identity will be pretty different as well.
It's all about how you kick that dough in, baby. And just have fun while we're doing it.
Chiefs brass using the draft and free agency to try and shore some things up. They did a couple things well last year, the most important keeping teams out of the end zone and taking the ball away. 8th in points per game allowed and tied for 5th in takeaways.
Ball's out, Jacob fumbles, picked up by Kansas City.
At the same time, they were 18th on 3rd down and 27th in yards per game allowed. When teams do well in points per game and turnovers, but really poorly in yards per game, it tends to mean you better keep taking the ball away at a high rate or there will be a drop-off.
Let's go!
And it's not like they fared well against the pass or the run. Middle of the pack or lower in all the key passing metrics.
Caught, touchdown, Chargers.
Pass rush was great at pressuring QBs. How about you actually hit them when you get close? 29th in sacks and tied for 19th in QB hits. Don't point the finger at Chris Jones. Pro Bowler, led the team with 9 sacks as a defensive tackle.
And Prescott's in trouble. He'll be sacked by Chris Jones back at the 30-yard line.
Frank Clark, on the other hand, the perfect symbol of their pass rush. Pro Bowler as well, had a 10% pressure rate. Double digits is pretty good. Just 4.5 sacks, though.
Frank Clark hasn't been healthy all year long. I know people have given him a lot of heat as far as his inability to affect the quarterback consistently this year, but he's been hurt.
They need him to seal the deal more often. They're also hoping first-round pick George Karlaftis spends a lot of time meeting QBs himself.
This guy is big lowers, he is strong, he is physical, and I love what Joel said too. This guy gets off blocks. He's not going to beat you explosive quickness, but he puts his hands on you and he gets off blocks.
The guys who could benefit from QB heat will be different. They lost their top corner, Chavarius Ward. He was a sub-80 rating allowed guy, but they ended up with 2 first-rounders, and they used the other on corner Trent McDuffie.
This is an easy mover. Think about how great Jair Alexander has been with the Green Bay Packers. That's who he reminded me of. He can play inside, he can play outside, he can even drop back and play some safety if you want him to.
He'll pair with Rashad Fenton. Good year, rating allowed in the low 70s.
Fenton with great reflexes. plays through the hands and knocks it away.
L'Jarius Sneed is also back. He took care of the slot pretty well.
Picked off by Sneed. L'Jarius Sneed will cap off a terrific night.
Possible steal, depending on who you listen to, corner Lonnie Johnson, who they got from Houston. Rating allowed last year under 80, according to Pro Football Reference. PFF, though, had him in the mid-90s.
Back-to-back weeks.
Behind them, free safety Juan Thornhill. He had issues in coverage as his rating allowed was over 100. He has a new partner, no more Honey Badger. That's a big loss. Justin Reed was signed in his place at least. Another guy analysts didn't agree on. Again, PFR said he excelled in coverage. PFF said he did not. Pass coverage analysis is very subjective.
Picked off by Justin Reed.
Stopping the run. Hard to remember the last time they did it well. In 2021, 4.8 yards per carry allowed. No bueno. Come on! It doesn't always bite them in the A, but like that, stopping the run is a team sport, but your strong safety, inside linebackers, and defensive tackles tend to be on the hook more than others. No more Dirty Dan Sorensen at strong safety. No more Jaron Reed up front in the middle. Derek Nottie should see more of the action at nose tackle. 3 sacks, close to 40 tackles last season.
Carr's going to get sacked. The 25, that's Derek Nottie.
Behind him at linebacker, Willie Gay has played the pass better than the run.
This is exactly what they wanted from their young linebackers. You see him just get right here, right in front of Darius Slayton, and he picks the ball off.
Nick Bolton, what a rookie season for him, 112 tackles.
Nick Bolton at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown!
Plenty of change to both sides of the ball. A rookie corner has to replace their best corner from 2021. They lost Honey Badger and the Cheetah. You dock most teams 2 wins just off that. We'll give the Walrus and Mahomes some respect, though, and only drop them 1.
Coach Reed said, I'm going to get that 100. I'm going to get that 100 win.
Yeah, in style.
The first coach in NFL history to win 100 games with 2 franchises.
Let's run their 12-win status through their schedule and see what we get. Divisional splits across the board. Jacksonville, Houston, Seattle, those are all 1-foot putts. Indianapolis is formidable, but KC can still win that one. Arizona, Tampa Bay, Buffalo, San Francisco, Tennessee, the Rams, the Bengals, those are going to be the big battles. Have them going 5-2 against them for a 12-5 record. The floor, that has to do with the Cheetahs' absence undoing their offensive philosophy. The defense being incredibly mediocre after losing Ward and Honey Badger. 9-8, and the search for Mahomes' new Robin will be on. If Mahomes made Tyreek, though, he'll make the new guys too. And if that's the case, the offense is just as good or better, and the defense doesn't suffer at all, they sweep one AFC West club, go 5-2 against the Big 7 on their slate, 14-3, and the budding dynasty continues to produce new buds. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 13-4 in 2021, did most things right in the regular season. Just have to replicate that production in the postseason, which means you have to have everyone available.
Gotta get some juice, man. It ain't gonna be easy. They're playing their ass off.
Can't really ask for more on offense. 2nd in points per game, 2nd in yards per game, 2nd on 3rd down.
Gronkowski, touchdown Tampa Bay!
This is sort of one of the boringest previews of the 32 we're doing. Tom Brady still TB12 in 2021.
Got a lot of football. A lot of football, boys.
Oh no, now he's old. Maybe he won't do it again. Historically speaking, there is a reason he's Tom Brady and not Peyton Manning. No disrespect.
Just another day at the office for TB12.
You're number 1, man. You're number 1 in the world, and it'll always be.
So what might have kept him from completing a TB double-double? A lot of people feel like it was twofold. First, and all this is situational. How did you allow Cooper Kupp to get open like that? Twice.
Oh no! What are you doing?
That's the dumbest double!
Second, would that have even been possible or mattered if AB hadn't gone Magic Mike and given those deuces while visiting the Big Apple?
And we just saw Antonio Brown, by the way, leaving the field.
So, you have Brady back. I personally won't doubt him anymore until I see reason to.
That's enough hits. I know. All right, that's enough. Let me take it.
Brady still has a great receiving core. It starts with what some might consider to be an underrated superstar.
Hey, sorry for yelling at you 2 years ago. You remember that? You don't remember that?
Mike Evans, 8 straight years with 1,000 yards or more. He doesn't understand what 900 and something means.
Touchdown Tampa Bay. He held on to it.
He must be really cool with Chris Godwin. That's who Brady targets the most.
Hot ball. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Chris Godwin.
Okay, so AB strips and bolts. Let's get Russell Gage as our WR3, 700 plus yards, and all of a sudden, they're just as problematic as they were with Brown.
Matt Ryan with that touchdown goes past Eli Manning for 9th all-time in touchdown passes.
Gronk called it quits, unfortunately. That's not only a bummer for football fans everywhere.
If I don't get the 7th catch, I have to go get a real job.
It also means Tampa's passing attack isn't quite as dangerous. It means more time for Cameron Brate, though.
You got to substitute more. He went in, scored. I went in, scored.
The Bucs with Brady throwing. He's oldish. He's no Fran or anything, so you better have an elite line. Tied for 4th best according to PFF in 2021, they threw more than any team in the NFL. They gave up the fewest sacks. That's phenomenal. What's the difference between this year and last year with this group? Almost none. Alex Kappa is out. Shaq Mason is in. That only makes them better in the trenches.
Keep going, let's be ready. Keep going. Keep going now.
And if the line is better, playoff Lenny is better. 4.5 a carry, plenty fat. Only one team ran less. When you average 4.5 in that situation,
Touchdown. Easy pickings for Leonard Fournette.
you deserve a tip of the cap. If Brady doesn't understand what age means, then why is their offense any different than last year? That means there is pressure on their defense to step up. Last year's unit was pretty good. 5th fewest points per game allowed, tied for 5th in turnovers, 12th best on 3rd down.
Everybody got a piece of it. Hey, Josh Allen, pressure out of the pocket, gets away, throws it up for grabs. It's intercepted at the 45-yard line.
How important were JPP and Ndamukong Suh and Jordan Whitehead? Those are the 3 starters who departed. JPP, 12 games, only 2.5 sacks. So who goes in for him? They may try on some JTS, Joe Tryon Shoyinka, 4.5 sacks, and he wasn't the starter. Shaq Barrett will still be manning the other side, 10 QB takedowns in 2021, Pro Bowler.
Shaq Barrett with the sack of the strip.
Suh, he accounted for 6 sacks, so that is significant, but good news, they added Akeem Hicks. He only got 9 games in, but if he's healthy, he's trouble.
Getting to Rodgers for the 3rd time today. It's Akeem Hicks.
Vita Vea, the best nose tackle in the NFL. He plays like it. Pro Bowler in 2021 as well.
When he sacks you, you know you've been sacked. 347 pounds.
That's not all. They drafted Logan Hall in the 2nd. He's supposed to be a threat.
Listed him as a defensive end. He can kick inside as well, though. He's got that inside-outside versatility. I put Juicy on there because when he gets upfield, you can feel how explosive he is attacking the quarterback.
And let's give some respect to Anthony Nelson. 5 sacks, and no one outside of Tampa really knew who you were.
Anthony Nelson, called the most improved player by his defensive coordinator.
QBs always have to worry about blitzing linebackers with Tampa Bay, especially now that Todd Bowles has full control. He loves sending extras. Devin White is one of those extras.
I hit him so hard, he was laying out on the ground like this.
White is elite linebacker material.
Ain't leaving here without a victory. Let's go. Have it on your mind from start to finish.
He's dual threat, can be part of the pass rush, but overall just wants to be where the ball is.
He hits the quarterback like 30% of the time when he blitzes, which is like, it should be like 6%.
Paired with Levante David, you'd be hard-pressed to come up with a better inside linebacker duo.
A takedown from Levante David and 3rd and long coming for New Orleans.
If we want to pump the brakes, neither is spectacular in pass coverage. Lucky for them, their mates behind them are.
Picked off inside the 10. Touchdown Tampa Bay.
Allowed, 8th best. 6.4 yards per attempt allowed. 3rd best. Yards per catch allowed, 2nd best.
Well, there you go. There's the defense making the play on the takeaway.
Tampa's secondary was a little underrated. Cornerback Carlton Davis is back. He was charged with WR1s. He still held QBs to a sub-80 rating.
Fires into one of traffic and it's picked off at the 50-yard line. Carlton Davis.
Cornerback Jamel Dean, he wasn't easy to complete passes on, rating allowed in the low 50s. That's pretty good.
Aired out, far sideline, and picked. Intercepted by Dean.
Free safety Antoine Winfield backed them up. Sub 50 rating allowed, made the Pro Bowl because of that.
Battle for the ball. It's intercepted, picked off by Antoine Winfield.
Strong safety Jordan Whitehead took his services to the Big Apple. He was good in pass coverage last year. His replacement, Logan Ryan, was not. He gave up a rating over 100. He did, however, rack up 100-plus tackles, which is good for a strong safety. Plus, he's a Brady guy, right?
Oh, I'm strong.
Arians, Sue, AB, Gronk, Whitehead, Ronald Jones even, lots of key pieces from last year departed. Brady will have to wait on Godwin's return from injury too, and it's hard to say when he's going to be back. So go ahead and add Julio Jones at the last second. He's got that injury history, but lots of upside. His ad was late. We had them pegged as an 11-12 win team. His impact will definitely affect their ceiling though. Inside the NFC South, they should be able to go 4-2 still. Seattle, Cleveland should also be wins. Pittsburgh and Baltimore are tough, but we'll give them W's. Dallas, Green Bay, KC, Rams, Cincinnati, and Arizona are all going to give them a run. Still, 3-3 against that group puts them at 12-5. The floor scenario is obvious. Brady finally gets put on the bring out your dead cart. No more going for walks for you, sir. Split with Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Go 2-6 against the last batch of teams I just mentioned. 9-8. Brady didn't come back for 9-8, did he? All right, now to the ceiling. Look, imagine at the end of the year, Brady, Godwin, Evans, Julio, and Gage. If they're all healthy at the end, it would be every secondary's nightmare. 14-3, Brady with a legit shot at numero ocho.
You ready, dog? I'm ready. You ready, Garrett? I'm ready.
Denver Broncos 7-10 in 2021, now about to enter into the danger zone, the Kenny Loggins Archer kind. Danger Russ is in the house.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go get one. Let's go get one.
Denver banking on Wilson to fix the QB position and in turn fix the offense. 23rd in points per game, 19th in yards per game, 21st on third down last year.
We gotta convert, bro.
The blame mostly landed on Denver's QBs, coaches as well, obviously. Either way, production from Broncos signal callers didn't jump off the page in any way.
Back to throw against the pocket, deflected, intercepted! Intercepted by Sorensen at the 40!
It's partially why Denver finished 24th in pass attempts. That will change with Wilson. No deep dives needed, right? Hurt last year, but when he wasn't, he was still on brand.
To throw up over the top, DK in the end zone, touchdown, Seahawks! The blitz was coming, but Russ just backed up and laid a little teardrop over the top.
Woo! Woo! Come on, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get it. That's all the hard work. Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Wilson's presence expected to show what the Broncos wide receiver trio is really capable of, especially Jerry Jeudy.
Throwing, got his man wide open, midfield, and up the sideline, Jerry Jeudy for the first down and big yards.
I came off, and I realized I was coming too, and he tried to give me his hands. Got his ass.
Caught over Diggs by Patrick for a touchdown.
Who will emerge at tight end? Noah Fant was sent to Seattle in the Wilson deal. No proven replacement at the moment. The line Wilson has in front of him, rated 10 spots higher by PFF than his old one in 2021.
Woo! Oh! Yes, sir. I'm tired of hearing people talk about their ass. Let's go show them we about, man.
Good news, 4 of the 5 starters are back, too. Only changes at right tackle. Billy Turner in for Bobby Massey. Seems like a wash. So finally, Wilson gets some protection, right? Maybe. But just remember, Wilson's style leads to a lot of sacks. It's often a high-risk, high-reward scenario when he's on the field.
Wilson feeling the pressure. He stands in. He's sacked. No, he gets out. He spins out right side, and Aaron Donald does the rest.
Also worth noting, new head coach Nathaniel Hackett sat behind the wheel of an Aaron Rodgers offense, yet Green Bay's run-pass split was as balanced as it gets. The Broncos' Javonte Williams seems just as capable as an Aaron Jones, which is to say he's just as good. 4.4 a pop in his first year in the league.
Williams tries to burst outside, right side. He's got the edge. 40, 35, 30, 35, 25. He leaps over the top of a Raider defender.
Running mate Melvin Gordon is back too. Good depth in their backfield.
Williams runs over one tackler and then just like a torpedo runs to another tackler, and he's loose inside the 25. They can't get him down. He's inside the 10.
I didn't know he was going to stop. Yo, that's 50 yards down.
Offense seems primed for progress, but what about the D? A lot more to sift through on that side with this team.
Sunday fun day. It's going to get rocking in a second. One of us gonna get a pick, man.
Denver's defense kept them competitive last year. 3rd fewest points per game allowed, 8th fewest yards per game. Impressive being they were 28th on 3rd down.
Heineke steps in the pocket, loads it up, home run ball. This is gonna be out of the back of the end zone. It is over in Denver. Happy Halloween.
They thrived when it came to stopping the pass. 6th lowest rating allowed, under 7 yards per attempt. 4th lowest completion percentage allowed.
Steps out of problems, throws a pass. This is going to be intercepted in the end zone. Pat Surtain.
Patrick Surtain II shined as a rookie. 4 INTs, rating allowed in the 60s. He should be the cornerstone at corner for years to come.
Quick throw to Eckler, deflected and intercepted. Pat Surtain down the west sideline. This may be a house call. Touchdown, Denver.
He'll have Ronald Darby across the way. PFF said he was a mid-90s rating guy. Pro Football Reference said he was a low 80s guy.
Windows and Ronald Darby fighting to get his hand in there. Really nice job.
And backing them up, one of the best free safeties in the game, Justin Simmons. 5 picks, sub 70 rating allowed.
Throws the outcut, and that is Justin Simmons with the pick of the year.
They did lose some depth. Kyle Fuller is gone along with his triple-digit rating allowed, so no major loss. Bryce Callahan was solid for them in the slot, but his replacement, K'Wan Williams, was solid for the Niners. Even Steven Swap.
3rd and 4, Wilson trying to exploit. Go! Dropped! Intercepted! K'Wan Williams got it on the ricochet! Oh, what a turn of events!
DB Corps still has the pieces to play at a high level, especially if their front can keep the heat on. Broncos were 13th in pressure rate in 2021.
Motion, little misdirection. Lawrence feeling the pressure from Miller, slinging it, and it is picked! Intercepted by Jackson!
They did not get home at that rate, though. Tied for 18th in sacks, tied for 25th in QB hits.
Jackson with time, going deep. He's looking at Hollywood Brown at the 5. He reaches up, and he makes a diving catch!
That's why they signed Randy Gregory.
2nd and 17. Cowboys get the strip sack, and Gregory was the one who knocked it out.
Gregory got a fat deal despite only coming up with 6 sacks in 12 games. He had 3.5 in 2020, 6 in 2019. So can't guarantee a breakout, can just hope for one.
Cousins under pressure, and down he goes. They finally get to him. Randy Gregory.
Orange Crush also hoping Bradley Chubb can rebound from an injury-riddled year that saw him play just 7 games. Didn't bury a single QB in that time either.
First down. Oh, that pick is made. On his way back is Bradley Chubb.
What an unbelievable play by Bradley Chubb here.
Makes their outside linebackers major X factors. Few of the guys next to them on the inside will be different. They also had to ship Shelby Harris off to Seattle. 6 sacks from his DT spot.
Under pressure, lost the ball. On the floor, who's got it? Shelby Harris knocked it away.
They upgraded at nose tackle when they added DJ Jones. 50-plus tackles and a couple sacks. Niners fans were bummed to lose it.
Play action here. And sacked. Play made by DJ Jones.
He should make an impact in the run game, too. Denver was average-ish stopping ball carriers. Would help if Josie Jewell could stay on the field. Just 2 games last year. Was a 100-plus tackle guy the season before.
Jones looking and incomplete into a tight window. Josie Jewell, the linebacker, was in coverage that time.
They didn't bother re-signing another interior linebacker, Alexander Johnson. He also spent a big chunk of the year on IR. Second-year man Jonas Griffith lines up to fill his shoes, which he did an admirable job of in 2021.
Carr for Jacobs. Jacobs can't escape the grab of Jonas Griffith, who's having himself a whale of a football game already today.
Yeah, Jonas Griffith is all over the field.
You can see the 4 linebackers on this unit will likely dictate what kind of defense they field. Russ, though, will have the biggest impact. The AFC West will be wild this year. Inside the division, give us the 7-10 split between them and their rivals. The empty netters in theory, Seattle, Houston, the Jets, Jacksonville, though they'll be tough. Carolina, have to take care of those contests. Nice to have 5 of them to play, though, too. Indianapolis is the 1 3-star type opponent. They take them as well. Denver has 5 4 to 5-star teams on their slate on top of their own division. Even dropping 4 or 5 to that group, they'll finish 11-6 and in the playoffs. Worst case, the receivers somehow don't grow under Wilson and the D is mediocre. Could lose all 5 of the teams that we just mentioned. Get swept by KC and the Chargers, 8-9. Best case, D is top 10. Judy blows up under Wilson. Offense follows. 3-2 against the 4 and 5-star teams. 13-4. Orange Crush is back. Green Bay Packers 13-4 in 2021 didn't end the way they hoped, though. And now the big question, if they couldn't make it to the dance last year with Davante Adams, why would anyone pick him to do it without him?
What does Rodgers have up his sleeve here?
Even with him, Green Bay's offense wasn't elite, not terrible by any means. 10th in points per game, 10th in yards per game, 9th best on 3rd down.
Drives in for the touchdown!
They ran a very balanced attack, 15th in pass attempts, 17th in rush attempts. Aaron Rodgers played the role of A-Rod to a T. 37 TDs, just 4 INTs, close to 70% completion rate, 111.9 rating.
Aaron Rodgers, the most prolific touchdown passer in Green Bay Packers history.
Can he come anywhere close to that without the guy who caught over 120 of his passes, racked up over 1,500 yards? And the most important Adams stat might be targets. He had 169 of them, over 100 more than anyone else on the team.
Touchdown, Green Bay!
Green Bay also let MVS walk, their deep threat. He at least wasn't a monster contributor. But still, this season will test how good Rodgers can be. He has Allen Lazard, 40 receptions, a little over 500 yards.
And he caps it off with a touchdown!
His old buddy, Randall Cobb, scored 5 times as well.
He's got Randall Cobb! Touchdown!
Hey, gave me a chance. All I needed.
They drafted Christian Watson in the 2nd round. He has plenty of upside at least.
This is a big-time speed receiver for Aaron Rodgers.
Tight end Robert Tonyan will help too. He needs to play more than the 8 games he got in last year.
Tonyan, touchdown!
None of their receivers or tight ends were even Rodgers' 2nd most targeted guy. That was running back Aaron Jones, who will again have to play a big role in their passing attack.
Well, Aaron Jones did a little bit of everything on that play, Wayne.
If anyone can make all those parts work, it's Rodgers. Cheeseheads all remember the Arizona Cardinals game.
Touchdown! Randall Cobb!
On the road against an undefeated team without Adams, MVS, or Lazard, Rodgers threw short a bunch. They ran the ball. Rodgers came through in key moments. They won the game. Can they do that over and over for a whole season?
You have got to be kidding me.
Rodgers will also be relying on new faces to block for him. Only 2 returning linemen played 10-plus games for them. They hope Elgin Jenkins can get in more than 8 games this year, that center Josh Myers plays more than 6, and most importantly, that left tackle David Bakhtiari plays more than 1. Rodgers will need time more than ever with their receiver situation.
Snap to Rodgers' tight pocket.
Their run game could play a more prominent role because of all of this. They can turn to Jones, who put up 799 yards on 4.7 yards per carry.
To Jones, and Aaron Jones picks up a first down. Still going across midfield, inside the 30.
Or they can go to A.J. Dillon, just over 800 yards, 4.3 a run. They complement each other as well as any 2 backs in the NFL.
A.J. Dillon, pile drives.
With all that said, the defense may be in a position to cover for any offensive backsliding. Their performance in 2021, similar to the offense, solid, 14th in points per game allowed, 9th in yards per game allowed, and tied for the 8th most takeaways. Their secondary deserves a lot of credit. Sub-90 rating allowed, 7th lowest completion percentage allowed, 6.7 yards per attempt allowed. That was 7th best. They have one of the best corner tandems in the game. Jair Alexander should be good to go after only playing 4 games.
Pass intended for Kittle. Coverage was great. Pick off there. Green Bay.
His absence gave rookie Eric Stokes some extra shots at WR1s. Wow, did he come through. Rating allowed low 70s. Completion percentage allowed under 50. Yards per target 5.3. You won't find many corners with a figure that low.
Picked off by Stokes.
And give Rasul Douglas credit too. Rating allowed under 50. That's a heck of a corner trio.
Down the right sidelines, Douglas to the house, high stepping.
They like their safeties overall, but those two need to play the pass better. Darnell Savage and Adrian Amos both allowed triple-digit ratings. They also gave up 14 TD passes combined.
Caught by Kyle Juszczyk. He'll dive into the end zone.
Lucky for them, Devondre Campbell played the pass well. He was first-team All-Pro partially because of how well he played QBs.
What a play.
Retaining Campbell was huge. He'll be hard-pressed to duplicate that season he had, though, which included 146 tackles. All those tackles didn't stop teams from running on Green Bay to the tune of 4.7 yards per carry. Maybe first-rounder Quay Walker will help out.
They brought Devondre Campbell back. Now he's got a running mate.
Walker isn't a big pass rush guy, but their other first-rounder, Devontae Wyatt, is. Wyatt is looking to boost a pass rush that was average, like 15th in pressure percentage, QB hits, and sacks. How's that for average? But they have guys who can harass a QB. Preston Smith blew up signal callers 9 times.
Smith threw him down, back inside the 25.
Rashawn Gary lived up to his potential finally, led the team with 9.5 QB takedowns.
And it's a fumble by Heineke.
They look solid in the middle too. Kenny Clark made the Pro Bowl, 4 sacks from the interior.
Kenny Clark with a big play.
They also added Jaron Reed, whose career resume indicates he can help out too.
And it was Jaron Reed!
With all those guys putting on pressure, defensive end Dean Lowry should be able to get home more than the 5 times he did last year.
Dean Lowry, who arrives on the scene.
Packers have 3 first-year guys in important roles. Adams' departure puts all kinds of pressure on Rodgers, who already is feeling it from Father Time. Out of respect to Adams, they feel like they're 2 games worse. So let's plug that into their schedule.
Yes! Yeah!
Inside the division, they sweep Detroit and Chicago, split with Minnesota. The Giants and Jets are games you'd put W's next to. Washington and New England are a step above those types, but still not on Green Bay's level. So you still have Tampa Bay, Buffalo, Dallas, Tennessee, Philadelphia, the Rams, Miami. Their lack of wide receivers hurts them against that level of competition. 2-5 across those games, an 11-6 finish, flip a coin for the division winner. The floor, if the wide receiver committee approach blows up in their face, this could be a 500 type team, say 9-8 just because Rodgers is that good. The ceiling, Rodgers shows he's not just that good, he's that great. 13-4 overall with the Rodgers rate flying through the roof. Las Vegas Raiders, 10-7 last year. Pretty remarkable, all things considered.
Hey, everything we work for is right here. We either win or we go home. What do you want to do?
Josh McDaniels takes the reins. They hope he can get more out of the offense. Production-wise, they weren't all that special in 2021. Offense was 18th in points per game, 22nd on third down.
Carr throws into traffic, intercepted!
That is not expected to be the case in 2022, not only because of McDaniels. Devontae Adams, welcome to the Strip.
Oh, yeah! Yeah! Oh, man!
No real explanation needed, right? He's not like that tattoo artist. He's not just one of the wide receivers in the NFL.
Hey, 12. Now you can have your ball and I can have my ball.
Zay Jones was great and all, but Adams is a massive upgrade.
They did it again!
Raiders' passing attack is pretty stacked now. They have Hunter Renfrow, 100-plus receptions, 1,000-plus yards.
Flush to the right, got a slant, first down, dives end zone. Jackpot, baby!
Throw in Darren Waller at tight end, and you've got one of the best receiving trios in the game.
Let's go! Let's go! Come on! I'm doing it, man!
They let deep threat D-Jax go, replaced him with Demarcus Robinson from KC.
Demarcus Robinson open in the end zone, he's got it! Touchdown!
Derek Carr came up about 200 yards short of a 5,000-yard season, averaged over 280 yards per game. They threw 7th most of any team.
Jackpot, baby! Put it in the
W column, baby. This one's over.
Just 23 TDs and 14 INTs, though.
Intercepted. Oh, mercy. It's going to be a pick six.
His college reunion with Adams is expected to help him improve that ratio, along with their points per game and third down issues. Carr has always been good, but now he's expected to be great.
You're the best in the league. Go win the game.
Some of Carr's issues were connected to the play of his line. They were ranked 27th by PFF, gave up a high pressure rate, and didn't fare well in sacks allowed either.
He's got Carr, and down he goes!
How much better can they be? All their starters from last year are back. They only had one guy in PFF's top 140, and he was 149. If they're going to get better line play, it's going to be because the linemen they have play better.
Hey, don't lose your stinger, man. We got the lead, and let's keep it. We go home with the win.
If they improve, it could lead to a few more runs. Josh Jacobs, pedestrian 4 yards per carry.
I need more out of y'all, bro. Come on, bro. Empty the tank, bro.
Kenyon Drake, ditto.
Right back to the line of scrimmage. Swallowed up by Brandon Williams.
So biggest changes on offense, couple new receivers, Adams being the big get. A little more tinkering to the Raiders' defense, though.
I love it. It's adversity. Come on. This ain't the same Raiders.
Last year's bunch, 14th in yards per game allowed, 15th on third down, just 26th in points per game allowed, tied for 29th in takeaways.
That's gross.
Their star is back.
Boom! Boom!
Mad Max Crosby, only 8 sacks, but more pressures than anyone in the league. Overall, Vegas's pass rush was average when it came to sacks, but they had the highest pressure percentage and fared well in QB hits.
We'll adjust. We'll be fine.
They bid farewell to sack leader Yannick Ngakoue, but replaced him with Chandler Jones, only half sack difference between the two.
Chandler Jones, 5 sacks.
They lost Quentin Jefferson from the middle, 47 tackles and 4.5 QB takedowns. Replaced him with Bilal Nichols, 51 tackles, 3 sacks. Pretty close to even Steven swap.
Got him by the foot, then he's taken down.
Their play against the pass, kinda like their pass rush, wasn't bad, just not great. Rating against mid-90s, gave up a lot of TDs through the air.
It's broken up and then tipped into the end zone to T.Y. Hilton.
At the same time, they held QBs to a sub 7 yards per attempt figure. That's good. And to just 10 yards per completion. That's also good.
That's the 3rd interception today.
AFC QBs are going to be a handful, so they need cornerback Trayvon Mullen to play more than 5 games. He's supposed to be the star of that secondary.
Intercepted! Picked off by Mullen.
He won't have vet Casey Hayward across the way anymore. Gave up an 80s rating. The new guy, Rock Yassin, his rating allowed 88.8. Even swaps the theme with this defense, apparently.
Yep, I hear you, Rock. I hear you, my man.
They also added cornerback Anthony Averett, 3 interceptions, sub 80 rating. One of the more underrated cover guys in the league. Nate Hobbs returns to cover the slot. They've been happy with him overall.
First interception of his career comes at a huge moment.
And if they see free safety Trayvon Merrick up his game in his second season, he played well as a rookie, they'll be plenty happy with their back end.
His first NFL interception.
Raider rush defense was respectable at 4.2 a run allowed.
Wrapped up immediately.
One change to their linebacking core, KJ Wright departs. Jayon Brown arrives. Brown only played 10 games last year, still had more tackles than Wright.
Jayon Brown with a one-handed pick.
He'll line up next to one of the most unique names in the NFL, Divine Diablo. He's also coming off a fine rookie campaign.
Couldn't get around Diablo.
Can Denzel Perryman deliver another Pro Bowl type year? 150 plus tackles last season? He was a monster.
Spun down behind the line of scrimmage.
Strong safety Jonathan Abram was in on 116 tackles as well.
There are not too many guys in the league that play with a greater sense of reckless abandon than Jonathan Abram.
So McDaniels takes over a nice blend of youth and experience. Didn't have any first or second rounders in the draft, so their draft haul was mostly depth guys. On paper, Vegas looks about 2 games better with the Adams addition, but let's see how it could look against their schedule. Stating the obvious, the AFC West is going to be brutal if all those teams are healthy, so split up the W's between them evenly. Any chance at the playoffs includes beating Seattle, Houston, and Jacksonville. Pittsburgh, New England, Indianapolis, New Orleans are all expected to be strong-ish squads, win the home games, lose the road ones. Then check out the rest: Arizona, Tennessee, Rams, San Francisco. 1-3 against that quartet to finish 9-8. They shouldn't fall too far off that mark, though. It would likely be due to the defense not playing up to snuff. Could get swept by KC and the Chargers if that were to happen, say 7-10 as the floor. But what about the ceiling? Carter Adams is the new in thing. The defense plays near top 10 levels. Give them wins against Pittsburgh and New Orleans on the road. Split with the 4 A-level type clubs. 12-5 would be impressive in a division stacked like that. San Francisco 49ers, 10-7 last year, came oh so close to making the final dance, too. Despite that success, they've made the decision to not stand pat.
Just relax, be you in there, dog.
Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have a terrible year, completed close to 70% of his passes, rating close to 100, finished at the top in yards per attempt and yards per completion. So why wasn't all that enough?
Let's go, Troy!
The offense, still sort of ho-hum. 13th in points per game, 14th on third down, tied for 20th in turnovers.
Talk to me, 10. What's the deal, man?
Jimmy G didn't elicit quite enough confidence. Otherwise, the 49ers wouldn't have been top 5 in rush attempts and 29th in pass attempts. That gap should shrink if everything with Trey Lance goes as planned. 2 starts last year, 5 TDs, 2 interceptions, rating close to 100.
Yes, you! Good shot! Good shot, Trey!
His mobility is really what has Kyle Shanahan excited, but how often will he be asked to use it versus have to use it? PFF ranked the 49ers O-line as one of the best. Left tackle Trent Williams getting their top spot individually too. But they won't have the same 5 guys as last year. Changes coming to center where Alex Mack retired, and at guard Laken Tomlinson has left the building. None of the possible replacements have shiny resumes, so that's a little concerning. Not just for Lance, but for guys like Elijah Mitchell, who used their old line to pick up a hefty 4.7 yards a run as a rookie. If not for only playing 11 games, he would have been 1,000-yard back out of the gate.
Inside the 30, inside the 20, into the end zone for the touchdown.
Does Debo care about how well they run block anymore? Can't they just pay him wide receiver money but still line him up in the backfield on occasion? He was a revelation as a running back.
Sweep, this time to Debo Samuel. Blockers out in space. Touchdown!
Obviously, running was just a side gig for Samuel. Had over 1,400 yards receiving. His versatility made him first-team All-Pro.
Gone. Forget about it.
His status at this moment, a little up in the air. Losing him would be brutal.
Lowers his head and drops his shoulder. Touchdown!
Man, running that thing, bro. All-Pro Debo.
Lance will have the luxury of tight end royalty.
See that spit on the line that Bill just stepped on? You not ruin my game?
Trying to aim for the line himself?
Yeah.
George Kittle was back at it last year with over 900 yards, over 70 catches.
Let's go!
Wide receiver Brandon Ayuk gives them a nice pass-catching trio. He had over 800 yards receiving, 5 TDs.
Brandon Ayuk diving for the end zone!
Nice trio, could be a nice quartet too.
Jawan Jennings down the sideline, breaks a tackle. Jennings 40, Jennings 30. Jennings finally dropped on the ram.
So a couple new linemen protecting a young, sort of new QB. Defense is a little more complicated, more layers to sort through on that side of things. Their 2021 defense was a mixed bag, not great being tied for 19th in takeaways, 17th on third down.
It's all good, that's all they're gonna get.
However, they were top 10 in points per game allowed, 3rd fewest yards per game.
Coming back the other way, Drake Greenlaw.
Pass rush was strong, driven by the younger Bosa. 5th highest pressure rate, tied for 5th in sacks, 8th most QB hits.
Great job! Y'all keep hunting, man. Keep that pressure on it.
49ers were 25th in rating allowed, 29th in completion percentage allowed, but 7th in yards per catch allowed, and only allowed QBs to average 7.1 yards per attempt. That's solid at least.
Throw on left, K'Wan Williams with the interception of Dak Prescott.
So, what's the secondary going to look like this year? Safety Jaquiski Tartt, gone. Wasn't spectacular against the pass anyway, especially that one.
And the ball should have been intercepted. It was dropped. He dropped the ball.
And he is sick.
Cornerback Josh Norman got picked on to the tune of 110-plus rate, so he's out of there. The new cornerback Travarius Ward, he was KC's top cover man, sub-80 rating allowed.
Near side, the pass was going to be intercepted! Intercepted by Travarius Ward!
Emmanuel Mosley will be across the way from him, rating allowed in the low 70s.
Intercepted by Emmanuel Mosley.
From there, a number of returning dudes like Ambry Thomas allowed a really high rating, but he was a rook.
Intercepted by Ambry Thomas.
They'd love to get a full year from Darqueze Dennard. He only saw the field 2 times in 2021. Safeties, Jimmy Ward had another solid season for them.
It is intercepted by Jimmy Ward.
Who will his partner be, though? That's a little up in the air at this moment. All those gentlemen will have the assistance of an elite pass rusher.
Nick Bosa with the strip sack.
Nick Bosa, 15.5 sacks, 21 TFLs, 32 QB hits, 4 forced fumbles. Monster.
Nick Bosa with a strip sack.
He threw a 300-pound man.
Eric Armstead is their other big sack artist, 6 QB takedowns in 2021. They'd like to see him get back to double digits like he did in 2019.
Yeah, this is one. Eric Armstead makes a heck of a play.
Their front did lose a couple guys. Arden Key, 6.5 sacks last season, and defensive tackle DJ Jones, over 50 tackles and a couple trips to QB's houses. Javon Kinlaw is expected to fill his void, only played 4 games last year. Another guy hit by the injury bug, D. Ford, just 6 games in 2021, sacks in half of them though.
Wilson running out of time and he's hit. D. Ford with the...
Samson Ebukam will be part of the rotation too. He was close to a 5-sack guy last year.
Ebukam comes through.
And they used a second rounder on Drake Jackson.
But he can really go off the edge, 34-inch arms. And he can bend for a big guy coming off the edge, CD, he can really bend.
Both San Francisco's primary inside linebackers return. Both are good or great. They played a big role in San Francisco's run defense that held teams to 4 a carry.
It's balled up. Ball comes loose.
Azeez Al-Shaair had over 100 tackles, and despite what you're about to hear, he does not live in the land of the hobbits.
And Swift is dropped for a big loss. Azeez Al-Shaair.
And then there's that Fred Warner cat.
Oh, this is where we take the game over, man. This is it.
135-plus tackles, just doing his thing.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Should see plenty of linebacker Dre Greenlaw, too. Only 3 games last year.
Really good tackle by Greenlaw. Like you said, a guy who just hasn't played much football this year.
Is that a deep D or just a bunch of no-namers? Either way, Trey Lance is one of the biggest X factors in the NFL this year. Division action, split with the Rams and the Cardinals, and sweep the Seahawks. Easy dubs, Chicago, Carolina, Atlanta, in theory. Possible mid-tier teams like the Saints and Washington, both wins. Drawing the AFC West, though, and Tampa Bay is tough. That's where the rest of the losses come. 10-7, mostly based on not really knowing what Lance is going to be. In a worst-case scenario, choosing him was the wrong call. They get swept by either the Rams or the Cardinals, drop games to the Saints and Dolphins too, floor of 7-10. But if Lance is the man, they won't get run by the AFC West. Split those at least, 12-5 ceiling. Los Angeles Chargers 9-8 in 2021, along with a feeling that they could bring LA and SoFi back-to-back titles.
How strong can we play today, man? Yeah. Strong. Mentally, physically, together, man.
It could happen if the defense catches up to their offense. Their O is set. Bolt fans would be plenty happy with a repeat performance. 5th most points per game, 4th in yards per game, 5th best on 3rd down.
Eckler out of the backfield, 5 to the end zone, touchdown! Chargers! Justin Herbert to Austin Eckler.
It was so windy, I just threw that thing and just got unraveled.
Their preferred mode of transportation through the air, 3rd most pass attempts. Herbie the Love Bug, their pilot. Justin Herbert's sophomore campaign as impressive as his first. Close to 300 yards per game, 38 TDs.
Throw into the end zone, caught! Touchdown! Chargers!
There is room for improvement. With more passing came more INTs, 15 of them in his case. It kept him from breaking through the 100 barrier in rating.
It is intercepted to Sean Elliott, who takes it away from Jared Cook. And the Ravens defense is having a day.
All that means, though, is Herbert hasn't reached his ceiling. He has all the necessary companions to make it happen, though. Keenan Allen, his go-to, and for good reason. He eats 1,000-yard, 100-catch seasons for breakfast.
Here comes the rush. Throws toward the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
That's the closer right there.
They were able to retain big playman Mike Williams. He also went for over a K. Him and Allen are the perfect 1-2 combo.
Quick throw. Mike Williams makes the first man miss. Toward the end zone, leaps. Touchdown, Chargers!
Not many backs are better than Austin Eckler at catching passes. He hauled in 70 balls for over 600 yards.
Eckler out of the backfield. 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers!
Hey, it's a 4-quarter game. So it's a lot of ball left, so we got to keep him.
Tight end will be different, but check it out. Jared Cook had 48 receptions, 4 TDs. The guy taking his place, Gerald Everett, 48 receptions, 4 TDs.
Play fake. Wilson rolls, fires, end zone, caught, touchdown, Gerald Everett.
Herbert also has guys like Jalen Guyton, over 400 yards, 4 scores.
Takes a shot down to the left corner, has Jalen Guyton, and that ball is... and it is a touchdown!
And Josh Palmer, give him some credit, 4 TDs as well. Point being, their attack is what you would call adaptable.
Herbert serves the ball front right corner of the end zone. Palmer comes down with it!
What a catch.
Making them even more difficult to deal with, their O-line, 10th best in 2021 according to PFF, tied for 6th fewest sacks, top 10 in pressure percentage allowed too.
Takes the handoff, throws to the end zone. Herbert, caught! Jared Cook, touchdown, Chargers!
4 of the 5 starters are back, and the one newcomer, first-round pick Zion Johnson, should only make them better.
Left side, that's where the plays were going to happen. Right side, they were just trying to hold up. Zion Johnson gives them a chance to make more plays on that side.
Chargers didn't run a lot, but Eckler was able to keep defenses honest. 4.4 a run, 12 scores, over 900 yards. He's one of the best dual-threat backs in the league.
Hands to Eckler. Eckler makes the first man miss. Into the end zone, touchdown, Chargers.
Offense was not what held them back, obviously. There isn't anything that would point to a potential drop-off either. So if they can get that defense in gear, the league could be in trouble.
Fight with me, bro. Hey, fight with me. Come on.
If they get less than 3 yards on first down, it's a wrap for the series. That is the recipe. We have to stop them on first down.
Last year's group was pretty abysmal. 23rd in yards per game allowed, 29th in points per game allowed, and no team allowed the opposition to move the sticks with more ease than the Chargers.
Heinicke has a snap. Pass time goes to the end zone. Logan Thomas. Touchdown!
Didn't matter much how teams attacked them either. They were one of the easiest teams to run on, gave up 4.6 yards per carry, and teams knew it was a weakness as they faced the 6th most rush attempts.
Hand off to Freeman, running left, has room, 15, 10, 5, to the pylon. Yes! Touchdown!
Pass defense was a little better, but as a whole, you'd label their play against QBs as average. They weren't all that special at taking QBs down or even hitting them, tied for 20th in sacks, 21st in QB hits. And that's where Khalil Mack comes in.
Here comes Mack. He's got power, and down he goes!
Mack only played 7 games last year. He was well on his way to another double-digit QB takedown season as he got home 6 times when he was healthy.
Khalil Mack. Return to Raider territory.
So now they have Mack on one side and Joey Bosa on the other. Bosa had 10.5 sacks and did it fighting through constant double teams.
Here comes Bosa. He's got Glennon, ball on the ground.
That's what I'm talking about.
And Bosa leads all defenders in strip sacks in the NFL this season. That is now his 5th, one more than TJ Watt.
Mack replaces Uchenna Nwosu, who had a 5-sack season. They also swapped out their DTs. Linval Joseph is gone, as is Justin Jones. In their place, Austin Johnson, who is coming off a pretty nice year. Not many defensive tackles rack up over 70 tackles to go along with 3.5 sacks.
Ryan on first down, can't find anyone, and down he goes back at the 26-yard line. It's Austin Johnson.
He'll line up next to another newcomer, Sebastian Joseph Day, whose 2021 season was cut short, but in his 7 games, 3 sacks, close to 40 tackles.
They're down at 9 as Wentz is hit.
Down he goes. Sebastian Joseph Day.
They're deep up front because they still have Jerry Tillery, too, and he got home 4.5 times from the middle of the trenches.
It is 4th and 6. Long sacked at the 45. He waited just a little too long, and Jerry Tillery makes him pay.
If they're better at applying the heat, which should be the case, their DBs should be able to feed off that. Asante Samuel Jr. wasn't a lockdown corner in his first year, but he handled himself well as a rook, has plenty of untapped potential.
He does a great job. He has vision on the quarterback, just like his dad used to. He's got good instincts, good vision.
Michael Davis was their top corner, held QBs to a sub-90 rating, completion percentage allowed in the low 50s.
Burrow, downfield, Chase bobbles, intercepted. Michael Davis in the right spot. Chase thought he had a touchdown.
Davis, though, will no longer wear the CB1 crown in LA, not if J.C. Jackson lives up to the contract he signed. 8 more INTs last year, rating allowed in the 40s. Many say he's quietly been the league's top corner over the last 2 seasons.
Tosses the ball, intercepted by J.C. Jackson. Goodbye. He is end zone bound. Pick 6.
Derwin James, the injury is officially behind him. 118 tackles, rating allowed in the low 70s. RESPECT, right?
Picked off by Derwin James! That's the leader. Show what we need.
Partner Nasir Adderley struggled in coverage, rating allowed well into the triple digits. That's rough. But he did provide 99 tackles.
Same play they ran in the first half to Chris Moore, and the Chargers were ready for it. Nasir Adderley on the tackle.
LA's lead tackle man was linebacker Kazir White. Losing someone who had 144 tackles usually hurts. They're banking on Kenneth Murray to play more than 11 games. He looked good his rookie year before being derailed.
Oh, what a stick on Zeke. Great play by Murray.
And filling out the starting 11 should be Drew Tranquill. 76 tackles across 14 games and 7 starts.
They didn't get it, but it doesn't matter, as Burkhead is stuffed by Drew Tranquill.
Head coach Brandon Staley has the personnel. He too needs to make sure he grows in year 2. He's aggressive, but that aggressiveness cost him some games. Regardless, this team's a game better with Jackson back there, another game better with Mack up front. And let's tack on one more just based on their direction as a whole. Can they emerge as a 12-win team, though, after getting through their schedule? Splits with all 3 division winners, and good thing for them, they drew a lot of teams that they should be able to beat easy, if there is such a thing. Jacksonville, Houston, Cleveland, Seattle, Atlanta, all supposed to be inferior to them this year. Indianapolis is solid too, but that's also a win. That leaves San Francisco, Arizona, Miami, Tennessee, and the Rams going to have them go 3-2 against that 5-pack, 12-5 division winners by a game or due to the tiebreaker. If they suffer a blackout for some reason, Herbert for some reason backtracks, seems unlikely. 2-4 though against the stronger teams, get swept by one of their division partners, 9-8 as the floor. Hard to make a case the ceiling is much higher than 12 wins, but 5-1 against their upper level foes and a sweep of a division opponent. They're a team good enough to hit 14 wins.
Go out there and take it to him from the start, y'all. Hey, go hit him in the mouth. One on our record. It's time to go get him tonight.
Minnesota Vikings 8-9 last year, but hope abounds this year. They have a new captain steering the ship. So are they finally positioned to take out the mighty Packers?
Hey, nobody said this game would be easy, all right? I'm telling you right now, I've been in this league 10 years. It's about to be a dogfight.
If it's gonna happen, they have to fix some things defensively. 24th in points per game allowed, 30th in yards per game. That can't happen again if they want to assert themselves as kings of the North.
Throws end zone, DeGuara, touchdown!
Didn't really matter if they were trying to stop the pass or the run. 4.7 yards per carry allowed on the ground, as my kid's flag football coach might yell, unacceptable.
Takes, gives to Dillon up the middle, has a hold of the 5 to the end zone, touchdown!
Pass defense wasn't all that acceptable either. Rating allowed over 90, 7.5 yards per attempt allowed, that's not good, and 11.7 yards per catch allowed. QBs were dinging them through the air.
Caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions! Brock Wright, hey, rookie, that's big-time stuff.
Don't blame the pass rush. It wasn't their fault. We'll get to that in a second. So needed to fix the secondary. Bashad Breeland, rating allowed in the triple digits, he's gone. Mackenzie Alexander, targeted second most on the team, rating allowed well over 100. He's out. Free safety, Xavier Woods, same deal, triple-digit rating against, also gone. Youth will dictate a lot. They used their first-round pick on Lewis Seen.
Big-time hitter. He's got outstanding eyes. Really love the way he runs the alley. Some of the inconsistency was in some of the man coverage stuff. I don't think he's going to have to do that. I think you can play him high. That's where he's comfortable.
Then they spent their second-rounder on another DB, Andrew Booth.
This would have been a first-round pick if he had been healthy through the process, Charles. Had that hernia surgery, wasn't able to participate at the Combine or the Pro Day. This is a darn good football player.
They added Chandon Sullivan as well. He was solid for the Packers last season.
Intercepted in the end zone, and there is your dagger.
Those new faces will join Patrick Peterson. He's old, but he didn't look like it last year.
Dalton to throw it. Intercepted in, Peterson running, breaks it back. Patrick Peterson, I got my interception this year.
Corner Cameron Dantzler played a backup role to Breland last season, despite outplaying him on the field.
3rd and 4. Goff's pass. Dantzler with the interception.
That bunch would love to get the kind of help last year's group got from the Vikings front. Second most sacks.
And they fumbled it, and we got it! Yes! Well done,
Even more impressive about those numbers, they did all that without anyone hitting double digits in QB takedowns. They did it with Danielle Hunter only playing in 7 games. He still broke through 6 times in that span, so he seems just as dangerous as ever.
On 3rd and 5, Burrow on the move, and he's sacked inside the 25. He had a moment, but there is Danielle Hunter, who Mike Zimmer said he may be the best pass rusher in the NFL right now.
Then add some Zadarius Smith to the recipe. Got hurt right out of the gate in 2021. Each of the 2 previous years, 12-plus sacks. This could be a sick combo. Or is it fat with a PH? What year is this again?
Tripped up and brought down, and there's Zadarius Smith again.
They got great push from their big bodies in the middle, too. Defensive tackle Armon Watts got home 5 times.
Down at 9. Garoppolo in trouble. Down he goes.
DJ Wanham was their sack leader. 8 QB takedowns in his second year. They are stacked with pass rushers.
As Goff is blown up, never had a chance. DJ Wanham.
It would be nice if they hit a running back on the way into the QB every now and again. They did try and address it, though. Said goodbye to linebackers Nick Vigil and Anthony Barr. Signed Jordan Hicks, who can also track down a QB, but he also had 110-plus tackles. They'll line him up next to Eric Kendricks. He's the type of guy fans point to when they say the Pro Bowl voting is flawed. Over 140 tackles, 5 sacks.
And a sack. Eric Kendricks and Roethlisberger had no chance.
So plenty of change to the Minnesota defense, which was warranted. Doesn't mean the offense is off the hook, though. 12th in yards per game is fine, but need to be better than 14th in points per game and way better than 25th on 3rd down.
Cousins lets it go. Left side, tipped, intercepted. Traven Howard. It's another red zone interception.
It's all going the Rams' way right now.
Very little change, though, to the starting 11 on this side, so lots of pressure on new head coach Kevin O'Connell to get more out of the same group of guys. That's going to be challenging in a way. Their triplets all made the Pro Bowl. Dalvin Cook missed 4 games, but when he was healthy, still one of the elite running backs in the league. Over 1,100 yards on 4.7 a run.
Dalvin bounces off chin at the 5, reaches to the end zone.
Give it to him.
Come on! Touchdown!
The Vikings O-line can no longer be blamed for their issues. They got great play from both their tackles, Brian O'Neill and Christian Darrisaw. We're plenty happy with guard Ezra Cleveland. Center Garrett Bradbury was a little rough. He needs to rebound. The only change will come at right guard. Second rounder Ed Ingram taking over for Oli Udoh. Udoh didn't have a great 2021, so the Rook represents an upgrade. If they get better play from the interior of the line, it will hopefully lead to less heat on Captain Kirk. PFF said they were 24th in pressure percentage allowed.
Desperately in search of offense, Cousins has Browns all up in his mix, every single drop back, and Kirk is sacked.
The silver lining, Cousins didn't actually get buried very often. They were 5th in sacks allowed. That in turn helped them avoid turning the ball over. They tied for fewest in the league.
Pass over the middle to Madison, caught at the 10, spins off the line at the 5, runs to the 2, to the 1, touchdown!
Yeah! That's how you finish a play!
Cousins himself, another Cousins-type year. 33 TDs, just 7 INTs, rating over 100.
Hey, that's how you finish, man. Yeah. Wow, great job. Great job. It's just a razor's edge, man, between staying on the field, scoring points, and punting and going 3 and out.
The book on Cousins is pretty simple at this point. His personal production is usually great, and it's as consistent as it gets. But Vikes fans are waiting for him to be that guy, pal. The one stat he struggles with, the W column. Only has one season when he's been the full-time starter in his career where his team is more than 2 games over 500. He's never been worse than 2 games under it either. Get the picture?
Let's go, baby. Let's go right now. Here we go, man. Wait, God.
Kirk straight in the pocket, whips it over the middle, caught! Thielen!
Caught! You like that! You like that! You like that!
He'll have the same group of pass catchers to work with, and it's a good one. Tight end Tyler Conklin, 60 catches, close to 600 yards.
Cousins over the middle. Oh, a dart into the end zone. Tyler Conklin. It just lodged in his arms for the touchdown.
Wide receiver KJ Osborne got his first real chance to show what he's about, and he came through with 50 receptions over 600 yards.
Cousins keeps, airs it out. Osborne downfield. He's got it. Touchdown, Vikings.
Old reliable Adam Thielen missed a few games, still found the paint 10 times.
Cousins takes the snap. Straight drop off of play action. Throws. Caught. Touchdown!
That's a hell of a throw.
And it was a precision point pass by Kirk Cousins.
Good ball, man. Well,
I thought you were going to go to the back pylon.
I almost
But there's a
overdid
guy
it.
there.
Yeah, 29.
Yeah.
Baseball turn.
Yeah.
I almost overdid it, though. No, that was perfect.
And Van Gogh and Rembrandt, don't be uptight. We didn't forget Kid Dynamite.
Here's a deep shot to Jefferson, and he scorched them. 15, 10, and down to the 1-yard line.
When I caught it, I didn't know where he was at. Look, couldn't see him.
Justin Jefferson, 100-plus catches, over 1,600 yards, grittied 10 times. Seems like he's having some good times out there.
What's wrong with that energy, bro? It should be like that every drive.
The overhauling of the D has to make them a better squad. We'll be aggressive and say 2 games better. Kevin O'Connell's arrival, if we're generous, gives them another win. So that makes them an 11-win type team as we journey through their schedule. NFC North, sweep Chicago, split with Green Bay, random split with Detroit. They get both New York teams. They can beat both of them. Indianapolis, Washington, New Orleans, New England, all a level up. Give them 3 of the 4, though. Then, against their 4 to 5-star type opponents, Philadelphia, Miami, Arizona, Buffalo, and Dallas, 2 and 3 against that group for a tie with Green Bay for the division at 11 and 6. If the defense is no better and Captain Kirk can't get over that hump he's been stuck behind, 2 and 2 versus those mid-level teams, 1 and 4 against the upper-level ones, 8 and 9, and likely a lot of questions about the extension they handed their signal caller. But if O'Connell turns out to be Cousins' QB whisperer, and more importantly, the D steps up, it really hasn't been their offense these last few years, then they are legit SB contenders, rolling into the playoffs with a 13-4 record. Buffalo Bills, 11-6 in 2021, almost a letdown. On paper, the most complete team in the league last year. The window is open, Bills Mafia, like the Doors sang, time to break on through to the other side, just like you do to those tables.
A mission! It's time to lock in!
Buffalo was so good statistically in 2021, they don't have many areas they can improve in. 3rd in points per game on offense, 5th in yards per game, 3rd best on 3rd down.
And the Buffalo Bills fans can now let the party roll in the stands behind the Buffalo bench.
They threw the 5th most passes, still only gave up the 2nd fewest sacks. Their rush attack hit at a fat 4.8 yards per carry, and they ran a lot, 13th most attempts.
Let's go!
That's domination.
Let's go, Red!
That's imposing the will.
Baby!
So what are the odds of a repeat performance offensively? They could trot out 9 of the 11 guys that were responsible for that production, starting, of course, with Josh Allen at QB.
Make some plays. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3. Win!
Honestly, Allen may be the one with the most room to improve. Don't get me wrong, 36 TDs, close to 260 yards passing a game is great. But if we want to nitpick, 15 INTs, a rating in the low 90s, and under 7 yards per attempt. Season before that, he hit at 7.9. His 2020 completion percentage was close to 70. Last year, it dropped back down to 63.3, so he has the ability to look better than he did in 2021.
I lost him behind everything.
Him and Stephon Diggs still form one of the best QB-WR combos in the league.
All the together. Yeah. Love you. For real.
Diggs had over 100 receptions, over 1,200 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
Diggs over his shoulder for a Bills touchdown.
But again, he basically had the same number of targets in 2020 as he did in 2021, yet he finished with 20-plus fewer catches and 300 fewer yards last season.
Keep busting your ass! Keep busting your ass! It's a mindset!
The passing attack was more diverse. Emmanuel Sanders and Cole Beasley both had 600-plus yards. Neither of them are returning. Jamison Crowder slides in for Beasley, his production close enough to make that an even swap.
There's traffic, and then Crowder is wide open.
The Bills are hoping giving more targets to Gabriel Davis covers the rest. He had 500-plus yards, 6 TDs, and if you watched him play all year, you know how good that guy is with zero space to work with. He's an underrated highlight machine.
Looks, fires into the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown. Gabriel Davis, touchdown, Buffalo.
Dawson Knox is back at tight end. 9 scores, close to 600 yards, rising star.
Strong like bull. Woo! Smart like tractor.
Most of the guys in charge of giving that group time to do their thing return. Only change, they lost right guard Darrell Williams, but snagged Roger Saffold.
Hold on! That's how y'all handle business.
That's a good thing because they were not only excellent at protecting Allen, they were pretty good at opening lanes for him to take off through.
And finally ridden out of bounds.
Allen averaged over 6 yards per carry, racked up over 700 yards on the ground. Devin Singletary was also pretty stout as a ball carrier, 870 yards on 4.6 a run.
We'll get no better than that, man.
Turn the page to their defense now, kind of the same deal. Where do you go from here?
Hey, D, I like donuts, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Pressure all the way down. Let's go.
First in points per game allowed, first in yards per game allowed, toughest team to move the sticks on. Tied for third most takeaways.
Ball comes out, loose ball. That's ball out. Looks like it's recovered by the Bills.
Pass defense, ridiculous. First in rating allowed, yards per attempt allowed, yards per completion allowed, completion percentage allowed.
Intercepted.
What a play by Micah Hyde.
No! What you done?
They did bid adieu to cornerback Levi Wallace. His play has been overshadowed by his mate, but he's been one of the league's best. So, first-round pick Kaiir Elam does have some big shoes to fill.
But he can get up in you at the line of scrimmage as a physical press corner.
The guy who tended to overshadow Wallace, Trey Day. White's absence was felt after he got hurt. He was still playing at an A-plus level, too, when he went down. Sub-60 rating allowed.
Tre'Davious White, the all-pro corner.
Taron Johnson held down the slot with the best of them, rating allowed under 70. Backing those three up, the best safety duo in the league, Jordan Poyer, made first-team All-Pro.
Picked down, intercepted by Poyer at the 40, and he gets hit from behind and dropped.
Let's go! Bro, I thought I was gone. I ain't gonna lie. Thanks. Y'all didn't want to tell me he was behind me? I thought I was clear to the end zone.
His partner, Micah Hyde, balled out as well. 74 tackles, rating allowed in the low 70s.
Off the hands, intercepted by Micah Hyde at the 10.
Them Bills a problem. Them Bills a problem.
Buffalo's secondary had the benefit of a front that provided the second highest pressure rate in the league.
It's sacked. He is dropped.
That's what it plays. Good job. Keep hunting.
Since we nitpicked the O, it's only fair we do the same to the D. They tied for 11th in sacks, tied for 19th in QB hits, so their pass rush was a little like a Happy Gilmore putt. Didn't quite make it home as often as they'd like.
Pressure on now. Pressure on now. One play at a time.
Maybe they felt like they were too good for it, but no matter, they landed that chicken farmer guy with the glasses. Von Miller would seem to be the perfect solution for a team looking to sack QBs a few more times along the way.
Von Miller.
Ed Oliver will be next to him in the middle. He had 4 QB takedowns, solid for his position.
Let's go. Let's get some more.
It would make a big difference if Greg Rousseau can improve on his rookie season. Buried a QB 4 times. With Miller on the other side, that total should, what? double at least?
Brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Greg Rousseau, the rookie.
Rush defense, not as dominant as their pass D, but not bad at 4.2 yards per carry allowed. They're set at linebacker again, too. Tremaine Edmonds, 100-plus tackles.
Oh, what a great stick. Torpedoing through and stopping Coleman was Tremaine Edmonds.
Matt Milano, over 80 tackles, and plays the pass as well as any linebacker in the league.
But Matt Milano,
He's been playing an excellent first half.
really has.
So not a lot of change to their primary workforce. Roster is just as sound as it was. They remain a team that should win 11 to 12 games. Let's run that kind of team through their schedule and see where they come out. Sweep New England, split with Miami, sweep the Jets. Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago are what Walter Socek would call pushovers for a team like Buffalo. Baltimore and Pittsburgh aren't so much, but Buffalo still prevails. The Rams, Titans, KC, Green Bay, Minnesota, Cincinnati. Even with a split of those 6, and you're at 13 wins, and Super Bowl champs. Floor, split with New England because it happens with them, split with Pittsburgh and Baltimore, only get 1 game against a top-tier type, still 10 wins, but that would be a bummer, man. Ceiling, I think I just mentioned it, this roster is as complete as any in the NFL. They're plenty good enough to post a 15-2 record on their way to the final dance. Philadelphia Eagles 9-8 last year and a spot in postseason. You think Philly fans are tough? Now you get them with expectation.
Let's go!
2021 was a tale of two halves in Philadelphia. Went 2-5. There were all those "is Jalen Hurts the right guy" whispers. He was struggling.
And this is something that has shown up on Jalen Hurts' tape. Not getting the ball down the field far enough.
And then everything changed. They picked up Jordan Howard, got rid of their fight song, and more or less became a Ravens cover band, and started running the ball down teams' throats.
He's at the 10. He's at the 5. He's in for the touchdown.
The Eagles had the deepest rush attack in football, and when Nick Sirianni embraced it, they had their identity.
Running up the middle, in for the touchdown, Jordan Howard.
Hurts used his speed to rack up over 700 yards on 5.6 a run to go along with 10 TDs.
Jalen Hurts with 3 rushing touchdowns.
Miles Sanders dealt with injuries as usual, but got 12 games in, over 700 yards on a fat 5.5 a carry.
Keep doing it! Keep doing it!
Boston Scott was always the X factor for 4.3 a run, 7 scores.
I don't know what to tell you. He's running right through men.
And then there was Howard, whose arrival sparked it all. 4.7 a run.
Howard up the middle, touchdown!
Hey, let's go! Let's go!
He's not signed as of now. Kenneth Gainwell, therefore, stands to see a larger role if it stays this way.
Breaks the tackle at the 5, touchdown! Kenneth Gainwell.
You just always worry. Howard's style fits so perfectly. Is this going to be a Blink 182 thing without Tom DeLonge? Same number of guys, but it's off now?
Hey, we're going to get this right here. Keep everybody up, all right? Let's go.
You'll also hear a lot of, Lamar and the Ravens haven't even made the Super Bowl with that brand of football. Again, not saying they're identical, but 2 things. First, odds say someone will eventually.
He gives it, he keeps it, and he runs in. Touchdown.
Second, Philly seems set up to alter some things based on that big trade they made. You don't give up assets to bring in A.J. Brown to block for you. Brown had 63 catches and over 800 yards for another team that preferred to keep things close to the ground, so he is used to it.
Touchdown, Titans! Arthur Brown!
Hurts will have Brown on one side, Devontae Smith on the other. Not bad. Smith had over 900 yards in his debut season.
Yeah.
He got both feet in. That's a catch.
Okay, well, I say, ooh.
Quez Watkins lines up as the 3, over 600 yards for him.
I mean, you couldn't run down there and put it in Watkins' hands any better than that.
At tight end, Dallas Goedert, over 800 yards, over 50 catches. As you can see, they're going to have a tough time keeping this group grounded.
You were like 10 yards away from the guy, and he still had like the shirt.
I'm like, when the is it gonna rip? Look down, look like I had it. Yeah, it looked like I had a thong on.
It creates a dilemma to some degree. Hurts the passer thus far hasn't been as electric. 16 TDs, 9 interceptions. He's young, an 87.2 rating and a 7.3 yards per attempt figure are acceptable.
He's doing it.
Hurts is going for Rager, who has it for a touchdown.
Woo!
job. Good throw. Way to be thinking. I got you. Way to be thinking, man.
He has one of the best lines in front of him. PFF said they were third best last year, and they didn't lose anyone, so the whole group is back.
I'm trying to keep them quiet, man. Fans, they get loud sometimes. I'm trying to help them too. I know.
The question with the offense is mainly about how far they're willing to tip the run-pass scale. Because remember, they put up the 12th most points per game, tied for the 5th fewest turnovers, and were 4th best on third down, so it was working.
Hurts, touchdown. He pushes forward, touchdown. This offense has been magical from beginning to end.
Defense now, lots of new faces being plugged in.
In our house, man! Let's do it together, let's go, come on!
Change was needed on this side of the ball. 18th in points per game allowed last year, tied for 26th in takeaways, 23rd on third down.
Throws left, it is caught for a touchdown!
Production-wise, they were kind of weak up front. 31st in sacks, tied for 25th in QB hits. Shouldn't be the case again. Brandon Graham only played 2 games. He's good for 8 or so sacks if he's healthy.
And he is set. Brandon Graham.
Add Hassan Reddick to the mix. Double-digit sacks with Carolina last season.
And gets pounded! Hassan Reddick! Oh my goodness!
Pair both those cats with Josh Sweat, who made the Pro Bowl on a 7.5 sack season.
Bro, I destroyed him, though. It ain't matter where he went, I had him.
Then turn to the inside and you got Javon Hargrave. He had 7.5, and now you're cooking with gas.
Dropped again!
We haven't even mentioned Fletcher Cox. He only got home 3.5 times, but he's a force that always has to be accounted for.
The heartbeat of this Eagles defense.
But wait, there's more. They drafted Jordan Davis in the first. Their front is DEEP.
His ability, everybody just kind of labels him as a nose. You can move this guy up and down the line of scrimmage, much like Albert Haynesworth when he was a young player with the Tennessee Titans.
That front helped shut down rush attacks with the best of them, 4 yards a carry allowed. Linebacker Alex Singleton played a big role in that. Losing a 137 tackle guy usually hurts, unless you sign Kazir White, who's coming off a 144 tackle year.
Over the middle, intercepted.
He'll be next to TJ Edwards, another tackle-hungry fellow, as he had 130 of them.
But it did not fool TJ Edwards.
Strong safety Anthony Harris was good in the run game too. In coverage, debate. Pro Football Reference said he held QBs to a sub-70 rating. PFF said he was a 90-plus guy.
On the target, intercepted by Anthony Harris.
He will be joined by the likes of Marcus Epps or Kevon Wallace. Neither played a ton. Neither was great in coverage, so free safety is a little bit of an X factor. Whoever it is will be working with a nice set of corners. Darius Slay is coming off a Pro Bowl year, sub-80 rating allowed.
Big play, Slay!
Mr. Consistent. Hey, you keep setting the bar, man.
Yes, sir. Love watching you play.
Love it.
Avonte Maddox is also back. He had a good 2021, rating allowed under 90.
Dumps it off, picked off, on the deflection.
They said goodbye to cornerback Mike Hughes and upgraded by adding James Bradbury. 4 INTs last year, though he also gave up 8 TDs, just for the record.
Nice interception by James Bradbury.
So, some changes to the back end, a back end that was incredibly easy to complete passes against, as in no team gave up a higher completion rate last year.
Schultz made a move!
It was by design, though. Last in completion percentage allowed, first in yards per catch allowed, tied for second fewest pass plays of 20-plus yards.
Intercepted by TJ Edwards.
We're going to give him a 1-win bump for the improved pass rush, another for Hurts going into year 2 with Brown and Smith at his disposal. So how does an 11-win team fare with their schedule? NFC East games, split with Dallas and Washington, sweep the Giants. If you're for real, Detroit, Jacksonville, Houston, Chicago all have to be dubs. Pittsburgh, Indy, New Orleans go 2-1 against that trio. The Rocky section, Minnesota, Arizona, Green Bay, and Tennessee. But even if they only pick off one of those games, that is 11 wins. If Howard's absence is more important than we realize and the run game sputters or Hurts doesn't grow, they get swept by Dallas. 1-2 against the trio of mid-level clubs, lose all 4 of the tough games. Makes the floor 8-9. What if Hurts takes a huge leap, though, sweep the 3 middlers, and split the Minnesota, Arizona, Green Bay, Tennessee grouping? 13-4 would have them Eagles flying high.
Might be our biggest upset ever today. It might be the greatest win we ever had. Might be our most glorious moment.
Yeah.
Opportunities there.
We're gonna go for it.
Baltimore Ravens, one game under 500 in 2021. Lamar's first year, he didn't get a taste of the playoffs.
Let's go.
As the Minnesota Vikings. And Lamar Jackson, with all due respect, has looked terrible.
Ravens had issues on both sides of the ball. Injuries were a big part of that. Let's start with the offense. 17th in points per game, 25th on third down, tied for 25th in turning the ball over.
4th and goal from the Packer 3. Huntley out of the shotgun. Quarterback draw, starts to run to the right. Nothing there. Still on his feet. Tries to get to the end zone. He's sacked and taken out of bounds at the 6-yard line.
The explanation is sort of simple, so let's connect a few dots. Baltimore is built to run. Get a lead, then run some more. Last year, they didn't run it as well, got behind more often, had to throw more. They finished with the 9th most pass attempts. For perspective, they passed the least in the NFL in each of the 2 previous seasons.
We good, baby.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it.
I up 4 times already.
It wasn't that Baltimore didn't intend to stick to their preferred formula, but they didn't have the right components. Sure, Devonta Freeman hit at 4.3 a run, Latavius Murray a tick below at 4.2. That's what you'd consider average/respectable efficiency. What Gus the Bus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins brought to the table, though, was not average. The Bus, or Bus 2.0 out of respect, ended his 2020 with over 700 yards on 5 a run.
Give us the Gus Edwards, breaks the tackle, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! The Bus rolls in again!
Gus ain't no school bus. That mother Tesla bus.
Dobbins, 6 yards a pop, 9 scores in his rookie campaign.
Stiff arms man, 35-40, leg race, midfield.
My goodness, he is fast.
Touchdown, J.K. Dobbins!
The third wheel to the Ravens' big wheel rush attack, Jackson, of course. He was still a major threat when he took off, pulled that plastic brake handle to dodge defenders for over 700 yards on 5.8 a scamper.
Lamar Jackson, he'll keep it on the read option, and he flips in for the go-ahead touchdown!
If their backs struggle to return to pre-injury form, it could lead to more of Jackson the passer again, which didn't turn out to be a good thing in 2021. Sub-90 rating, 16 TDs against 13 INTs.
So getting a little rhythm here, we'll get going, right? Yep. That's all we need to do, just get a little rhythm here and get rolling. Yep. And we got to put points on this board. Hey, man, let's go. Tell everybody.
Play action pass deflected and intercepted.
Stay ready, we coming.
Jackson only played 12 games, still had more INTs than either of his previous 2 years when he played every game. And not only did he turn the ball over more, he took way more sacks. Only one team gave up more QB takedowns than the Ravens.
He's sacked. Ball comes out. Raiders say they've recovered it. Raiders football.
Here's the thing, though. PFF rated their O-line 17th. And when assigned blame for sacks taken, the Ravens' Big Uglies finished 19th, which means Baltimore's QBs were holding the ball too long while trying to create something. That is part of the style, though.
The Ravens are in a world of hurt, down 20 points.
Of course, not having left tackle Ronnie Stanley didn't help matters. He too missed 2021 with injury, save 1 game. They lost starting center Bradley Bozeman, but they used a first-round pick on Tyler Linderbaum to replace him. Left tackle Alejandro Villanueva retired. Luckily, they got Morgan Moses, who looked good for the Jets last year. So the makeup of the 2022 line is going to be a lot different than the 2021 version.
Bell sweeping to the right. There's nobody there. He waltzes in for the touchdown. They are overpowering the Chargers.
Great drive, first of all, by you and everybody. If that's what it does right there, they're all playing you over there and do a walk with. That's you. So great job. I tell my son, 11-year-old son already, I tell him, I just say, kids, keep it simple, stupid. I say, that's all, just keep it simple.
Mark Andrews was again the starting point for their passing attack. He's a rock. 100-plus receptions, over 1,300 yards, 9 TDs.
And Lamar Jackson backpedaling all the way to the 35-yard line, throwing it off of his back foot, and somehow finds a wide open Mark Andrews in the end zone.
Hey, look, when I pointed, I'm like, I was like, because dude, 21 stopped with dude, because he was running that first. Wow. When I seen that, I see you like turn it. I'm like, just stay there. Perfect. He hit my hand while I was throwing it to him.
Hollywood Brown didn't like playing for a run-first team. Not sure if he'll get 146 targets in Arizona, but that's a different discussion. He had over 90 receptions, over 1,000 yards, so someone will have to fill his role as WR1. The expectation is that will be Rashad Bateman's job. 46 catches, 515 yards as a rook, 12 games, 4 starts.
Johnson takes the snap, looking over the middle, slings it, caught! Touchdown, Rashad Bateman!
Behind him, a couple young guys, but not the kind that scare too many DBs, unfortunately. Devin Duvernay might be able to provide the deep threat Hollywood was.
Jackson out of the gun, pumps once, throws to the back of the end zone, and it is caught! One-handed grab! Touchdown, Devin Duvernay!
Ravens defense now had almost as many injury issues as the offense did, and like their O, their D suffered because of it.
Believe in each other, trust each other, play for each other, and let's tell you boys that.
19th in points per game allowed, 25th in yards per game allowed, and tied for 29th in takeaways.
And here they come. Blitz is picked up. Jones is open. Jackpot, baby! Put it in the W column, baby. This one's over.
Teams had way too easy a time throwing on them, gave up a rating close to 100, allowed the highest yards per attempt and yards per catch figures in the NFL.
And throwing long near side, DeMarcus Robinson open in the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown!
Cornerback Marlon Humphrey is back, but he got in 12 games before getting hurt, gave up a high 90s rating, so he has to bounce back in more ways than one.
Uzama makes the catch at the 25, escapes a hit, running between the hash marks. Touchdown!
They said goodbye to corner Anthony Averett. He might have been their top cover guy, faced the most targets and held QBs to a sub-80 rating. He got more reps because Baltimore was also missing Marcus Peters. Him and Humphrey play near their 2020 levels, it would change a lot.
And it is picked, intercepted by Peters.
First and goal. Daniel Jones looking for Barkley, and it's knocked down by Kyle Fuller. He felt like he could have had a pick there.
From there, you get to Brandon Stevens, who struggled, allowing a rating close to 130, but Tavon Young held his own when he was on the field.
And all those slant flats and all that, I can't be soft, all right? It's all quick game on first and second down.
Backing them all up, free safety and newcomer Marcus Williams, whose play against QBs has improved each year he's been in the league.
Looking deep, throwing deep. And there is Marcus Williams, who makes the interception.
His partner, strong safety Chuck Clark, was also sound when it came to pass defense.
The ball is picked. It's run back for a touchdown by Chuck Clark, the safety.
First-round pick Kyle Hamilton will also factor into the DB rotation.
He's got that anticipation. I don't care what his 40 time is. When that ball goes up, he's already taken 2 steps in that direction, and he can get there and make plays.
It didn't help the secondary that their front didn't hurry QBs consistently either. Bottom third in pressure percentage and tied for 22nd in sacks.
Rolls right, hitches, throws, caught front pylon, OBJ, touchdown, touchdown LA!
Team leader Tyus Bowser is back. He got home 7 times, but he's also coming back from an injury.
Stafford wants to throw, pocket crumbling, he fumbled, he's hit and he fumbled. Looks like the Ravens are on it at the 20.
They're banking on Odafe Owe, who had 5 sacks, only made 2 starts, on making the leap into stardom.
This will be a direct snap to Jarvis Landry, rolls to the left. He's hit from behind, ball comes loose, and the Ravens have the ball.
Ravens also used a second-round pick on David Ojabo, who may be able to pitch in some. Run defense was their one strength, 3.8 yards per carry allowed, second lowest.
Williams in the backfield, and it's stuffed.
Tough to run at a team that has Calais Campbell up front, and he'd return.
You got 5-0-0. Yes, sir. No scoreboard watch.
Josh Bynes was steady behind him at one linebacker spot. Patrick Queen came up 2 tackles short of 100 and had 10 TFLs. That's a big number for an interior linebacker.
Blown up as Nick Chubb got it, but Queen was in the backfield to erase it quickly. Loss of 3.
Don't usually mention kickers, but when you can hit from the upside down world, you get a call out. That Justin Tucker dude is good.
This game hangs in the balance with the longest kick in the history of the National Football League on the line.
A 66-yard try. Tucker's kick is on the way. It is good! Crossbar, and it tumbles through. It is good!
Baltimore's health will dictate a lot, obviously, but so does their division. They have a lot of ifs to sort through. But let's give them a 2-win bump, put them in the 10-win category, and then run them through their schedule to see what we get. Going with the lameness of saying they split all of their division games, Cleveland's situation is a tough one to read right now. The Jets, Giants, Carolina, Jacksonville, Atlanta. If it was a poker hand dealt to the Ravens, it would be a W flush. New England and New Orleans, 2 road games against teams in their ballpark, so losses in both of those. Miami, Buffalo, Tampa, and Denver. How about a split with that group of buzzworthy teams? There's the 10 wins. Floor would involve losing all 4 of those games, takes them to 8-9. Ceiling involves winning at Indianapolis and New Orleans, plus a sweep of Cleveland. 13-4, and a belief that that rush attack can lead them to the promised land.
And the stadium just about shook as number 9 took the field. Bengals fans have been waiting for this.
Welcome to the jungle. The fun and games are back. Cincinnati Bengals 10-7 and a trip to the dance last year.
Not a lot of teams had this opportunity, dog. We can go win our division against their make a statement, dog.
They appear to be the team that can find whatever they might need to make it back, too. They had the money, and they used it to take care of that disease. In their case, it was called bad pass protection, and it brought Joe Burrow to his knees plenty.
Burrow back from the gun, backs it up, under pressure, fumble, ball's loose, picked up by the Raiders at the 40, 35, 30.
Bengals O-line was ranked 22nd by PFF. Generous? If we take it day by day, or game by game rather, you end up with Burrow being taken down 51 times. No QB bit the dust more.
Burrow back to pass, and Myles Garrett's got him!
He just went around the left tackle like he was standing in cement.
He knows if he wants it, he has to bleed, he has to pay. But what has so many Bengals fans so excited? Burrow tasted the bright lights despite not getting it free. He took 9 sacks in a playoff game and won.
Sacked 9 times. He's going to be black and blue for days. Throws for Chase. Got it!
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Wow! Let's go! Let's go!
So, cue up an episode of O-Line Makeover. 4 of the 5 projected starters are going to be new. 3 of the newcomers were in PFF's top 80. The guys they replaced ranked between 134 and 298.
Hey, O-Line! That touchdown's on you guys. You gave me hella time. Great what I'm talking about.
So now we get to see Joe Cool 2.0 with time, and that's scary. Without much, he still led the league in completion percentage and yards per attempt. Just under 290 yards per game, 34 TDs.
It's time to go. No more of this bull. Let's go.
Taking Jamar Chase instead of a lineman seemed to work out. That's a high bar he has to chase, though. Over 1,400 yards and 13 TDs to start.
Score, we're going for 2.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Throws it into the end zone for Chase. He leaps. He's got it. Touchdown.
Yeah.
Bengals.
Beauty. Chase is just bigger, stronger, jumped over the top of him and took the ball away, bullied him.
The Bengals almost had a trio of 1,000-yard guys. T. Higgins did crack the 1K barrier.
Burrow catches a shotgun snap, 5-step drop. He's going to float it for the end zone, and T. Higgins, he goes up. He's got it. T. Higgins wins the battle for the football.
Dunk on his ass, T. Little ass boy.
Tyler Boyd came up about $150 short.
Throws downfield for a wide open Boyd. Catches at the 30. Great jump cut. Back toward the middle of the field to the 10, the 5. Touchdown!
They did lose tight end CJ Uzomah. He came up big for them in some key moments. Hayden Hurst was signed to fill the void. He took a back seat to Kyle Pitts last year in Atlanta, but the year before, his production was similar to Uzomah's.
Wide open, Hayden Hurst, touchdown Atlanta on the right side.
Joe Mixon, the receiver, quietly effective, 42 receptions.
Burrow throws, caught by a wide open Mixon. What a cut! Back toward the middle of the field. Touchdown!
We can't get satisfied, bro. We got to keep that going, man. I'm trying to turn up some more.
Mixon is also hoping to look better with that new line blocking for him as a runner. He had to grind 4.1 yards per carry, but he also scored 13 times and finished with over 1,200 yards.
It's a run to the right for Mixon, cuts back to the left. He's at the 10, toward the pylon at the 5, high stepping into the end zone. Touchdown!
We're not done yet.
So long as the new big uglies gel, the offense is primed to improve on their 2021 numbers, which weren't terrible. 13th in yards per game, 16th on third down, tied for 7th in points per game.
Burrow drops back to throw, spins away from a tackler, running down to the 10, the 5, dives for the end zone, and Burrow is in.
Right there is the difference in the quarterbacks. Joe Burrow can get out of pocket, extend and create.
Is the defense able to make similar strides? Things shouldn't get worse every day, that's for sure. They're bringing back pretty much the same group defensively to the jungle where they play. Last year, they were average production-wise, 18th in yards per game allowed, 17th in points per game allowed, and 22nd on third down.
He lobs it left. Braxton Berrios makes the catch. Toe tap. He's in. That's a Jet touchdown.
They didn't seem all that hungry to take the ball away either. Not a ton of takeaways, but maybe they'll take some more eventually.
That's what we live for right here, bro. Close games out, man. We're going to do it.
4.3 yards per carry allowed on the ground. Meh.
They're going to snap it directly to Henry. He runs to the left. He turns the corner. He goes in standing up. Touchdown, Titans!
Pass defense overall, similar. 93.1 rating allowed, that's 18th. 26th in completion percentage allowed, 26th in passing yards per game allowed.
Mayfield in the pocket, loads up, going long. Peoples-Jones is out there. He's got it. 10-5, touchdown!
Pass rush was much improved, though. Tied for 11th in sacks, 12th in QB hits, tied for 7th in pressure percentage.
Under pressure, hit by Hendrickson, and sacked back at the 29-yard line.
Trey Hendrickson, he seemed to have just about any QB he wanted. 14 sacks and a consistency streak that lasted all year.
Bengals bring five-man pressure. Fields in trouble. Ball is out. Loose on the turf, and Fields is able to recover it.
Sam Hubbard chipped in with 7.5 sacks and had over 60 tackles from the edge.
From the 49 on first down, Bengals bring 5. The pressure gets to Fields, and down he goes. Hubbard and Hendrickson met.
They did lose Larry Ogunjobi and his 7 QB takedowns from the middle, which is significant. But BJ Hill had 5 QB takedowns, and he only started 2 games, so expect his total to rise with more reps.
Thielen in motion. Cousins is sacked at the 10-yard line. BJ Hill.
They would take repeat seasons from corners Chidobe Awuzie and Eli Apple. Both were steady on the outside.
He's going to fling it deep downfield. Wow. He's got a man open. Intercepted. Nice. Steps up in the pocket, flings it toward the near sideline. Picked off by Eli Apple. Running up the near sideline to the Pittsburgh 30, 25. Cuts back at the 20, 15, 10. He gets tackled at the 5 by Eli Apple.
Slot corner Mike Hilton wasn't quite as effective, rating allowed just under 100, which is why they used their first-round pick on Daxton Hill. On the back end, it's Jesse Bates and Von Bell again, they hope. Bates is talking holdout, so we'll see. Neither of them excelled against the pass. Both gave up ratings of 110 plus.
And that ball is, and it is a touchdown!
At linebacker, they'll trot out Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt again. They were dependable and steady.
3rd and 8, pressure again. Fields throws, and it's intercepted. Logan Wilson with the pick, and it's 1st and goal, Cincinnati.
2nd down and 4. Tucker the block. That's the middle. It's picked off on the ricochet, grabbed by Pratt.
So defense is banking on continuity to fuel better play. The offense is counting on the new faces up front to help them get into elite territory. That would seem to be at least worth 2 more wins on paper, but are they still a 12-win team after they make it through their schedule? NFC North action splits with Baltimore and Pittsburgh sweep the Browns because Watson's not there in theory. Carolina, the Jets, the Falcons, only sort of we better win those games on their slate. New Orleans and New England aren't pushovers, but Cincinnati will knock them down anyway. Dallas, Miami, Tennessee, KC, Tampa Bay, Buffalo. Those are must-see games. How about 4-2 against them to fly in at 13-4, division winners again, Super Bowl aspirations again? The floor centers around the D, really. They slip for any reason, Bates leaving maybe, and Joey B is trying to shoot it out week after week. It's 2-4 versus that 6-pack. Lose one of the New England-New Orleans games. 10-7 still, not a bad floor though, right? The ceiling, the D is top 10. The O-line changes work as hoped. It's a 15-2 team that lands in the Super Bowl for a 2nd year in a row. LA Rams 12-5 in 2021, good enough for a trip to the mountaintop Super Bowl champs.
He signals to his ring finger on his left hand.
Do they have what it takes for a chance at a repeat? Remember, it was an odd year. The two best teams in football lost 12 games between them. The Rams' offense wasn't really at fault for their 5 losses, though. Tied for 7th in points per game, 9th in yards per game, 7th best on 3rd down. The Matthew Stafford experiment worked. 41 TDs, 102.9 rating, over 8 yards per attempt, over 12 yards per completion.
That was big time. Sometimes you gotta throw it to a spot. Hey.
He did lead the league in INTs, sort of forgotten when you take the ship.
You got me on this, buddy? You just ignore me. Nobody talks to me anymore.
He had the luxury of a pretty good line, 9th best according to PFF, tied for 6th fewest sacks for a team that threw 10th most. They were also 5th in pressure percentage allowed. Bummer then that left tackle Andrew Whitworth decided to hang him up. He had a great final year. Also lost guard Austin Corbett. They're rolling with in-house candidates to replace those two.
And takes it in!
Hopefully Stafford gets similar protection, otherwise it gets a lot harder for Cooper Kupp to pull off another Triple Crown.
Cooper Kupp all alone at the 10!
Kupp's year was absurd. 102 more targets than anyone else on the team. I'd throw to him too if he was open over and over again like he seems to get.
Oh, he had 10 yards of separation.
Nobody near number 10. How does that happen?
145 receptions, close to 2,000 yards, 16 touchdowns.
First guy never tackled your ass.
He kind of got me.
No, the first guy never tackled me.
He had OBJ for half the year, helping draw attention away. He wasn't always in sync with Stafford, but in the games he got in, he had over 500 yards for the year. He isn't signed yet, but LA is still an option.
You're on a different level. They can never understand us. All right, we'll show you a level.
If he doesn't come back, they're still in good shape. Allen Robinson is in SoCal now. His stats on a bad Bears team don't speak to how good a receiver he really is.
Dalton to Robinson.
Van Jefferson is the long ball guy, over 800 yards, 50 catches, half dozen scores.
Appreciate you believing me. That gave me confidence. Of course, and it's true. It's the truth.
Rams even have a good tight end, Tyler Higbee, over 60 receptions, 5 scores, 500 plus yards.
Caught by Tyler Higbee. Touchdown, LA!
So worst case, they have Kupp, A-Rob, Jefferson with Higbee at tight end. Not bad, eh?
Come on! Let's go!
Run game will be a shared situation again. Darrell Henderson, 4.6 yards per carry, close to 700 yards in 12 games.
Darrell Henderson showing all he can do.
And Cam Akers will get work too. He only played 1 regular season game, but saw plenty of playoff action.
First down and more, out to the 45.
Rams offense didn't sit pat in the offseason, and neither did their defense. But change was probably needed despite their ultimate crowning.
Let's go, Town. Let's keep this train rolling.
15th in points per game allowed, 17th in yards per game allowed, 21st on 3rd down. So much for defense wins championships.
Cutting in. He's in for the touchdown.
Odd that a team with AD would only finish 21st in pressure rate. Not odd that a team with AD finished 3rd in sacks, though.
Oh, you, mama. I love you, mama. That's for you.
Guess they only make the trip if they know they're going to get all the way home. Aaron Donald got paid. He's back. First team All-Pro. Maybe the best D lineman to ever play the game. Blah, blah, blah. He's ridiculous.
Brady like this.
Leonard Floyd used all Donald's double teams to plant QBs 9.5 times.
And Leonard Floyd having a Pro Bowl year for the Rams.
But the late season addition of Von Miller turned out to be a rental. Terrell Lewis will likely take his place. He only started 4 games, played 11, had 3 sacks.
That's Lewis who made that play.
Also, give some respect to nose tackle Greg Gaines. 4.5 sacks. Nose tackle's a thankless position often. He deserves thanks.
Aaron Rodgers had a lot of field out in front of him, and I think he picks up this first down if Greg Gaines doesn't come off.
Rams secondary also featured a first-teamer. He helped them hold QBs to the 5th lowest rating, gave up the 2nd fewest TD passes, tied for the 3rd most INTs.
It's intercepted. Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen, that's you. Let's go. Let's keep the pedal on.
Jalen Ramsey, he was the first-teamer in case it wasn't obvious, 4 picks, rating allowed under 80.
Picked! Jalen Ramsey at the right sideline.
He has an old new partner. Darius Williams departed. He leaves off a solidish season. Former Rams cornerback Troy Hill is back, though. He did not play the pass well in Cleveland. Free safety Jordan Fuller's rating right near 100 according to Pro Football Reference, but PFF said he played the pass way better than that.
Deep shot, underthrown ball picked up by Jordan Fuller.
Strong safety Taylor Rapp's rating was in the 90s, and he came up with 4 INTs.
That's his second of the day. He's been reading the eyes of Daniel Jones all day long.
Linebacker Troy Reeder leaving with his 91 tackles would leave a little bit of a mark usually, but they covered that mark up with Bobby Wagner, future Hall of Famer coming off a 170 tackle season, so they'll be fine in the middle.
It is not that cold. I mean, I'm working my arms. It's not that cold, though.
Ernest Jones will be next to him. Good rookie year. He was especially strong in pass coverage.
It's intercepted. Ernest Jones, the rookie linebacker.
Lose Vaughn, gain Wagner. We'll call that a wash. Those 2 linemen are going to be felt, though, especially Whitworth. Out of respect, that has to cost them a win over the course of the year. Makes them an 11-win team ahead of making the trip through their slate. Split the Arizona and San Francisco series, sweep Seattle. Atlanta, Carolina, those are their only 2 heavily expected wins. New Orleans is solid, so road loss there. Buffalo, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Kansas City, Las Vegas, Green Bay, Denver, Chargers. That's 8 tough opponents. But you know what? They're the champs. Out of respect, say they go 6-2 to go 12-5 again. That record worked well for them. They suffer a Super Bowl hangover. It happens. You don't usually see it coming either. But if it happens, they could go 2-6 against their Elite 8 and drop to 8-9. Ceiling, they beat New Orleans, sweep one of their division opponents, 14-3 with eyes on a repeat. Arizona Cardinals, 11-6 and a trip to the playoffs. Now, the question Key and Peele might ponder, can they take things to a nother level? They played well on both sides of the ball in 2021. Offense was 11th in points per game, 8th in yards per game, 4th fewest turnovers, 6th best on 3rd down.
Throws left into the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown.
Driving force behind that production, Mr. Kyler Murray, still effective when he took off with his legs.
It's exactly what the Arizona Cardinals needed, a big play by Kyler Murray.
But he really blossomed as a passer, rating over 100, completion percentage close to 70, while throwing for 270 yards per game.
Kyler Murray, nice little pocket, suddenly scrambles out, moving to his left.
Making his year more impressive, he only had 10 games worth of D-Hop. At least he showed he can do it without him, because DeAndre Hopkins will miss the first 6 games of 2022. He's still a major difference maker when he's on the field.
Now throws back across the middle, and it's caught in the back of the end zone by Hopkins, and he got his feet down.
Murray won't have Christian Kirk to bomb to anymore, but picking up Hollywood Brown might be an upgrade. He had over 1,000 yards with Baltimore.
Pumps once, throws, end zone, caught! Game over!
Returning to the desert, Rondale Moore had a few nice games for them, over 50 catches, over 400 yards.
And launches it deep, wide open near side of the 40s. Rondale Moore caught at the 15, 10-5 touchdown.
A.J. Green is also back. He and Murray had trouble staying on the same page at times. His catch rate was in the 50s. Still, finished with over 800 yards.
For A.J. Green, who caught it, touchdown.
Zach Ertz, still at tight end in his 11 games with the Cardinals, over 50 catches, over 500 yards.
Deep downfield, and Ertz has the catch across the 25-20 to his left 50.
He may lose a little time to Trey McBride, drafted in the 2nd round.
And he's dangerous as a receiver, but he's got the football IQ to be in the run game, be in the pass protection. He's a tough player, and he's great in the locker room.
James Conner had over 300 yards through the air.
James Conner at 233 pounds wins that battle.
He could rack up even more, though. Chase Edmonds won't be splitting time with him, which means Conner could see more touches on the ground as well. He scored 15 times, ran for 750 plus.
James Conner from 13 yards out, another convincing win.
The red flag, 3.7 yards per carry, is pretty rough. It had a lot to do with running behind the line, ranked 29th by PFF. Silver lining, they held pass rushers to the 10th lowest pressure rate.
Look out!
4 of the 5 starters are back, so maybe continuity will lead to better play up front.
They can't stop us. That's every week. Ain't nobody stopping.
Defense didn't get the same buzz, but that's not because they didn't deserve it. Tied for 11th fewest points per game allowed, 11th fewest yards per game allowed, 10th best on 3rd down, 7th most turnovers.
Stopped out of his hands.
picked up by the Cardinals.
It started with their front's ability to bug QBs. 9th best pressure rate, tied for the 10th most QB hits, tied for the 13th most sacks.
Under pressure again, and he's thrown down.
Marcus Golden led the way, 11 sacks from the edge.
Pressure coming, Garoppolo's in trouble, and he's sacked.
He was hard to double because Chandler Jones was on the other side, and he won't be there anymore. It'll be dudes like Devon Kennard, who played 15 games and didn't sack a single QB. The best chance they have of replacing Jones' production? J.J. Watt. Just 1 sack, just 7 games. We all know what he could do if he's healthy.
We'll show him, man. We'll show him, man.
Defensive tackle Zach Allen quietly had a good year from the middle, planted 4 signal callers.
Cardinals with pressure. Stafford can't get rid of it.
Their pass rush didn't directly translate to great pass defense, but it helped. Arizona was 19th in rating allowed, 15th in completion percentage allowed. However, they tied for the 9th lowest yards per catch allowed, and they held QBs to under 7 yards per attempt.
And it's batted down by Chandler Jones.
They're pretty much bringing back their entire secondary. Only loss was Robert Alford, though he did play the pass pretty well, so it's not an insignificant loss. Puts more pressure on Marco Wilson to get his act together. He struggled in 2021. 70% completion rate allowed, rating against over 120. Cornerback Byron Murphy, on the other hand, held QBs to a sub-90 rating and picked off 4 passes.
Intercepted, it was deflected and picked off by Byron Murphy.
He wasn't even the biggest bright spot in their 2021 DB room. Buda Baker, Pro Bowler, rating allowed in the low 70s, 3 INTs, close to 100 tackles.
Then the ball is loose, and it's scooped up out of the air by Buda Baker.
His partner, Jalen Thompson, 121 tackles, 3 INTs.
Fires, and it is picked off.
Thompson led the team in tackles. No surprise they struggled to stop runners then, being a safety was having to clean so much up. 4.6 yards per carry allowed.
And he has the hole, and he breaks free. Rashad Penny!
They need their inside linebackers to get to backs quicker. They no longer have Jordan Hicks. He was good for 110-plus tackles last year and 4 sacks. So they'll trot out Isaiah Simmons at one spot, over 100 tackles himself.
Simmons flying over there to get him.
And Zaven Collins will get a chance to start at the other spot. He played all 17 games but only had 6 starts. So time to see what he's all about.
Hunt in trouble in the backfield. Zaven Collins with the tackle.
The defense is going to be pressed to play as well as they did last year based on the changes. That cost them 1 W. Offense appears to be in a good spot to maintain. That puts them in the 10-win category. Let's see if we can find at least 10 wins in their schedule. NFC West games, split with the Rams in San Francisco, sweep Seattle. Games you know all Cardinals fans are expecting to win, Carolina, Atlanta. New England, Philadelphia, New Orleans, all mid-tier type opponents, giving Arizona wins in all of those. Now for the tricky ones, Tampa Bay, Chargers, Kansas City at home, and road games against Minnesota, Vegas, and Denver. Tacking on 1 win from that bunch, that would make them 10-7. Would be a different story if D-Hop wasn't missing for those first 6. 4 of those games are against tough teams. If the bottom falls out, flip the record. They lose all 6 of those games against the upper level clubs and 2 of 3 against New England, Philadelphia, and New Orleans. That's 7-10. But let's say it all comes together. Kyler plays at MVP levels. J.J. Watt is close to Defensive Player of the Year Watt again. They go 4-2 against that 6-pack of tough games. That would make them a 13-4 division winner. New England Patriots, that didn't take long. 10-7 in the year 2 ATB.
All the runners run the race, but only one gets a prize.
Get it, let's get it.
The driving force behind New England's quick return, a defense that was 2nd in points per game allowed, 4th in yards per game allowed, tied for 3rd most takeaways, 5th best on 3rd down.
Dak Prescott dove.
Bentley punched the ball out.
And the Patriots have a recovery.
Those numbers in large part connected to a stifling pass defense. 2nd best in rating allowed, yards per game allowed, yards per attempt allowed, completion percentage allowed.
Pass intercepted. J.C. Jackson.
Can they play at that level without J.C. Jackson? Losing a top 3 corner isn't usually easy to absorb. So bring back a New England legend. Malcolm Butler skipped 2021. That's kind of the worry. The hope, he can pick up where he left off. He was on a nice trajectory before hitting the pause button, had improved season to season, had an off-the-charts year for the Titans in 2020, 100 tackles from a cornerback while holding QBs to a low 80s rating while doing it.
And it is intercepted. Intercepted Butler at the 28-yard line.
If he can come close to filling Jackson's production, they could be just as tough to pass on. Cornerback Jonathan Jones returns. PFF said he gave up a triple-digit rating. Pro Football Reference, though, said a sub-90 rating. Put on your subjective glasses for him.
On the ricochet, pulled off by Jonathan Jones.
They have one of the best safety tandems in the game, too. Adrian Phillips, sub-60 passer rating allowed, great year.
Fires one down the left sideline, and it looks like that one was intercepted.
Devin McCourty, 17 games, 3 INTs. Only one other DB held QBs to a lower rating. Some might say, stop playing with that man.
Left sideline, easily picked off by Devin McCourty.
Their secondary didn't even have the help of an elite pass rush, 11th in pressure percentage, but only tied for 18th in sacks and tied for 23rd in QB hits. Those numbers would have been worse had it not been for Matt Judon. He was the only consistent threat, 12.5 sacks and a trip to the Pro Bowl.
Back-to-back weeks with a sack for Judon, and a big one here to force third down and long.
Kyle Van Noy was second on the team with 5 sacks. He's gone. As is Jamie Collins, as is Chase Winovich, and their front four is the same, and none are big sack artists, so it doesn't seem like they'll be much better at harassing QBs outside of Judon. Nor does it appear they'll be much better dealing with ball carriers. 4.5 yards per carry allowed, that's not great. Middle linebacker Dante Hightower, yet another face who won't be back. He showed his age some in his final season, so newcomer Mack Wilson isn't being asked to fill huge shoes at least.
Has it intercepted!
Their front seven is very much an X factor. Dietrich Wise, Christian Barrymore, Devon Godshock, and Guy Lawrence have to make a bigger impact this year if the defense as a whole wants to at least maintain their 2021 levels.
Going up high to knock that one down, and the Jets fail to convert on 4th down.
Offense didn't lose quite as many bodies. They were good to average in the big 4 categories. 6th in points per game, 10th on third down.
Let's gotta go take control of the game here.
Only 15th in yards per game, though, and they gave the ball away more than they'd like. But despite not making too many alterations to its offensive lineup, expect there to be a difference when it comes to philosophy. Mac Jones' rookie season is in the books. It made for a nice read. 22 TDs, 13 INTs, 92.5 rating. He exceeded most people's expectations.
Fires down the middle for Bourne, reaches up, extends, lands in the end zone.
The Pats were only 25th in pass attempts, 8th most rush attempts. Expect that split to change in Jones' year 2, even out at the very least. He may have one of the deepest pass-catching cores in the league. Maybe no clear number 1s, but a lot of 2s and 3s. They are the definition of a committee approach. Jacoby Myers, the most targeted from last year's bunch, like 50-plus more than anyone else on the team, finished with over 800 yards.
Caught by Myers, he's hit immediately by Harrison. He slips the hit. That's a touchdown for Jacoby Myers.
Kendrick Bourne also finished with 800-plus yards. He was the most effective deep threat.
Bourne makes the catch. Goodbye. 30, 25-20, 15-10. Touchdown!
They traded for Devontae Parker, too. Didn't play a full slate, but if he can, he's another 700 to 800-yard kind of guy.
Let's go, baby!
Both tight ends are back. Hunter Henry had a 600-yard campaign. He lived up to his contract for the most part.
Caught by Henry at the 2, fights away from a tackler.
That's a big boy drive.
Jonnu Smith was a little bit of a disappointment, though. Not even 300 yards, just 1 score.
Throw to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Jonnu Smith.
Jones didn't face a lot of heat. Only 2 teams gave up fewer sacks. They'll be challenged to do that again if they throw more, though. It's also a line that lost both its guards. Shaq Mason, one of them, and he was their best. Ted Karras had a good year in his own right. Michael Onwenu will take 1 spot. He looked good in his 8 starts, so that's promising. Some thought Bill Belichick's first-round pick was a little strange. He literally is that. Cole Strange will take another guard spot. Sorry, I couldn't help that.
This dude is a bulldog. He's a coach's favorite. You can see why New England would fall in love with him.
That bunch will be trying to open things up for another committee, their running backs. Damian Harris, 4.6 a run, close to 900 yards, scored a fat 15 times.
He's out of another tackle, across the 15, slips another hit, driving inside the 5 and fighting his way to the 1, pushing his way to the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots!
Ramondre Stevenson emerged and found the paint 5 times, 4.6 a carry, over 600 yards. That's a nice 1-2 punch.
And Stevenson, the rookie, takes the handoff, rams to the left side, and into the end zone!
How much Mac improves will go a long way in covering up some of the potential steps backwards they take on defense. Maybe they're a game worse on paper, a 9-8 type team. Inside the division, good enough to sweep the Jets, split with the Dolphins, get swept by the Bills. Lions, Cleveland, Chicago, all wins. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Indy are all teams in their range, having them go 1-2 in those 3. Green Bay, Minnesota, Arizona, Las Vegas, and Cincinnati, 2-3 against that level, leaving them with a 9-8 mark. The floor, I don't think it's much different. They just lose all 5 of those previously mentioned games for a 7-10 landing. The ceiling, sweep Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Baltimore, split with Buffalo, 11 wins, plenty to get them into the playoffs. New Orleans Saints 9-8 in 2021. It's a completely new day in New Orleans now. First they said goodbye to Drew, and now to Sean. Saints football now forges ahead without Peyton or Breeze.
We gotta protect this house, and we got the whole city behind.
Dennis Allen taking over as the new head coach. He was in charge of a defense that kept the Saints in the running to the end.
Brady in trouble, ball's loose, Saints got it. Brady had it knocked out of his hands from behind.
You get 1, you get 2, you get 2, you get 3.
4th in points per game allowed, 7th in yards per game allowed, tied for 10th in takeaways, and 8th best on 3rd down.
Now it's picked off by Malcolm Jenkins, and that is going to be a touchdown.
They were strong across all 3 fronts, rushing the QB, stopping the pass, and stopping the run. In fact, they were the hardest team to run on, just 3.7 yards per carry allowed.
It's a very, very physical football game.
Rushing the passer, 8th most sacks, 5th most QB hits. Pass defense, 4th lowest rating allowed, 6th lowest completion percentage allowed, 3rd fewest TDs allowed.
And there is Marcus Williams who makes the interception.
So how likely is it they can maintain that level of production? They had a solid safety pair, but both gents are in different jerseys. Malcolm Jenkins is out of town, so is Marcus Williams. Losing a pair like that usually leaves a dent.
Aired out down the middle. Pass is picked.
But replace one of them with Marcus May, only 6 games in 2021, but was starting to blossom prior to that.
Look out from behind, and once again they get him, and this time it's Marcus May.
Plus, they picked up the Honey Badger, so Tyrann Mathieu and May for Jenkins and Williams. Not bad, eh?
I'm the best in the world! The whole world!
Their safeties might be new, but their corners won't be, and that's a good thing. Marshawn Lattimore, Pro Bowler, one of the true cover corners. He didn't lead the team in targets because QBs want to throw at him. He just typically is covering the wide receiver QBs want to throw to.
Throws and the pass picked.
Paulson Adebo had a respectable mid-90s rating allowed, 3 INTs.
That one was underthrown, and it was intercepted.
Even their 3 and 4 at the position held things down. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, 3 INTs, solid rating allowed.
That's right, that's going to be picked off. It is picked off. Run right to him, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
P.J. Williams, ditto. Trey Picks, rating allowed in the 60s as well.
Brady, back to pass. Picked off on the right-hand side.
More continuity up front, too. Their front 4 are all back. The leader of the bunch, Mr. Cam Jordan, Pro Bowler, 12.5 sacks.
And he just gave him an inside-out move. Cam gets that sack.
Make it 99.5 for Cam.
Marcus Davenport lines up across the way from Jordan. He finally showed why the Saints used a first-rounder by eating a QB Happy Meal 9 times.
Just does not quit after the spin move. And that's an excellent all-pro tackle that he's working against.
Their DTs don't carry big names, and they're mainly tasked with stuffing runners. Behind them, though, Demario Davis, stud, did a little of everything for them last year, along with tackling over 100 ball carriers.
Smith in trouble again, and he's going to be taken down again.
No more Quan Alexander, but no worry, they were plenty happy with what they saw from rookie Pete Werner.
Been a loss of 2 by Ezekiel Elliott.
As you can see, there is plenty of evidence to suggest another strong showing from their defense. So it's up to the offense to not lag too far behind.
Hey, we gotta eat the W. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna eat it right now.
On the surface, their O was rough last year, 28th in yards per game, 30th on 3rd down, 19th in points per game.
Long ball
ball down the middle of the field, intercepted Burris.
The asterisk, injuries. And it wasn't just their QBs who kept shuffling in and out, it was their entire lineup. Jameis Winston obviously turned out to be the most significant loss. Went 5-2 as a starter, 14 TDs against just 3 INTs, 102.8 rating.
He's got a completed pass for a touchdown to Mr. Chris Hogan.
Great job.
Part of the reason famous Jameis finally cut down on his INT total, they were 30th in pass attempts, 4th in runs. That ratio is likely to change. Winston didn't have Michael Thomas. He missed the whole year, only played 7 games before that. But who dat fans can fantasize? What if he came back and was 2019 Michael Thomas?
Going for Thomas, he's got it, and he's in!
Winston also didn't have Chris Olave, picked up in the first round of this year's draft.
And this is somebody that can get down the field. Jameis Winston wants to get vertical. Charles, this is a guy who can go get it.
They added Jarvis Landry to take over the slot duties.
Landry dives for the pylon!
Now, all of a sudden, Marquez Callaway is your 4. He was the only guy who seemed to make it on the field for every game, close to 700 yards, 6 TDs.
My goodness! Touchdown! It's Callaway!
Adam Troutman will hold down tight end for them, more blocker than receiver.
Mason to the far side, complete to Troutman. Touchdown.
He and the rest of their O-line need to do a better job of that, though. Block. Ranked in the mid-20s by PFF last year, 15th in sacks allowed. That would be average, save for the fact that only 2 teams threw less than they did.
Are you kidding?
They no longer have Teron Armstead either, only played 8 games, but still, can first-rounder Trevor Penning fill those shoes?
Ideal frame, remind me a little bit of Jake Long, and this dude is nasty.
Rest of the line returns intact. Andrews P. only played in 6 games. Guard Cesar Ruiz had a rough year, needs a bounce back. Tackle Ryan Ramczyk was their bright spot, received an 80s rating from PFF. Alvin Kamara would love an improved line. He made the Pro Bowl, but you don't see too many backs do that while only hitting at 3.7 yards per carry. But there were games where he literally looked like a one-man offense. The question with him right now is how long could he potentially get suspended for? When he's on the field, he remains one of the best bailout options too, and Winston has nowhere else to go. Over 40 catches, over 400 yards through the air to go along with 5 trips to the zone.
And he gets into the end zone.
Mr. Swiss Army Knife is still in the back pocket. Taysom Hill caught a few passes, threw a few more, and mixed in some nice runs. Pretty much what you'd expect. He's the king of situational football.
Taysom keeps it up around the 5-yard line. Inside the 5-yard line, breaks the tackle. Still on his feet. Taysom Hill. That's going to be a touchdown.
Winston's return with that remade wide receiver core is worth roughly 2 wins. Defense held steady. Peyton for Allen, that's a downgrade. No offense. So that puts them in 9 to 10 win territory. Time to run them through their schedule. Sweep Atlanta. Split with Carolina and Tampa Bay. Should be able to take Seattle, but losses to Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Minnesota, Cincinnati, Arizona, Las Vegas, Baltimore, the Rams, San Francisco, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia. They don't have it easy, leaving them 8-9. That's assuming they will go without Kamara for a spell. Floor, they get swept by TB12 and company and lose all their A-group type games, 6-10. Ceiling, Kamara plays all year somehow. Winston in the passing game are top 10. Defense is still top 5. Sweep Carolina, and then instead of 2-7 in those 9 games, they go 4-3, 11-6, but it would take a lot to break their way. New York Giants 4-13 last year. Judging by how poor things went, it made sense they made a change at head coach.
It's almost as if that they're giving up. Wow, they're doing it again. They've given up, completely given up. They're acknowledging they literally can't throw the ball down the field.
Brian Daboll has serious work to do. He takes over an offense that might have been the worst in all of football last year. 31st in points per game and yards per game. Most turnovers, 24th on 3rd down.
Lock in, find a way to get in the end zone.
O-line wasn't all that good. PFF ranked them 27th, said they gave up the 23rd highest pressure rate.
Here comes Bosa. He's got Glennon, ball on the ground.
And no real run game to speak of, just 4 yards per carry as a team. Daboll may not have moved far, but the offense he left and the offense he's taking over couldn't be further apart.
A wobbler out to the right. Anthony Brown's got it.
Thing is, too, he's going to be working with pretty much the same parts, at least at all the skill positions anyway. No real changes. So can he transform Daniel Jones into a bona fide NFL signal caller? Jones has been more Danny pennies than dimes in most games. 11 games in 2021, 10 TDs, 7 INTs, rating in the 80s. Third season that's been the case with him.
And he's just reading the eyes of the quarterback.
Still, you can argue he played a little better than his sophomore year. His completion percentage was better, rating higher, yards per attempt a tick higher, fewer interceptions, and fewer fumbles.
He completes it right for Pettis, who bounces into the end zone for a touchdown.
Nonetheless, if he's not on the QB hot seat, then there is no QB hot seats. He'll have the same 4 primary wide receivers to work with, not one of whom played a full 17-game slate. Kenny Golladay got 14 games in at least.
Caught, Golladay, first down, still going, inside the 40 to the 35.
But the bright spots for him and Jones were few and far between. 37 receptions on 76 targets. That's a catch rate under 50%. That has to improve if they hope to improve. Darius Slayton, 13 games, 5 starts. Same deal though, another guy with a catch rate under 50.
Is caught for the touchdown! Darius Slayton!
For perspective, Kadarius Toney's catch rate was near 70.
You saw how quick that move was? That was lightning quick.
He's the guy with the most promise for a breakout year under Dable. Sterling Shepard, 7 games, just needs to stay on the field.
Tiptoes down the 10 to the 5 and in for the touchdown!
Picked up Wan'Dale Robinson in the second round, too, so group is deep at least. No more Evan Ingram at tight end. He only had 408 yards, so not a major loss. Ricky Seals-Jones takes his place. This is his 5th different team in 6 years, so yeah.
For the end zone, jump ball, corner of the end zone, touchdown!
The line that is supposed to give DJ time to find those dudes should be better. Grabbing Mark Lewinsky to take over for Will Hernandez is a big upgrade. They'll have a new center and a new right tackle after drafting Evan Neal in the first round, too.
He's played right tackle, and I think that's where he's going to play for the Giants. When you look at their pick, Andrew Thomas, and how he progressed last year, Charles, how much better he played, I think he's going to stick at left, and I think Evan Neal is going to be your day one starting right tackle.
That brings us to Saquon. Barkley struggled to regain his pre-injury form, 3.7 yards per carry.
Do not let up, we just started. Do not let up, we just started.
We all know what he's capable of, just hard to tell if he'll ever get back to that level. His seat may be on the warm side as well.
Saquon Barkley on a 6-yard run. There's your alpha dog.
So offensive hopes rest on whether Jones makes some strides and whether Saquon can regain his form.
Boy, if y'all ain't feeling it in y'all veins, boy.
Defense, it was rough going on that side of things too. 23rd in points per game allowed, 21st in yards per game allowed.
Gordon off the right side of the big hole, 40, 45, here we go, midfield.
They really struggled harassing QBs. 29th in QB hits, 28th in pressure percentage, and tied for 22nd in sacks.
Stiff arms away, ball is caught, and inside the 5-yard line.
No.
That's why they used their first pick in the draft on Kayvon Thibodeau.
This guy's got the best first step in the draft. He is explosive, he is rangy, he is long, he is physical against the run when it's run at him.
He takes the spot of Lorenzo Carter, who was a 5-sack man for them in 2021. Thibodeau hopefully gives them a solid 1-2 sack punch for years to come. Azeez Ojulari put down 8 QBs as a rookie.
There is Azeez Ojulari in pursuit again. The rookie having one of the best days of his first year in the NFL.
They lost a pretty productive player on the inside. Austin Johnson had 3.5 sacks and over 70 tackles from the DT spot. Vet Justin Ellis likely sees the most reps in his spot, but that's a downgrade. Ellis will find himself next to Leonard Williams a lot. Over 80 tackles, 6.5 sacks. He's a monster.
Go!
Dexter Lawrence is back to round out their front. He's what you would call serviceable.
Sack, Dexter Lawrence tripped him up.
Behind them, they hope to have Blake Martinez back at linebacker. He only played 3 games last year. He'd get work next to linebacker Tay Crowder, who really broke out in his second year. Over 130 tackles mixed in with a little bit of everything else.
Being chased, throws end zone, and it's intercepted. Tay Crowder picked it. It was punched out by Devontae Smith, and the Giants shut out the Eagles in the first half.
Their secondary took some hits in the offseason. Bummer, because it was the strongest unit on the team.
We ain't come down to the ground, eat gumbo, man.
Cornerback James Bradbury was let go. He faced the most targets, had 4 picks, but he also gave up 8 TDs and a rating over 100. Safety Logan Ryan bolted, over 100 tackles, but also not great in coverage. And losing Jabril Peppers, yeah, that ain't gonna help either. They're being replaced by in-house guys. Aaron Robinson was a rook last year. 2 starts, 9 total games, sub-90s rating allowed.
Gunn on the slant, incomplete for Rager. Defended by the rookie Robinson.
Julian Love goes in at safety, 4th-year guy, needs to improve his pass coverage.
Picked off, Julian Love.
But at least he has a good mentor. Xavier McKinney held QBs to a sub-80s rating, picked off 5 passes.
Is it left, and it's intercepted by the Giants. McKinney down the right sideline. Xavier McKinney.
Corner Adoree Jackson had a fine 2021, rating allowed in the 70s, completion percentage allowed low 50s.
At the 15, it hops up into the air, and it's picked off. It's Adoree Jackson.
Pieces are being plugged in, but Big Blue fans may need to play a little GNR to get through the year. They just need a little patience. They have opponents at home they can take: Carolina, Chicago, Seattle, Houston, Detroit, Washington. That's your 5-12 season. Their floor gets swept by Washington and lose to Carolina with Baker now, 3-14. Ceiling, they take the Jags on the road, the Seattle game on the road, Indianapolis is a possible W. 8-9 in Dable's first year wouldn't be too shabby.
1-7, bro. 1-7, bro. Hey, we come a long way, bro.
Miami Dolphins, game over 500 last year. Crazy offseason brings with it big-time expectations.
In the mouth every play, bro. And you ain't with that off the field, right? Come on, man. Let's put this in there.
Offense is expected to take a major leap. Last year's group, 22nd in points per game, 25th in yards per game.
Tagovailoa had it slip out of his hand. Tagovailoa loses the ball.
Wake up!
All kinds of changes made to the offensive lineup. Devontae Parker, gone. Wasn't a major factor anyway. The cat replacing him is expected to be.
To all my fantasy owners out there, I'm sorry, bro, but I'm back.
Tyreek Hill bringing his talents to South Beach. You know the book on him, Speedy AF. Speedy as Frank the Tank streaking through the quad.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I left 49 hole! Tyreek Hill goes in motion, pointing out Buffalo defenders. He almost took a shotgun snap.
He's throwing it up. He's got Tyreek Hill open and hauls it in. Touchdown!
Question is, how often will we be talking about the Tua to Tyreek deep connection?
Hey, we just got to go pull one together. We just got to go pull one together. What is that?
Down the sideline.
Parker makes the catch at the 1.
What a throw by Tua Tagovailoa. Wow. I mean, he dropped it in perfectly.
In 2021, Tagovailoa completed 10 of 24 passes that traveled 20-plus air yards. That's a 40% completion rate, tied for 5th best in the NFL.
Tua, flat pattern. Touchdown!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
He also has the Penguin. Jalen Waddle shined in his rookie year.
Waddle's got the record. Most catches by a rookie in NFL history.
They picked up Cedric Wilson. He makes a great 3.
Throws it down, caught by Wilson. Spin move, 3, touchdown.
And don't forget Mike Gesicki at tight end. Tua will not lack options.
Yes, Judge. Can I help you? You're hung up on me.
So, cue him up some Queen/David Bowie. He's going to be under some pressure to prove he can be that guy, pal. And how much pressure he faces may in fact be the deciding factor when it comes to Tua making up ground. Under pressure, his rating was in the 50s, 3 TDs, 5 INTs.
Downfield fires, and it's intercepted.
He was under pressure quite a bit. Miami finished middle of the pack in sacks allowed, didn't fare great in allowing pressure either. They were dead last in PFF's O-line rankings.
Got him. Tua goes down.
So go get yourself one of the best tackles in the game, Teron Armstead, and bring in former Cowboy Connor Williams to play guard. That has to make their passing game better. And their rush attack. Only one team was less efficient on the ground in 2021.
They'll try it again. Brown hit hard. He got stamped at the 1 by Perriman.
So spend some more dough. Bring in Chase Edmonds. Missed some games and only averaged 9 carries a game, but over 5 an attempt. He's very much what you'd consider an X factor.
They're going to go Wildcat here. They snap it to Edmonds up the middle. He's to the 5 and into the end zone for his first touchdown of the season.
They also picked up Raheem Mostert and Sony Michel, the offense with plenty of solid options in the backfield. So lots of changes on the offensive side. The exact opposite is true of their defense. If continuity matters, the Miami D gets an A+. Pretty much the same lineup as last year. They didn't post what you'd call dominant stats in the big three categories. 16th in points per game allowed, 15th in yards per game allowed, 20th on third down.
Matt looks, going to throw the ball here near side. It's a great catch.
That's so damn big.
He's got 7 receptions for 163 yards.
Part of the problem was their own offense turning the ball over a lot. But the defense itself tied for 8th most takeaways.
The ball, and he threw a pick. They're going to give him the pick. Taylor didn't throw it out of bounds.
Oh, he's going to give it to him.
Oh no, I'm not even out of bounds.
They also had one of the best pass rushes in the game, 3rd in pressure percentage, 1st in QB hits, tied for the 5th most sacks.
The price is wrong, Billy. Dex, how much you weigh? I know. You got fined this week, didn't you? Yo, you playing for free this week, fat boy. What's it, $7.50 a pound?
The heat they applied translated into good numbers against the pass, too. Sub-90 rating allowed, 5th lowest completion percentage.
Flat pattern. Ball on the ground. Dolphins got it. It's Xavier Howard. Watkins fumbled after the catch. Howard picks it up.
What a great run by Xavier Howard. A lot of his buddies out in front.
He cuts it back inside. And touchdown Miami.
And 4.4 yards per carry allowed on the ground. Rush defense could be better.
My goodness, they have gotten routed today by a Titans offense that is running down their throat.
But they're basically running it back on D. They'd love to get at least repeat performances from a number of guys. Emmanuel Ogbah, 9 sacks, 11+ pressure percentage. Anything over 10 is great.
3rd and 9 wins. Never had a chance. Emmanuel Ogbah.
Jalen Phillips, pressure percentage, also over 11, 8.5 sacks in his first year in the show.
He ducks and falls as Phillips, the rookie, comes in on him, gets his first full sack.
Phillips is going to eat him alive over and over again.
Christian Wilkins, what a season. 89 tackles, got home 4.5 times from the middle of the trenches.
Carr is sacked. Steps up and gets crushed on the play by Christian Wilkins.
Oh, let's go! Football! Let's go! Ah!
Brady back at the 25. They take him down.
It's just a great bull rush by Jerome Baker, 55. He's coming right in on the tailback.
Their ferocious pass rush made it easier on their DBs. Xavier Howard, the star back there, gave him a fat pay raise, and he didn't disappoint.
Has plenty of time and is airing it out deep. Ingram is back there in double coverage, and it's a Dolphin takeaway. They're going to rule it as an interception by Xavier Howard.
Slot corner Nick Needham held QBs to a rating in the 70s.
He's the 3rd best cover guy on this team, and that's saying something because Xavier Howard and Byron Jones are on that team. Both of them are Pro Bowl players. It's a tremendous job by Nick Needham.
Byron Jones needs to bounce back. His rating allowed mid-90s.
Touchdown, Mike Evans!
Their safeties didn't play the pass great either. Free safety Javon Holland's rating allowed depends on who you listen to. PFF was cool with him, but Pro Football Reference said his rating against was in the triple digits as well. Highest yards per completion allowed and yards per target given up on the team. Baker is the only one who had more tackles on the team than Wilkins. He, Andrew Van Ginkel, and Landon Roberts manned the second level for them. They can't let a DT show them up like that again.
Bro, where is my mama though? Mama here. Mama here. Why y'all always waiting about my mama? Y'all know she here. Where she at?
New head coach Mike McDaniels is set up better than most first-year coaches. Their draft didn't include any first-rounders or obvious impact players for this year. They improved by opening up their wallets and making some deals. Let's hit their schedule. Standard splits in the division with Buffalo and New England, but get the broom out for the Jets. 4 games they should win if they're ready for prime time: Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Houston. They're good enough to take Pittsburgh, but not San Francisco. Baltimore, Cincinnati, Minnesota, Chargers, Green Bay get 1 win from that group, bringing their total to 11 wins. That would have South Beach in a mini frenzy. If Tua isn't the guy, and he's the key, they get swept by the Bills, lose to Pittsburgh, and lose all 5 of the tougher games. The floor then is 8 wins. Ceiling? Tua's the man. Tyreek is hauling in bombs. Offense is elite. Sweep the Patriots, take out the Niners. 13 wins. That's as high as we can go. Pittsburgh Steelers 9-7-1 in Big Ben's final run.
Take care of yourself, all right? A lot of respect. Take care, brother.
It is officially the dawn of a new era in Steel Town, in more ways than one, but of course you have to start at QB. Silver lining for whoever replaces Roethlisberger, he didn't leave big shoes to fill. Don't mean career-wise, just 2021-wise. 22 TDs, 10 INTs, sub-90 rating, under 7 yards per attempt.
Boy, that's just a nice pass in a small window.
So, who will ultimately take his spot this season? Kenny Pickett, the first rounder?
Outstanding with his anticipation. He's a little bit more athletic version of Matt Hasselbeck. You know, you saw some of the comps for him, just how he throws the football.
Or the insurance policy, Mitch Trubisky, who has shown he has some Jekyll and Hyde in him. He has a Pro Bowl year under his belt, and at times with his arm and legs, looks like a legit NFL signal caller.
6 touchdown throws today by second-year quarterback Mitch Trubisky.
This is also a dude who ultimately got benched and let go by the Bears of all teams. He didn't read the field all that great, tended to lock in on one receiver, and got flustered if he wasn't open.
Intercepted in the deep middle.
You can argue, worst case, the production they get from either guy will be equal to 2021 Ben.
Hey, we got plenty of time. Be cool.
They'll still have Deontay Johnson to work with. He got targeted 60-plus times more than anyone else on the team last year. Over 1,100 yards, 107 receptions, 8 TDs.
Follow the ball the whole way. You can see your hand, bro, the whole way. Like, as soon as he tipped it, like the whole way.
Johnson has improved in catches, yards, and TDs in each year he's played.
Touchdown, Pittsburgh! Deontay Johnson!
But for Pittsburgh's passing attack to improve, the Steelers need to hope second-rounder George Pickens is an upgrade over Juju and James Washington. And they need Chase Claypool to live up to his Mapletron nickname. Maybe put some syrup on those gloves. 860 yards is fine.
And that is Chase Claypool cutting inside a defender.
But imagine what he could have done if his catch rate wasn't mid-50s. Pittsburgh dad knows what I'm talking about.
Juggled and Claypool couldn't haul it down.
Tight end Pat Freiermuth got his career off on the right foot. 60 receptions, almost 500 yards, 7 scores.
What a job. That rookie tight end made the catch.
And of course, there is Najee, hauled in 74 balls, second most behind Johnson.
He says, no way, buddy. He throws down Jonathan Abram.
Number 22 jerseys are going to be all over Heinz Field this year. I'm not ready to give up catch-up. An even 1,200 yards on the ground, 7 scores as a rookie.
Cuts it back through the hole. He's on his way.
The Steelers threw 4th most, were 26th in rush attempts. Expect that ratio to even out some in Harris's year 2.
Najee takes that ball and he just airmails it into the end zone.
Imagine what kind of year he could have had if he wasn't running behind PFF's 25th ranked O-line. He finished with 3.9 yards per carry. The line is the real X factor with this team. They're bringing back both starting tackles, Dan Moore Jr., who was ranked in the hundreds, Chukwuma Okafor, same deal.
Oh my goodness. Great googly moogly. You want to talk about high drama.
They were partially to blame for the Steelers being forced to run a quick pass offense. Even with that philosophy, they still finished middle of the pack in sacks allowed.
We'll find out who loves football.
The interior of the line has been gutted. How the newcomers fare will dictate how much more room Harris has to work with and how much time the QB has to hit deep balls more often. But none of the new faces are big names, so to speak, so no guarantees things will be drastically better up front.
And Roethlisberger is wrapped up and taken down.
With that said, how much better can they be than 21st in points per game, 23rd in yards per game, and 18th on third down, which is what they were last year? They have to improve on those numbers to keep up with the rest of that division.
And it's dropped!
Truth is, they need to make up some ground on the defensive side of things, too.
Every time we step up out here, we get the later one!
20th in points per game allowed, 24th in yards per game allowed.
Lobbing it toward Moreau. Got it!
And we made it way harder than it needed to be.
They are one of the few teams who really got hurt along the ground. 5 yards allowed per run. Teams knew it was a weakness. Only 6 teams faced more rushes.
Weaving his way through the Steeler defense. Oh my goodness!
What y'all think they're gonna do? They still gonna have a run mentality. Everybody feel it?
Tyson Alualu played 2 games last year.
Tyson Alualu in the middle of that front 3 of the Steeler defense.
Would help a lot if he can revert to pre-injury form. Joe Schobert came up with 112 tackles. Was that quantity over quality? Miles Jack takes his spot, also had over 100 tackles.
Lindsey loses yardage.
Hey, y'all know what to do. Let's go.
If that's an even swap, then Devin Bush has to play better if run defense isn't going to keep biting them in the, Pittsburgh didn't pick up Bush's 5th-year option. That says everything you need to know about his status.
And that is Devin Bush running around with a football.
Pass defense wasn't nearly as big a stickler for them. Sub-90 rating allowed, 9th lowest completion percentage allowed, just 215 yards per game allowed.
And the Steelers intercept on 4th down.
Got great pass defense from both their safeties. In theory, Minkah Fitzpatrick, 120-plus tackles, rating allowed in the low 70s.
Throws it off his back foot, and he's intercepted in the end zone.
Terrell Edmonds, PFF said he wasn't great against the pass. Pro Football Reference said he allowed a rating in the low 60s, so major disagreement on his 2021 play. Their corners weren't quite on that level. Cameron Sutton allowed a mid-90s rating and 4 TDs.
Looks, fires into the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown.
He'll be given a chance to bounce back. Nickel cornerback Trey Norwood also gave up a 100-plus rating. They're hoping Akella Weatherspoon can stay healthy enough all year to man that spot. His rating allowed in ridiculous territory when he was healthy.
Here's an interception off the hands of Jefferson and into the arms of Witherspoon.
Joe Hayden, he gave up a triple-digit rating. He's gone. They upgraded his spot by signing Levi Wallace, who had another good year for the Bills, holding QBs to a rating in the low 70s.
Intercepted! Levi Wallace in the right spot.
Their secondary will once again have assistance from an elite pass rush. 8th highest pressure percentage, most sacks, 6th most QB hits.
He's going to be sacked by T.J. Watt. Who do you call on when you need a big play?
Defensive end Chris Wormley is back. He had 7 QB takedowns.
Pull him down is Wormley.
Defensive end Cameron Hayward, double-digit sacks again. Stud material.
He knows it. He's knocked down by Cameron Hayward.
Let's go.
Outside linebacker Alex Highsmith came off the edge to blow up QBs a half dozen times. Mike Tomlin has worked with much less and made the playoffs. This will be the 2nd time in his career he has to make it through a season without Ben.
Hey, Mike. Let's get it, baby.
Yeah, man.
Man, this Lambeau feels so beautiful. You enjoying it?
Last time, he still pulled an 8-8 year. His record speaks for itself.
Hey, coaches, let's not sit on our hands, man. Let's go get this. I want energy from us that'll be represented in them. Let's go get it.
And FYI, just wanted to see how many people jumped the gun and blasted the comments section. Are you kidding? They didn't even mention TJ? Steelers still have the reigning Defensive Player of the Year and the all-time season sack leader.
Allen is hit, bounces out of the pocket, he's hit down from behind.
Go ahead and pencil in 15 to 20 sacks and however many big splash plays for Baby Watt. His motor is unmatched.
And there's TJ, and TJ's all over Allen.
Well, they paid you the money, TJ, and you're paying it back, baby.
Their roster as a whole didn't get worse as long as the QB can play at a respectable level. Did it get drastically better, though? Doesn't feel like it on the surface. Call them a 10-win type team on paper. So now let's see what they look like after running through their schedule. Inside the division, splits with all 3. Cleveland right now is a major X factor. They may not have any easy wins, but you'd like to think they can secure W's against the likes of the Jets, Carolina, and Atlanta. Teams sort of on their level, New England, New Orleans, the Colts, give them a 2-1 edge there. The big boys on their schedule will give them trouble. Buffalo, Tampa, Miami, and Philadelphia, in theory, Las Vegas as well. Just 1 win from that group puts them at 9-8 and keeps Tomlin's streak alive. If the QB and the offense is somehow worse without Big Ben, no wins against Baltimore and Cincinnati, lose 2 of 3 from the mid-tier teams, that would take them to a 6-11 floor. If Mitch or the Rook take people by surprise, though, the offense is at least respectable. They could easily sweep Cleveland if D. Watts is out and fare a little better against their tougher opponents, set the ceiling at 11 wins. Tennessee Titans, 12-5 last year. Impressive, being they pulled that off without their king for half the season.
The king runs where he wants. The king goes where the king wants.
Tennessee is a team built around royalty. No real need to complicate the discussion. Titans offense went 15th in points per game, 17th in yards per game, and 23rd in turnovers with only a half cup of Henry.
But we're going to have to settle down and just be all on the same page.
Those likely all improve if Derek plays a full slate and is healthy. Henry still trucked his way to 900-plus yards and 10 scores before going down.
One left, one right.
On most teams, the QB makes everyone better around him. Tennessee is not most teams. Henry is not most backs. He's one of the rare ones who needs his QB to keep defenses honest instead of the other way around.
That's what I'm talking about.
Even without Henry for part of the year, Titans didn't alter their approach. They ran the ball more than any other team, 26th in pass attempts. So what does that say about Ryan Tannehill?
I believe me. Why would you not?
Sub 90 rating, 21 TDs, and the big one, 14 interceptions, which stick out a little more based on how little they pass the ball.
The Titans turning the ball over 5 times.
This is a big year for Tannehill if he's going to last in Tennessee. He, of course, won't be working with his 2 primary wide receivers from last year. A.J. Brown, traded. Julio Jones, allowed to walk. Both missed time to injury, but so did Robert Woods, who missed a big chunk of last year. He's a beast of a blocker on the edge, though, which Henry will love. And not too shabby as a pass catcher.
The end zone, caught for a touchdown.
He'll be paired with first-round pick Treylon Burks, the guy they took to replace Brown.
He's got that physicality, the yards after the catch.
Nick Westbrook-Akina returns, came close to 500 yards, 4 scores. Not and 7 years ago, just 4 scores.
Makes a big play and gives the Titans the lead.
Titans run plenty of 2 tight end sets, obviously. Jeff Swaim returns, mostly a blocker, but he scored 3 times.
The end zone, Swaim all alone. Touchdown, Titans!
They said goodbye to Anthony Ferkser, close to 300 yards, replaced him with Austin Hooper, a little over 300 yards. Even swap.
Austin Hooper, touchdown!
O-line, it's a tricky group to evaluate. On one hand, PFF said they were the 11th best. Good run blockers, I guess, because as pass blockers, 26th in sacks allowed. Again, they didn't throw a lot either.
Tannehill swarmed under and dropped.
They were 30th in pressure percentage allowed, and PFF assigned them blame for 35 sacks, most of any O-line.
He gets hit, ball comes out, Seahawks jump on it!
They lost both guards, too, Roger Saffold, who was a Pro Bowler, and David Quisenberry, who got an 80-plus grade from PFF. 80s means you're upper tier. They're going with their own to replace those guys, no splashy replacements, but who cares, right? It's king or bust.
He's to the end zone! Yes! Derrick Henry just went 60.
The biggest reason the Titans won 12 games without Henry for the back half of the year? That D.
He did not make that.
What a stop.
6th fewest points per game allowed, 12th fewest yards per game allowed, 6th best on 3rd down.
3rd and 8. Mickens, but he is picked again.
Very few teams could run on them. They were one of the few who held ball carriers to under 4 a pop.
Lindsey hit hard and pushed back.
Their play against the pass was a little mixed. They didn't rank nearly as high in QB hits or pressure compared to where they finished in sacks. Still, 9th most QB blowups.
Sack!
Pass defense was in the same boat, prone to some big plays, 23rd in yards per catch allowed, but 9th lowest rating allowed.
Fires across the middle, ball intercepted on a tip.
Everyone but the Jackrabbit run it back. He's the only key starter not returning. Allowing a rating near 100 didn't help. Caleb Farley, take 2. Their first-round pick only got 3 games in before getting hurt last season.
It's the back of Caleb Farley. It's incomplete.
His partner across the way, Christian Fulton. Titans fans love him. Completion percentage allowed under 50, rating allowed under 70.
Has time, throwing over the middle, and it's intercepted. Picked off.
Nickel corner Elijah Molden has room for improvement. He gave up a triple-digit rating. Amani Hooker, opinions varied on how he fared in pass coverage. PFF said he got torched. Pro Football Reference said he held his own.
Over the middle, intercepted!
It's picked off.
Kevin Byard, how about 5 picks, Pro Bowler, first team All-Pro?
It's about to be a heavyweight match. And just like last week, we're going to throw the first punch.
They'll have the same guys responsible for hurrying the QBs they're trying to stop. If they're all healthy, this is one of the most dangerous pass rushes in the NFL. Defensive end in a 3-4, mind you, Danico Autry, 9 sacks last season.
Pocket breaks down now, and down he goes.
Their other D-end, Jeffrey Simmons, 8.5 trips home.
No break. You did what I'm saying. End it. Come on.
At OLB, Henry Landry III. Give those other 2 HLs their respect, right? Pro Bowler, sack, 12-pack.
Landry, sack!
Rounding the group out, Bud Dupree, who was hurt much of the year. If he's a full go, QBs will be getting swarmed from every direction.
I like that. I like that.
Inside linebacker David Long has been trending up in his first 3 years in the game, 75 tackles along with some nice numbers against the pass.
Bobbled ball ricocheted up and intercepted on the ricochet.
The thumper, Zach Cunningham, who came over from Texas mid-season, over 90 tackles for the 2 teams.
Johnson trying to get away, he cannot.
The defense appears just as capable of playing at their 2021 levels in 2022. The offense, though, can't afford a repeat performance. Lots of changes, but they need Henry to make the same kind of return that King did in Lord of the Rings. Let's assume he does and stamp them as a 12-win type team as we check out their schedule. They don't have an easy schedule. Split with the Colts, sweep the Jags, and Houston. Only one game on their schedule you'd label a gimme, the Giants. Washington is semi-tough, but that's another win. Buffalo, Las Vegas, Kansas City, Denver, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Chargers, Cowboys. That's a lot of quality. They get 5 of those to go 12-5 though. Worst case, they don't go over 500 in those 9 games. They only come up with wins in 3 of them, 9-8 as the floor. The best case, they go 7-2 against their tough opponents because they're ready for the spotlight. 14-3 isn't unrealistic if Henry plays a full slate. Carolina Panthers, 5-12 in 2021, jumped out of the gate fast and gave a false sense of optimism. Is there something to be optimistic about for 2022?
Dog! Hey! They don't want to respect us, dog! We don't care about who respect us or not, dog, because after today, they gonna feel us.
They are in need of a major jumpstart on offense. Not many teams below them in points per game, yards per game, turnovers, or third down. 29th, 30th, tied for 29th and 29th respectively.
Tosses the ball, intercepted by J.C. Jackson. Goodbye. He is end zone bound.
So, changes. The biggest in theory at QB. Baker Mayfield is in the house.
Play for each other. Each play, party in the end zone on offense, attack the ball on defense, play together, play as one, win on 3, 1, 2, 3, win.
Question is he buying or renting? He was the first overall pick just a few years ago. There's a reason there was no mad dash to trade for him.
Hey, erase all that. Next play, erase everything. It's the next play.
It's not even 100% right now that he bumped Sam Darnold. It shouldn't be hard though. 9 TDs, 13 INTs, under 60% completion rate, just 6.2 yards per attempt for Sammy D.
And just coming around on a little stunt, Malcolm Roach gets the interception.
Carolina did take a flyer on a QB, but it wasn't until the 3rd round. Whoever wins the job, they'll have an improved line blocking for them. They signed Bradley Bozeman to play center, that's an upgrade. Got Austin Corbett to play guard, that's a big upgrade. And the same could be true of their left tackle. They now have a brand new first rounder to plug in there.
The Carolina Panthers select Ikem Ekwonu.
I love this pick. I thought he was he's my 3rd best player in this entire draft. I thought he was the best tackle, and that was a screaming need.
The 3 newcomers hope to upgrade a line that was ranked 30th by PFF last year. Carolina finishing tied for 28th in sacks allowed, 28th in pressure percentage allowed.
Chased by Peppers, sacked by Peppers back at the 15-yard line.
The idea is take that new line, combine it with a healthy CMC Music Factory, and they could make some teams sweat.
McCaffrey to the 10, McCaffrey to the 5, and McCaffrey insists on the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Game preview guy, it's 2022, not 1992. Yeah, whatever. Christian McCaffrey is supposed to be the heart of the offense in every way, but he only played 7 games last year, 3 the year before. It's fair for Keep Pounding fans to be nervous about his health, but it's also fair to expect him to stay healthy and play a full slate.
McCaffrey still on his feet, won't be denied.
So it's like a game of dominoes. Good line, restored CMC. Now Sam Darnold and company have a better chance to do their thing through the air.
Moves up in the pocket, throws long and middle. Anderson's there, caught 10, 5, touchdown! In a New York minute.
Not too many of those kind of Darnold highlights, unfortunately, for 2021. 9 TDs, 13 INTs, under 60% completion rate, just 6.2 yards per attempt.
It is broken up and intercepted by Diggs again! Diggs again! Diggs again!
Carolina did take a flyer on a QB, but it wasn't until the 3rd round. Their pass game will again flow through DJ Moore, over 90 catches, over 1,000 yards.
End zone to DJ Moore, and that's a Panther touchdown. Another strike from Sam Darnold.
They need better production from Robbie Anderson, though. 53 catches, over 500 yards, both reflections of a catch rate that was under 50. I know he's the deep guy, but that's a little rough.
Fires end zone, Anderson, caught, touchdown! Middle of the end zone, Robbie Anderson.
Terrace Marshall filled things out, didn't play a ton as a rook, and tight end is still Ian Thomas, more of a blocker than a pass catcher. So not a ton of changes to their O lineup, certainly not as many as they made to their defense.
Are we the number 1 D or not? Are we the number 1 D or not?
5 key players from last year's defense have left the building. Defensive lineman Daquan Jones and Morgan Fox, inside linebacker Jermaine Carter, and outside linebacker Hassan Reddick, and cornerback Stephon Gilmore. They were all part of a defense that held teams to the 2nd fewest yards per game and were 9th best on 3rd down.
Bad snap over the head of Hurts. He goes back to get it, but lost it. It's free in the end zone. The Panthers fall on it, now lose it out of the back of the end zone. It's a safety.
They didn't fare great in points per game, which, yes, is the most important, but the why had to do with the turnover combo. Their offense constantly doing it, their D not doing it enough. They were a very scattered D in that way. Pass defense was similar, not great in rating allowed, yet held QBs under 7 yards per attempt, 10th lowest.
Winston reverses out, hit as he throws, long ball down the middle of the field, intercepted Burris. Big time play.
Getting after quarterbacks, no real bright spots here. Middle of the pack in QB hits and sacks.
He pumps short and gets pounded! Hassan Reddick!
Brian Burns returns, 9 sacks last year, Pro Bowler, LEGIT.
Sacked at the 30. Winston looked one way, and Brian Burns brought him down the other way.
Who replaces Reddick, though? They're hoping maybe youngster Yetur Gross-Matos blossoms with more snaps.
Pressure coming from Carolina. Ryan in trouble. Down he goes! Yetur Gross-Matos with his first sack.
But the newcomers at linebacker are inside types. Damian Wilson with over 100 tackles.
Blitz coming. Garoppolo is sacked. Damian Wilson, who leads the team in tackles.
Corey Littleton just under 100.
Bridgewater on the move and nowhere to go. Crosby and Littleton were right there.
They'll play alongside Shaq Thompson, who fits right in there nicely. Triple-digit wrap-ups last year.
From the Carolina 40. Oh, what a play! Shaq Thompson, no hesitation.
My goodness. They would love to hold the line against ball carriers the way they did last year. 4.1 yards per carry allowed is above average these days.
180!
Third down at 1.
Looks to be short.
Roy comes up to make the tackle.
He looks to be short. Came Bravian Roy just absolutely destroyed. Offensive line shed, got off that block.
Aside from Gilmore, the rest of the secondary is back, though you aren't better without him. Dante Jackson's season was cut short by injury, but he was playing well before getting hurt, sub-90 rating allowed.
Given time to take a shot down the sideline, it is Jackson. Is he in bounds? He is intercepted by Dante Jackson.
They'll have cornerback J.C. Horn again, too. Promising rookie, only played 3 games.
Winston has time, holding on to the ball, throws, and that's another interception. It's J.C. Horn with a pick.
Cornerback C.J. Henderson is still hoping to avoid the bust label. Has a lot of work to do that, though. Backing those guys up, safety Jeremy Chin, mid-90s rating against, over 100 tackles.
Wilson steps up, now throwing deep for Moore. Down there with Chin, Moore can't hold on. Good coverage by Jeremy Chin.
They signed Xavier Woods. PFR said he got dinged for a plus 100 rating. PFF said he was a sub-90 guy.
Intercepted
Justin Burris is still going to be in the mix. He's the one safety who didn't struggle in coverage for them, though he was limited to 10 games.
Avoids it one way, throws, and this is going to be intercepted. It's a takeaway. Justin Burris has it for Carolina.
Losing Gilmore and Reddick is going to be felt on the defensive end. Offense will be in the hands of Baker or Darnold. How big a difference is there between them, by the way? Their recent track record makes it hard to peg them for more than a handful of wins with their schedule. They win Baker's revenge match against Cleveland, the Giants, Atlanta, Seattle, Detroit. Those are the only other opponents that they would be projected to beat right now. Arizona, San Francisco, the Rams, the Bucs, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Denver, all stronger. 5-12 prediction, which works as the floor too. The ceiling happens because CMC blows up. They're a run-first team with Baker or Darnold getting used like Ryan Tannehill. They could easily tack on 2 more wins in that case and finish 7-10. New York Jets 4-13 in 2021. The under construction signs remain, but for how much longer?
There we go! Yeah!
The answer to that question primarily rests with Zach Wilson. Rookie years behind him, knows what the show tastes like now.
Zach Wilson unloads!
Wilson doesn't have to do much to show improvement. 9 TDs, 11 interceptions, completion percentage in the mid-50s, rating under 70. Just 6.1 yards per attempt. You get the picture.
Lobs one, left sideline, easily picked off by Devin McCourty. And that one from Wilson was just a punt.
What are you doing?
Zach Wilson taking his lumps today.
His year 2 is mighty important then. Good news is he appears to be positioned for progress.
Bullets one, right side of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown.
He had a good line protecting him last year, but it could be even better. That's because they will be plugging Mekhi Becton back in after going without him for all but 1 game last year. They also signed Laken Tomlinson. He had a good year for the Niners. Combine those two with center Connor McGovern, PFF's highest-rated Jets blocker, Elijah Vera Tucker, and George Fant, and you've got a nice little gaggle of big Uggs.
Now scrambles to the right, throws in the back of the end zone. He's got Connor McDermott.
The Jets are equipping Wilson with some new pass catchers, too. The most enticing first-rounder, Garrett Wilson. What are we going to call them when they connect? Wilson squared?
And what I love about this guy, especially paired with a young quarterback, his ability to run after the catch.
They also signed C.J. Uzomah to take over at tight end. A safety valve like that can make a big difference to a young guy.
National tight end day. Hey, go crazy.
Those 2 new faces join 2 old ones. Jets hoping the flashes they saw from rookie Elijah Moore in his 11 games can blossom into the norm for him.
Elijah Moore in the open. Joe Flacco found him in stride.
Corey Davis is the vet of the group, only got 9 games in 2021.
At the goal line, into the end zone, he's got it!
Can't leave out all-world return man Braxton Berrios. Nice to have a depth guy who can provide over 40 receptions and 400-plus yards.
Braxton Berrios makes the catch, toe tap, he's in! That's a Jet touchdown!
Ground game. They really seem to think their name dictated how they should move the ball because no team ran the ball less than New York. Michael Carter handled his carries well enough. 4.3 yards per carry, over 600 yards.
At the goal line, and he's in! Michael Carter!
He could see a timeshare with Breece Hall, who the Jets took in the 2nd round. Between the two, you'd think they would run a little more often in 2022. New York has a lot of ground to make up, as does Wilson. Their offense has to be better than 28th in points per game, 26th in yards per game, 27th on 3rd down. Otherwise, it could be back to the drawing board.
Down he goes!
The defense has an even bigger hole to dig out of. They were in the vying for the worst defense in the NFL last year. Concerning being that's head coach Robert Saleh's strength. No team was easier to score on or easier to move the ball against. 27th on 3rd down and 31st in takeaways.
He just threw a good ball on that one.
Gave up 4.5 yards per carry along the ground, so rush D was an issue. And worse, their pass defense was brutal. 2nd highest rating allowed, gave up one of the highest yards per attempt figure in the league, 29th in completion percentage allowed, tied for 27th in yards per completion allowed.
He tosses a lob to Aguilar!
All those numbers were tied to the fact they didn't pressure, hit, or sack QBs with any regularity. Their D was a mess.
Keep it himself. Finally throws it late. It is caught.
So time for change, and they made lots of them, starting with the secondary, which was pretty much overhauled. No more Marcus May. He was hurt last year, only got 6 games in, didn't play the pass great when he was out there. Neither did their other safety, Ashton Davis, who will likely find himself as a backup. Corner Bryce Hall probably finds himself on the bench next to Davis. He gave up 6 TDs and a rating close to 100. New York decided to pour some sauce on their pass problem, took corner Ahmad Gardner with the 4th overall pick.
He's not as heavy as Antonio Cromartie, but that same height and length and athleticism and toughness.
Snaked safety Jordan Whitehead from Tampa Bay. He played the pass pretty good last year.
Pass is going to be picked. It is. What a catch, too, on the interception. Whitehead.
They expect him to play alongside LaMarcus Joyner, who they only got 1 game out of last year. They also signed DJ Reed. He didn't get a lot of pub, but sub 70 rating allowed meant he should have.
Tried to force that football, DJ Reed with a great play.
The one Jet DB starter from last year who is secure, corner Brandon Eccles. Not a lot of fans league-wide know his name. Sub 80 rating allowed as a rookie, couple picks.
For Evans, underthrown and intercepted. Brandon Eccles.
Sauce and Breezy, please live up to your potential, gents. The nickname for that duo would instantly be one of the best in the game. They'll have new blood up front, too. Carl Lawson was added, 5.5 sacks last time we saw him in 2020. He missed all last season.
This time Lawson wraps him up.
Had 8.5 as a rook in 2017. Temper expectations, but getting back to that number is achievable. Jets had 3 first-round picks, used the last one on outside linebacker Jermaine Johnson.
A lot of young talent on this football team. Big-time speed. He can crush the pocket. And when you think of that size and length that he has, just reminded me of Danielle Hunter and what he's done in his career with the Minnesota Vikings.
John Franklin Myers is back, 6-sack guy in 2021.
And talk about a guy that has really kind of been an under-the-radar player.
Quinnen Williams, he had a half dozen QB takedowns. His came from DT, making them a little more impressive.
5th sack of the day for the Jet defense. Quinnen Williams leads the way.
So maybe not an elite pass rush, but it shouldn't be an anemic one either. Both their starting inside linebackers returned. Both were 100-plus tackle guys. C.J. Mosley went bonkers, wrapping up 168 ball carriers.
Oh, God. Oh.
Quincy Williams, 110 tackles, 3 forced fumbles, 2 sacks, 9 TFLs. Key and Peele might call that kind of year NOICE.
Quincy Williams, 3rd-year linebacker from Murray State, got there.
Roughly speaking, the changes to their defense amount to a 2-game improvement at least. Wilson's development will dictate how much better the offense is. There are a lot of different opinions out there about how his story ends up. I suppose saying they're going 3-14 means he struggles again. They're going to be fighting an uphill battle every week. Wins against other lesser-rated teams at home, basically. No worst case for these boys, just a ceiling to talk about. If Wilson steps up and the offense is a threat, Cleveland and Seattle are winnable, obviously. Splitting with a division opponent is also realistic. 7-10 and the future would look bright. Detroit Lions 3-13-1 in DC year 1. Tougher out than they appeared to be. Can't criticize Campbell's ability to motivate at least.
I want to give the game ball to Coach.
Question now, can Campbell get more production out of the team? That in turn would lead to more W's. Defense was abysmal, 31st in points per game allowed, 29th in yards per game allowed, 29th on 3rd down.
Head up! Head up! Don't feel sorry for yourself!
Pin the blame on their inability to stop QBs. No pass rush equal to no pass defense. 30th in sacks, 31st in QB hits, 31st in pressure percentage.
Touchdown, Devin Duvernay!
Enter first-round pick number 1, Aiden Hutchinson.
And he is a polished professional pass rusher. He can beat you with speed. He can beat you with power. He's going to get a handful of them just purely off of the maniacal effort that he plays with.
Now add second-round pick Josh Paschal.
This is a darn good player at Kentucky. Use him on the edge and also let him go inside.
Both of whom join outside linebacker Julian Okwara, who got more reps in 2021 and made them count. 5 sacks in year 2 has Lions fans optimistic year 3 will be a breakout.
Watch Okwara. This is a real savvy move. He thinks that he's just playing a man or he thinks he's a dropper, and then bang.
And Charles Harris had a career year in his first campaign in the Motor City, led the team with 7.5 QB takedowns.
It's a good job by Charles Harris, fighting through the block, getting pressure.
So they should bother QBs a little more than last year, which will help a secondary that got shredded last season. 30th in rating allowed, tied for 29th in yards per attempt allowed, 31st in yards per catch allowed.
Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Come on. Let's fix it.
There was one bright spot in all that. Amani Oruwariye, 6 picks, sub 60 rating allowed, was better in year 2 than year 1, better in year 3 than year 2. Keeps that up, Lions will have themselves a lockdown corner.
Intercepted at the goal line by Amani Oruwariye.
Imagine if Jeff Okudah could live up to his first round selection. Only got 1 game in last year, struggled some as a rook the year before.
Deep down the right sideline, Okudah in coverage. It is caught. Deebo Samuel.
So this is a pivotal season for him. They picked up a couple DB vets to mix into the rotation, no one that sells jerseys, if you will. Both Detroit starters on the back end return, Tracy Walker and Will Harris. Neither played the pass well. Walker at least had triple-digit tackles.
Garoppolo in trouble. They brought the heat, and this time Tracy Walker drops the 49er quarterback.
Detroit gave up 4.4 a run along the ground, wrong side of average.
Big hole inside the 30, inside the 20, into the end zone for the touchdown.
Inside linebackers, Alex Anzalone, 78 tackles last year. He's back.
And this is a tough play. It's just one-on-one.
And so is Derek Barnes, 67 tackles and a couple sacks as a rook.
That was a ferocious tackle by Barnes, the rookie.
Detroit's D improving this year hinges on a number of young guys making an impact. Hutchinson especially, he's face of the franchise material, but can he live up to it? He wasn't the only high-profile first-round pick the Lions added to their roster. The offense got a boost when they picked Jameson Williams with the 12th overall pick.
Yeah, there's fast, and then there's that. I mean, Jameson Williams is in that rare company. The GPS numbers back that up, by the way, that the teams have. That speed is legit.
Detroit's offense was in just as big a hole as its defense when 2021 came to an end. 25th in points per game, 22nd in yards per game, 31st on third down.
Let's get us in the end zone.
Everyone tends to blame the QB when they hear rankings like that. Jared Goff, though, wasn't terrible. He didn't really have much to work with. 19 TDs, 8 INTs, completed 67% of his passes, and had a rating over 90. Pretty solid under the circumstances.
Goff's got it, throws left side, wants Cephas, got him, touchdown.
That's not to say he's the long-term answer at QB, but what was he supposed to do with no elite players at the skill positions? Williams is supposed to change that, and likely answer the question as to where things stand with Goff.
Good job, baby! Good job, baby! You gave us a chance!
The rookie speedster will pair up with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Quietly, he had a really good year. Goff targeted him more than anyone. 90 receptions, over 900 yards, and 5 TDs.
Yes! Caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions! They did it! Amon-Ra St. Brown in the receiving end!
TJ Hawkinson has handled the tight end spot solidly since being drafted. 61 receptions, 583 yards last year.
Caught! Touchdown, Detroit Lions!
They need someone to emerge behind those two, though. Josh Reynolds, Quintez Cephas, and newcomer DJ Chark are the options. And of course, when all else fails, Goff can dump to DeAndre Swift.
Right, Swifty. Let's go have a day, huh? Let's go have a day.
He had over 60 catches, over 400 receiving yards.
Dump it off, Swift inside the 40, 35-30. One man to beat, cuts it back inside the 20, and he's gone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions.
Swift the runner, 4.1 yards per carry, over 600 yards on the ground, 5 touchdowns. He was in a bit of a timeshare.
Reaching for the end zone, and in. Touchdown, Detroit Lions.
Jamal Williams was the one snaking his touches, also ran for over 600 yards. Guys blocking for them, all returning, though center Frank Ragnow only got 4 games in. Taylor Decker played in 9. Still, PFF ranked the unit 16th.
To Swift. Swift picks up a block. Gets across the 45 to the 50.
Detroit faithful, it looks like you'll have to be patient again. The big draft picks should make them better, though.
That's a good start. We needed that in a bad way.
Detroit still has a lot of ground to make up against teams like Green Bay and Minnesota inside their division, and they're chasing squads like Philadelphia, Washington, New England, Dallas, Miami, and Buffalo outside it. It leaves the likes of Seattle, the Giants, Jacksonville, the Jets, and Carolina. Lions aren't necessarily better than them, so pick up 2 more wins. There isn't a floor scenario because of that, and it's unlikely they finish that poorly but have to spread the victories out, you know? This team's ceiling is much more intriguing. They've been pegged by a few as a possible wildcard team. Goff to Williams would have to be huge for that to happen. Swift would need to break out, and Hutchinson would need to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. If they do that, they go 4-1 against their weaker opponents, sweep the Bears, split with the Vikings, and beat Washington. 8-9, and Lions fans would be stoked for 2023. Chicago Bears, Matt Nagy, Ryan Pace era over after a 6-11 year. Points per game, yards per game on offense in 2021, 27th and 24th.
Then the ball is loose, and it's scooped up out of the air by Budda Baker.
Tied for 31st on 3rd down.
Now he runs around to the left, and he is down.
Starting running back only averaged 3.8 yards per carry.
Montgomery. This time he'll get nothing.
It's the line, right? PFF said they were 21st. Bears fans screaming, that's generous.
They toss it over to Montgomery. Nowhere to go. In the backfield so fast. And they knock him back for a loss.
Chicago's line won't look the same. A number of spots will be new. But better? No big names added to the mix. Don't have big shoes to fill at least. Last year's collection, most sacks allowed of any team in the NFL.
Here's Dalton under pressure. Dalton out.
This is part 1 of why no one really knows what to think of Justin Fields. Forgive the Bears faithful if they're hesitant to run out and buy number 1 jerseys by the drove.
Fields has the pass batted down and intercepted. It's more than just batted down.
Fields' numbers didn't impress. That's why they were 23rd in attempts.
Fields, this ball's thrown a little bit high to a receiver about 10 yards deep. It gets popped up in the air.
Game has to slow down for Fields. He did show flashes.
There's a bootleg out left. Justin Fields will throw for the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown by Jesse James.
Maybe taking off more would help too. No question, he can fly.
On the take, Fields was going to do something with it, but it was not this.
So can Darnell Mooney, one of the lone bright spots on the offense. 1,000 and change for him through the air. Impressive based on the situation it is in.
Mooney with blockers, hits the gas 45-50. In the Ravens territory. What a cut in the open field. He's gone.
Cole Kmet, not too shabby either. Cracked 600 yards.
Fields, rush coming. Connection with Kmet. First down into Raiders territory.
Allen Robinson isn't around anymore. Didn't play much anyway. Byron Pringle is in. He's a beast in the red zone.
Caught by Pringle. Off the hit. Darts back inside. Touchdown!
I played dead on. I know, bro. You got me at the end. For real? Yeah.
Fields has the same running back behind him, David Montgomery. The debate is on. Is he just a guy? 3.8 is not good.
Montgomery in the backfield.
13th play of the drive. And brought down for a loss. Seahawks all over it.
Or is he a star behind a bad line, like Steelers fans feel about Najee?
David Montgomery banging it in for 6.
Defensive side of things. Last year's unit has been dismantled. Adios, Khalil Mack.
Here comes Mack. He's got power. And down he goes. Khalil Mack. Return to Raider territory.
Akeem Hicks, bye-bye.
Bears show pressure and bring it. Get into Rodgers for the 3rd time today. It's Akeem Hicks.
Chicago wasn't good on D, 30th in points per game, tied for 26th in creating turnovers, dead last in passer rating allowed.
Pat Fryermuth took it away from the defensive back.
So, 5 of the 7 up front are new. Mack, Hicks, Eddie Goldman, Bilal Nichols, Alex Ogletree are replaced by guys like Trevis Gibson, Justin Jones, Nicholas Morrow, Caleb Johnson. Does that make them better at stopping the run, which they didn't do well last year?
Here's Mayfield. He's going to give it. Hunt's going to run to the right. He got it. 25. A cut 20. 15. 10. 5. Touchdown. Kareem Hunt.
Does it make them better at bothering QBs? Yes, Robert Quinn was a beast.
Quinn's got him, and down he goes! With time, here comes Quinn. Walked right into it. Quinn's got him wrapped up, and the ball comes out.
The Bears finished 4th in sacks because of him. Doesn't mean they had a strong pass rush, though. Dismal when it came to pressure and QB hits. It was mostly just Quinn.
Sets his feet and launches. Back deep right. It's caught at the 20. Van Jefferson, he gets up. He gets in!
When you can't pressure the QB, it hurts the secondary. Bears weren't just last in rating allowed, they were bottom dwellers when it came to yards per attempt and yards per completion allowed. No monsters in the midway in their secondary.
Rodgers lofts it left side. Devontae Adams makes the catch, cuts it back to the 5. End zone, touchdown.
Eddie Jackson is back, but he did not play the pass well.
Fires to Jefferson. Touchdown, JJ.
Jalen Johnson, the team's top corner, rating allowed close to 100.
Nice throw by Jared Goff.
Yes.
Downfield.
Newcomers to their secondary, they also fit the no-name defensive theme in Chicago this year. All of them now under the control of Matt Eberflus, the former DC of the Colts. Indy finished 9th in points per game allowed, 16th in yards per game allowed in 2021. He seems to have a challenge ahead of him. He at least has Roquan Smith, maybe the most underrated linebacker in the NFL, being he somehow didn't make the Pro Bowl.
We're cooking with grease. We're cooking with grease. Hey, we're cooking with grease, Tonga.
But Eberflus doesn't have any 2022 first-round picks to work with. The new GM let a ton of production walk or traded it, didn't make any major splashes in free agency. So the spotlight this year is directly on Fields. Will they finally find their guy, or is it Mitch 2.0?
We're cooking with grease. We're cooking with grease.
Either way, this team appears to be in for a rough ride. The defense being overhauled cost them a couple wins. No new help for Fields also equals a game. They just don't have a strong roster. Fields doesn't have any elite weapons or linemen to work with, and the defense is a shell of its former self. If you wanted to look at it through NFL media Adam Rank's eyes, though, it will go much better than that, like 8 wins better. Love that guy, but those are some rainbow-colored glasses on for sure. 6 wins is the real ceiling for this squad. They can take teams like the Giants, Washington, Atlanta, and the Jets.
60 minutes. Punch them in the mouth early and often. Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Indianapolis Colts 9-8 in 2021. Convo has to start at QB. It's a little complicated. Lots of ins and outs to consider.
He's going to throw upfield into the end zone. Touchdown!
And he run it like for 10 weeks. That's all of you. That's what I just, now he gets it. That's what I just told him.
Just presenting a statistical line of thinking here. Carson Wentz shipped off to Washington. Matt Ryan takes his place.
Quick throw caught. Gage. Touchdown Atlanta.
Let's go! Go get it deep, man, baby.
Feels like Wentz got pegged for the Colts' trajectory going the wrong way. Certainly didn't help that in a must-win game at the end of the year against one of the worst pass defenses and overall defenses in the league, Wentz had one of his worst outings.
The ball comes out, and Jacksonville will take over.
We have to take advantage of our opportunity.
But Wentz's overall production much better than Ryan's last season. This is where it gets tricky. Ryan has had a great career. He's at the tail end of it. A little deja vu, right? Phillip Rivers 2.0, crafty vet, smart, won't lose to the Jags in Week 17 with a playoff berth on the line. That's the idea.
Gonna throw it. Such a good call. Nobody around. Wide open. Hayden Hurst. Touchdown Atlanta on the right side.
Here's your buyer beware sticker. The Colts Rivers-led offense was 9th in points per game, 10th in yards per game, and not impressive on third down.
Rivers back to pass. Late pressure coming. Steps up, throws. That's going to be picked off.
The Wentz offense, also 9th in points per game, a little worse in yards per game, way better on third down. So not much of a difference.
Throws on the run downfield, and it's broken up and then tipped into the end zone to T.Y. Hilton.
Wentz's sack total was average. 27 TDs, 7 INTs. Most teams and QBs would take that.
Desmond Patman, his first career touchdown.
It's nice to open the game like that. Oh, no doubt.
Were the offenses the exact same? Of course not. JT altered the Colts' offensive philosophy. Improvement at QB then comes down to intangibles. Ryan's 2021 numbers with a line that was 28th in pressure percentage allowed weren't great.
Diving interception.
Now he's going to take snaps behind a line that was 22nd in pressure percentage allowed, and that line lost 2 big pieces, left tackle Eric Fisher and guard Mark Glowinski. Both received solid reviews from PFF in 2021. Replacements aren't known quantities either, so why would one think Ryan will have more time than Wentz?
Standing in the end zone, he's in trouble. He tries to left-hand it out. It's intercepted by Bolden. Touchdown, Titans. Wentz made a massive mistake.
Plus, Ryan needs time because he's not a scrambler. Now, Wentz did benefit from a defense that produced the second most turnovers last year, so you can argue his production should have been better.
First down, heaves it over the middle, picked off. Darius Leonard, the maniac, with the INT.
You could also argue that Frank Reich took a 16 TD, 15 INT guy and restored him to a 27-7 guy. Ryan was 20-12 last year. Add the Reich effect, and it's not a stretch to think Ryan could go 30-7 this year. Dude was a league MVP not that long ago.
To Ryan, Washington brings fourth, throw for Patterson, touchdown! Third touchdown of the day.
Go! Plus, when's the last time you saw Ryan with a back like Jonathan Taylor? He dethroned the King as the top running back in football last year.
You know what time it is now, though? Absolutely. It's time. It's JT time now.
Hands off to Jonathan Taylor. Big hole. There he goes. Jonathan Taylor, 78 yards to the house. Touchdown.
The answer? Never. Ryan's never had someone that good anyway. So now you're to complicated topic number 2 with this team.
Hands off to Taylor. Taylor, big run. He's at the 45, 50, 40, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Touchdown!
Can Taylor put up another MVP-type campaign, especially if his big uglies aren't as adept at opening holes for him? History says running backs have a tough time putting up back-to-back monster campaigns as it is. Hey, look at King Henry, right? But we can't predict injuries, and JT is 23 years old. The other famous JT only got better from there.
Jumps over the pile. He's in there. Touchdown!
No, I'm blocking. I just see. I don't want to say where my hand went when I helped push JT in and he jumped. I was like, oh.
1,600 yards wouldn't be a drop-off if Ryan is throwing more, too. Last year, the Colts offense rolled a 5-27 split. 5th most rush attempts, 27th in pass attempts.
Colts will hand off to Taylor, starts right, veers the left, and he walks into the end zone. Touchdown, Jonathan Taylor.
Ryan will be working with most of the same cast of receivers as Wentz. Michael Pittman Jr. put up 1,000 and change.
Wentz going for the home run downfield. Michael Pittman high points the ball. Touchdown.
There wasn't a guy even close to him in targets on the team, and maybe more alarming, none within 600 yards of him.
Michael Pittman Jr. Another touchdown.
Hey, that's the way to block him up. That's the way to block him up. You gotta keep the pressure on him now, right? I know. Pressure on.
What did Indy do to improve the situation? Not much. T.Y. Hilton and Zach Pascal left, in theory leaving the likes of Paris Campbell and Ashton Dulin in their places. Tight end, Mo Alley Cox is back, but not Jack Doyle. No high-ceiling first-rounders to plug in either. Hard to make the case their offense can outproduce last year's bunch by a significant level, especially with the O-line being such an X-factor. Seems like it's just ball control, with Ryan coming through when needed.
Feel like you're 14 today.
Throw caught, Gage, touchdown Atlanta.
So, can the defense make up some ground? We mentioned their strength taking the ball away. That was a big reason they finished 9th in points per game allowed.
Jones looks left, fires that way, picked off. Darius Leonard at the 5-yard line. Stiff arms a player.
However, 16th in yards per game allowed and 19th on third down. It's very difficult to come up with that many turnovers back-to-back years, especially if a lot of them were fumble recoveries.
And it's a bad snap. The ball's in the end zone. The Colts have it. Ashton Dulin, touchdown.
The Colts tied for first on that front. If they can't repeat the feat, expect regression when it comes to the scoreboard.
Looking over the middle, pumps once, throws, end zone, caught! Game over! And the Ravens have won it in overtime!
Indy wasn't strong against the run, 4.4 a carry allowed.
Runs over Leonard, and is taken down at the 40. Rock 'em, sock 'em, robots!
Pass defense was average, which was sort of impressive because the Colts' pass rush was bottom of the barrel in sacks, QB hits, and pressure percentage.
Trevor looking, fires left side. That ball is going to be caught. That's a touchdown. Laquan Treadwell.
Don't blame DeForest Buckner. 7 sacks from the DT spot, solid pressure rate, Pro Bowler.
Tired of these damn quarterback hits. I need to give me sacks. Damn, bro. Whoa! Let's go, man!
He won't be working with Al-Quadin Muhammad anymore. Him and his 6 sacks are out, but Yannick Ngakoue is in. That's an upgrade, better pressure rate, and 10 sacks.
Is sacked. Back on the Bears' 45-yard line.
Ngakoue got in again on him.
They really need Kwity Paye to make the leap in year 2, though, if they want to see big gains. Just 4 sacks and 15 starts in 2021.
4 receivers into the game, backs, and he's dancing in the pocket, and the ball is on the ground. It's taken away by the Colts, but the ball was stripped free by Kwity Paye.
The group that would benefit from extra heat will be a lot different. Kenny Moore made his first Pro Bowl. Give that man more pub.
To the Texans, and they start 1st and 10 on a play action on a boot. Rolling right side, Tyrod Taylor surveys, throws upfield, and it's intercepted on the sideline, but did Kenny Moore stay in bounds?
That's a heck of a way to start a game right there.
They traded corner Rock Yassin. He played well for them. Xavier Rhodes was solid, also gone. Means Isaiah Rodgers will see the field a lot more. That's a good thing based on what we saw of him in 2021. 3 INTs, and he only made 1 start, sub 80 rating allowed.
And it is caught, but I think by the Colts, it is.
He's throwing it to us today. He's throwing it to us. Right, Rock. Catch him all, baby. He's throwing it to us.
Oh, that Stephon Gilmore guy they just added. Just one of the best corners in the league.
Jones a short set, and a crossing route intercepted. Picked off by the Panthers in stride. Gilmore's got it, and he returns it to the 33-yard line.
You don't think that means much to Stephon Gilmore, do you? Well,
Free safety Andrew Sendejo also gone. No clear replacement just yet. Linebacking core, Darius Leonard and Bobby Okereke, both 120-plus tackle seasons, both studs.
Field takes a shotgun snap, backs the pass, he's got time. Scanning, throws right side, and it's broken up and picked off by the Colts. Bobby Okereke. Okereke taking the pile forward to the 20-yard line. 2nd interception of the ball game for the Colts. Bobby Okereke.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 takeaways. What you said again? This feels good, bro. Damn. This feels good.
Brendan Faison takes the place of Zaire Franklin at the 3rd spot. Seems like a wash. If you buy that Ryan will be better than Wentz, then they're in the 10-win range. Let's see how they fare with their schedule. Inside the AFC South, they should take Jacksonville and Houston both times, split with the Titans. The Giants are the only lesser-rated team they face outside the division. Give them a W there, too. Washington, New England, and Pittsburgh are all sort of on their level. They take 2 of 3 against that trio. Only 1 more win, though, from the games against the upper-tier type teams, and they face 7 of them. KC, Denver, Las Vegas, Philadelphia, Dallas, Minnesota, and the Chargers. They have one of the tougher slates in 2022. 9-8 with a chance at playoff football. The floor, the offense is stagnated by the lack of receiver options. Ryan really isn't any better than Wentz. Defense regresses. They could get swept by Tennessee, not beat any of the strong teams, and finish 7-10. But if Ryan plays like Ryan of old, they play great situational ball, those 7 games won't be a debacle. They could take 3 of 4 of them and finish 11-6. Houston Texans, 4-13 in 2021, but 2022 is the official start of not only a new season, but a new era.
Davis, that's how it's done, boy. That's what I'm talking about.
Is Davis Mills still going to be taking snaps when the dust settles? Lots of QBs went ahead of him in the 2021 draft. Not many of them outplayed him, though. 16 TDs against 10 picks, 88.9 rating. Sure, those don't jump off the page, but when you're taking over a team that many thought might be a 1-win type team, you don't have a running game to fall back on, or a line that can protect you, and you scrap and fight the way he did, well, it's safe to say his numbers don't do his play justice.
But they ain't all the way pulled over like that, though.
Mills also didn't have too many reliable pass catchers to work with, but he at least had Brandon Cooks. There were several games where he literally was the only option. Teams doubled him left and right because why wouldn't you? Still finished with 90 catches and over 1,000 yards. Next best option is likely Nico Collins, over 400 yards, but also has to improve his catch rate, which was mid-50s.
Nice catch by Nico Collins.
They also used a 2nd-round pick on wide receiver John Mechie.
Yeah, this is a favorite of a lot of coaches around the league, and I get why.
Would be nice to equip Mills with a solid tight end. He'll have to rely on guys like Brevin Jordan and Pharaoh Brown. Neither guy moves the needle much. But maybe if Mills has more time to work with, he can make all that work. Their O-line was ranked 31st by PFF, Houston 24th in sacks allowed.
Here comes the blitz. He got creamed.
Left tackle Laramie Tunsil only played 5 games. They could really use a full slate from him, and they need first-rounder Kenyon Green to make an immediate impact.
This dude at 323 pounds can generate some serious movement in the run game.
Titus Howard is also back, has to play a lot better, received a really poor grade from PFF for his 2021. And how about coming up with a run game? David Johnson didn't work out, finished his Texans tenure with a 3.4 yard per carry season. Rex Burkhead wasn't much better. He's back. He finished at 3.5 yards per carry. That's why the Texans are taking a chance on Marlon Mack. Hasn't played much the last 2 years, so a major X factor.
Great run by Mack.
Last year's offense finished 30th in points per game and 32nd in yards per game.
Mills lost the handle.
It's going to take Mills really blossoming in his year 2 if the Texans offense hopes to improve on those fronts, being Houston didn't conduct a major facelift to its offensive lineup.
Boy, let me tell you something. That was a spectacular play.
It's not like the defense is in different territory. It too is being reconstructed. 27th in points per game allowed, 31st in yards per game allowed, 26th on third down.
Touchdown!
They were like that goalie in those old hockey commercials trying to stop Sergei Fedorov. Run game, couldn't stop him. Pass game, couldn't stop him. Pass rush, couldn't get to him.
Has time. Gonna throw back left on the over route. It is caught.
They made the most changes to their secondary, used their first pick in the draft to take cornerback Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley Jr. This is a guy who I think is the most talented corner in this draft.
Used a second rounder to grab safety Jalen Petrie.
And he will take you to where the play is being made, and oftentimes he makes the play.
He will replace Justin Reed, one of their best defenders, especially in pass coverage. They traded away cornerback Lonnie Johnson. He too played the pass well. Cornerback Terrence Mitchell did not, though, so his loss won't be felt quite as much. They still have cornerback Desmond King. He had a respectable year last year at least. That pass rush that struggled to bother QBs, pretty much manned by the same dudes.
Yeah, I need that.
The one guy who came through, Jonathan Greener, led the team with 8 sacks.
Man, give me that! Damn!
None of the DTs and DEs expected to line up next to him got home more than 2.5 times, so the rush could still be a little on the frosty side. 2 of the 3 linebackers behind them will be the same. Christian Kirksey had an underrated year. Happens a lot in Houston these days, but he did a little bit of everything.
Good job by Christian Kirksey.
Texans fans, though, are especially excited to see if Camus Grugier-Hill is the real deal. He sure looked like it last year. 100-plus tackles, 13 TFLs, 2 forced fumbles, an interception, 3 sacks. Lovie Smith is now at the controls, and he knows the sitch well, that sitch being this is the start of a rebuild. Consider them the sacrificial lamb for others' need of W's. They just don't have an overly competitive roster. 1-16, which is what I think we went with for them last year, and they cobbled together 4 wins, which could happen again. The Bears, the Giants, they're not in much better shape. Tack on a split with Indianapolis or Tennessee, and it's a 4-13 repeat. Jacksonville Jaguars 3-14 during Urban Meyer's cup of tea, maybe more like a cup of spilled tea. So a new regime is in town to try and right the ship.
Either way, win or lose this game, either way we gotta keep getting better.
Doug Peterson has a lot of writing to do. Jags offense 32nd in points per game, 27th in yards per game, 28th on third down, tied for 29th in turnovers. Yuck.
And those are the throws that make you go, he's got a lot to learn.
Hey, he's fine, bro. Throw it, and have.
Many of those turnovers came from their 2020 number 1 pick. I know you got to make your coin when you can, but maybe fewer sandwich commercials this year. At least prove yourself so you don't end up in an awkward spot like that insurance company did with Baker. Too soon, people. Lawrence looked more like Joey than Trevor in his debut season. 12 TDs against 17 INTs, 71.9 rating, only 6 yards per attempt, under 60% completion rate.
It just gets better, bro, I promise. Keep going, bro. Keep going.
Surely that was the result of Lawrence having to serve under Meyer. That's the hope in Duval, at least. Plenty of first-pick QBs have struggled their first year only to rebound. Randall Pink Floyd Spicoli can do it too. Can't decide which is best, so I'm just doubling up.
Those are the throws that you go, wow, this guy has the arm to be great.
Lawrence's O-line could be better this year. PFF ranked them 24th last year. However, they also ranked them 13th in pressure percentage allowed, and they finished tied for 9th in sacks allowed.
Lawrence dropped the throw. Fires middle of the field, caught by Chris Manhurst into the end zone, touchdown!
Jacksonville gutted the interior of the line, drafted a new center in the 3rd round, and signed Brandon Scherf to take over at one of the guard spots. That's good news for James Robinson. At times, it seemed like Aaron Donald wasn't the only NFLer in the league Urban might have been unfamiliar with. Robinson was their best offensive weapon and at times underused. 30th in rush attempts when you have a struggling QB and a back who gains 4.7 a carry just seemed a little odd.
A 6-yard touchdown run by James Robinson.
Would be nice to see what Travis Etienne can do. He missed the whole year after they took him in the first round. Lawrence not only has a new coach, a stud back, and an improved line, he also has a couple new pass catchers. DJ Chark has left town, only played 4 games last year anyway. They added Zay Jones, close to 50 catches, over 500 yards.
Jackpot, baby!
Also spent big on Christian Kirk, 77 receptions, just under a K in yards, 5 scores.
Side over the shoulder catch by Kirk in the end zone.
They joined 2 returnees. Lawrence's top target from 2021, Marvin Jones, solid year with over 800 yards and 70-plus catches.
To the end zone to Marvin Jones. Did he come down, feet in bounds? He did.
Laviska Shenault, 63 catches, 619 yards, almost identical to his rookie year.
20 pass to the outside, and inside the 10-yard line goes Shenault.
Jags picked up a new tight end, Evan Ingram, coming off a 400-plus yard season.
Catch made for a first down, Evan Ingram.
He'll share duties with Dan Arnold. He had a few good games for them in 2021.
Arnold with the 2-point conversion.
DC Mike Caldwell has just as much work to do with that defense. He'll be hoping 2 first-rounders can jumpstart things.
Let's go!
No team came up with fewer takeaways. They were 25th on third down, 28th in points per game allowed.
And now they are within easy field goal range.
Rush defense wasn't good, but it wasn't the problem. 4.3 yards per carry allowed. Pass defense and accompanying pass rush, they were the problem. Tied for 27th in sacks and tied for 27th in QB hits. And keep in mind, that was a team that blitzed a lot.
Wow, bro.
On the back end, 29th in rating allowed, tied for 31st in completion percentage allowed, while finishing tied for 26th in yards per attempt allowed.
Touchdown!
And thing is, they didn't make many tweaks to their secondary, so they're relying on pretty much the same bunch to play better. Only a few of their expected starters held QBs to a sub-90 rating last season. Their top corner, Tyson Campbell, all things considered, he didn't have a bad year.
Tyson Campbell, the rookie.
Free safety Rayshon Jenkins was one of the guys with the sub-90 rating against.
Tackle, and they're going for Howens, and the coverage by Rayshon Jenkins, and a long incompletion.
Cornerback Rudy Ford, also in the 90s rating allowed club. He may get bumped for newcomer Darius Williams, who took a bit of a step backwards in his 3rd year. Their big ad from last year's free agent group, Shaq Griffin, he did not live up to that contract, rating allowed over 100, close to a 70% completion rate against. He needs to rebound.
It's like the Truman Show, like they have a freaking thing over our stadium. Yeah.
Strong safety Andrew Wingard's focus is more on the run, but he had trouble stopping passes too. Seems like they need help, i.e. they need consistent heat applied to QBs, thus their use of their second in a row first overall pick.
And he's gonna first day dominate against the run.
And when their second pick came around, it was an inside linebacker who can get home from the middle.
To add him to Trayvon Walker, that's a good young nucleus they have now on that Jacksonville defense, added with Josh Allen.
So couple them with Josh Allen, who showed signs of life with 7.5 sacks and over 70 tackles. Just imagine if he could play against himself every game, though.
Drops the throw. He's going to get hit. He's going to get sacked. They got him from behind. That time, Josh Allen. Got Josh Allen.
Dwan Smoot, 6 sacks last year. That's more or less what you can expect from him.
Here comes the pressure. Allen is in trouble, and down he goes. Nobody blocked Dwan Smoot.
Jacksonville can also hope that another previous first-round pick shows up. See this sack here by K'Lavon Chaisson? Yeah, that was his only one in 15 games played.
Sacked for a 2-yard loss. Chaisson.
They did part ways with 2 100-tackle guys, inside linebackers Miles Jack and Damian Wilson. So go find a guy that has almost just as many by himself. Foye Oluokun, 192 tackles last year, league leader, of course.
And it's intercepted. Foye Oluokun will seal it for the Falcons.
Let's pull back the curtain on the process of trying to guess 32 teams' records at once. You always end up with a few predictions that make no sense in your own head. The Jags were that team this year. This is the record we have for them connected to the other 31 schedules. Forget it. We're going to take a mulligan and unplug them for a second. This is much more realistic based on what they did this offseason. They have a lot of similarities to the Bengals from last year. High-profile QB, lots of promising youth, and Doug Peterson has proven he knows how to win. 7-10, Jag superfan Jason from the Good Place would be stoked. Seattle Seahawks 7-10 in 2021, the final year of the dangerous era, so time for a new identity.
Whatever you take, let's go to work.
Russell Wilson's final year in Seattle saw him suffer a midseason injury that brought Seattle's offense to a crawl. Even with Wilson playing 14 games, Seattle still struggled. 16th in points per game, 20th in yards per game, 23rd on third down.
Throws left side of the end zone, intercepted in the end zone by the Packers.
Now they face an entire season with either Drew Lock or Geno Smith taking snaps. Smith started 3 games, threw 5 TDs against just 1 pick, rating over 100. Only 175 yards per game, though. Locke also started 3 games, 2 TDs, 2 INTs.
It is caught! Touchdown, Denver!
In his young career, he's had random games that make people go, oh, wait, maybe he gets it. But a lot of his games have been like, oh, no, he doesn't.
Lock, end zone, and it is intercepted.
Whoever ultimately wins the job does have a nice pass-catching group to work with at least. Tyler Lockett, over 70 catches, over 1,000 yards, 8 TDs.
Breaks the tackle, 30, 25, they're not going to touch him. Touchdown, Tyler Lockett.
DK Metcalf failed to crack the 1,000-yard barrier. His catch rate being in the 50s was part of that. Season before, when he went for 1,300 yards, he hauled in a little over 64% of the balls thrown his way. Still, 75 catches last year, just barely under 1,000 yards.
Man to man, you cannot cover DK Metcalf.
Seahawks tight end will be new. Gerald Everett accounted for 400-plus yards and 4 TDs for them, but he's out of there. If Locke wins the job, he'll be plenty familiar with the new tight end, Noah Fant. He came in that trade. He came up just short of 70 catches, close to 700 yards, so a little bit of an upgrade there.
Locke throws, end zone, touchdown, Noah Fant.
The line trying to allow those guys to do their work will be drastically different. Last year's group was 22nd PFF's rankings, 25th when it came to allowing pressure, so change was needed. Problem is, the Hawks' best 3 linemen from 2021, led by Dwayne Brown, not Hawks anymore. The only significant new body being plugged in, first-rounder Charles Cross.
Whether or not they run the ball or not, just watching him play, he is a talented young man.
Run blocking may be just as vital for the 2022 Seahawks. Just imagine if what Rashad Penny did at the end of the year is legit. He rushed for 135-plus yards in 4 of their last 5 games, 170 and 190 in their last 2.
Breaks in at the line of scrimmage and takes off. Touchdown, Seahawks!
The defense also lost an icon, of course. Like their O, their D will look a lot different.
He gets hit, ball comes out, Seahawks jump on it!
Seattle's defense was tricky to evaluate last year. Tied for 11th in points per game allowed and 14th on third down. 12s would take that again.
And they are excellent when it's in third and short situations.
But 25th in takeaways, 28th in yards per game allowed.
Touchdown, Cooper Kupp.
Biggest strength, run defense. 3.8 yards per carry allowed. Only one team was harder to run on.
Give it to Kamara. He's wrestled down behind the line.
Pass defense and pass rush nowhere near as strong. Tied for 22nd in sacks, 26th at pressuring the QB, which led to a high rating given up, high completion percentage allowed.
Wide open, Brevin Jordan, touchdown, Houston.
OCs attacked Seattle through the air. They faced the second most pass attempts. Their best corner bolted too. DJ Reed held QBs to a sub-70 rating. Trey Brown figures to see more time because of Reed's departure. In limited reps, Brown did shine, holding QBs to a sub-60s rating.
No, it's broken up as Lazard got hammered.
Seattle will also have a new corner on the other side, brought in Justin Coleman, who had a 60s rating against as well.
Pick intercepted.
On the back end, two of the best, Quandre Diggs made the Pro Bowl, 5 picks, close to 100 tackles.
Downfield, it's intercepted, it's Diggs. He's out across the 10, 15, 20, turns upfield 30, gets hit.
Jamal Adams would have been a triple-digit tackle guy, but he only got 12 games in.
Jamal Adams picks it off.
That was I wanted. That was I wanted.
The boys charged with trying to hurry QBs up for them will also have a different look. No more Kerry Hyder, he had a disappointing year anyway. No more Rasheem Green at DN. He found his way to 6.5 sacks, so that's something. However, give Darrell Taylor more snaps, 6.5 sacks as well, only 5 starts.
Wentz, take it down.
Quentin Jefferson was brought in, 4.5 QB takedowns from his DT spot last year. That's not bad.
Locked under pressure, and he goes down.
Shelby Harris was also involved in that trade, 6 sacks for him in 2021.
Wilson, sacks.
Add in second-rounder Boye Mafe, too.
Got explosiveness, he can get to the corner, but he's also a good foundational piece in the locker room.
Plus, they nabbed Uchenna and Nwosu, who was good for 5 trips home. They've built a pretty good front.
Burrow in some trouble. Ball gets knocked away.
But how do you deal with losing Bobby Wagner, especially coming off a 170 tackle season? Cody Barton may get first crack at taking a spot, but there's a reason most fans outside Seattle are going, Cody who? Good thing they still have Jordan Brooks at least. He actually had more tackles than Wagner. 184 is impressive, most impressive, even if he's not a Jedi yet.
And he will lose yardage.
The loss of Wagner is still going to sting, and so will Reed's, but the loss of Wilson for whoever takes his place, no sense in sugarcoating things. This is the kind of team where the projection and the floor are pretty much the same. They're a 3 to 4 win type team on paper, going with a 3-14 prediction, which represents their floor as well. The real question is how many wins could they scratch out? Atlanta, Detroit aren't in much better shape, so no reason they couldn't take them. Call their ceiling 6 wins.
Let's get it today, man. Let's get it. Start of a new journey. Let's go.
The Washington Commanders era is here. The Washington football team era is over, ending with a 7-10 thud. The Commanders, on the other hand, have never lost a game.
Here we go, man. Here we go. This is all we all been waiting for. Everybody been waiting to see us. We're going to set the tone today. We're going to set the tone.
Lots of changes, lots of guys coming back from injury, lots of ins and outs with this team, Maud. No reason to harp on this for long. Washington's offense was not good. Points per game, yards per game, turnovers, and third down, all ranked in the 20s.
And that one was underthrown, and it was intercepted.
My bad, guys. We'll get it back. We'll get it back.
Defense, same deal, same categories, same kind of rankings.
Hey. Let's get ready for one more play. 2 more. Let's keep our focus. Yes.
Let's start at QB. The Heineken apparently tasted stale. Here's the thing with Taylor Heineke, though. His numbers weren't eye-popping, but they weren't as horrible as an idea for a jump to conclusions, Matt, either.
Throws down the right sideline into coverage, but that one is caught by Terry McLaurin inside the 10.
Commanders brass, though, came to the conclusion Heineke wasn't the guy, thus the trade for Carson Wentz.
And he's going to throw upfield into the end zone. Touchdown!
Yeah! He run it like for 10 weeks. That's all of you. That's what I just now he gets it.
That's what I just told him.
Wentz might feel like he's venturing into retread territory. Colts more or less pinned their failures on him. That final game of the year loss to Jacksonville didn't help.
The ball comes out, and Jacksonville will take over.
We have to take advantage of our opportunity.
However, if you just presented someone with his production, you'd see some good stuff. 27 TDs against just 7 picks. He cut back on sacks taken, rating just under 95.
Wentz throws upfield into the end zone. Zach Pascal, touchdown! I-N-D-Y!
He has good numbers in his career, but a lot of guys can say that, right? What kind of line will he be working with? And that's especially important with him. They were 15th last year, according to PFF. 3 of their primary starters from last year return. Brandon Scherf and Eric Flowers are out. In comes Andrew Norwell and Trey Turner. According to PFF, all 4 of the guys were pretty close last season, though Washington downgrades a little in each case. Wentz worked with a one-man show in Indy when it came to receivers. It was the same in Washington and might be again. Terry McLaurin was thrown to 162 times.
We feed off their energy. Yeah, you feel that? Feel that? Feel that?
McLaurin had over 1,000 yards, 77 catches, 5 TDs against every team's best corner and whoever else they doubled him with. It would be scary if someone else could keep secondaries honest with him.
What a grab by McLaurin to come up with that.
He's giving them a little boost.
Man, that was the hardest catch of my life. That was like over my head on the left.
The guy Washington is banking on doing that, first-round pick Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson has the best hands in this draft. Unbelievable.
Ideally, Curtis Samuel can give them a full run. He only played in 5 games. Year prior, he was a 1,000-yard scrimmage guy.
Yeah, and all the fans here gave him a standing ovation. They just want to see him out there and healthy. Been dealing with that growing, such a difficult injury for a receiver, a guy like Samuel who's a lateral tactician.
Injuries also hampering their up-and-coming tight end Logan Thomas last year, just 6 games played.
Heineke throws toward the end zone. Wide open is Logan Thomas. Touchdown!
Logan looked like they threw him the oop. He went up there to get it.
So the passing game could be improved, just a lot of ifs. Run game isn't iffy. Antonio Gibson, workman-like 4-yard per carry average, 7 TDs over 1,000 yards. Keeps defenses honest.
Oh, man, that kid right there, he gonna be special.
5, no one's gonna touch him. High stepping into the end zone. Touchdown!
Flip it now. Washington fans will mostly be familiar with the 2022 Commanders. Most were teamers in 2021.
At the end of the day, as D-Line, pick a side and just go. Take a shot.
Start with some strengths. They were a tough team to run on, relatively speaking.
Jacobs, I mean, he has nowhere to go. Spins around, just gets buried.
From there, it's more of an average thing. They were 7th in QB hits, 17th in sacks.
3rd and 11. Blitz is coming. Carr in trouble, and down he goes. Ioannidis got home.
Back to injuries again. Chase Young, only 9 games. Have to note, though, only 1.5 sacks when he played. 7.5 in the 15 games he played in his rookie year. The potential is clearly there. I'm like those SNL characters that talk bad about their friends, but then go, oh, but he's really nice, though.
Desperately needed production from Chase Young. Watch him come inside, power move, knock the ball away from Winston.
Montez Sweat, 10 games played, 5 sacks in that window. If both those guys were 100 and able to play the whole year, it could be really McLaurin.
Open for a stop. 2nd and goal. That pass, contact on the throw, and it was nearly picked.
It's not just their DNs. They're set on the inside, too, so long as Jonathan Allen and Daron Payne agree to settle any future beefs with a game of rock'em sock'em robots. Allen led the team with 9 sacks, had 30 QB hits, 10 TFLs. Guy is a beast.
Prescott is taken down. Washington gets home. Jonathan Allen gets the sack.
House of Payne, 4.5 sacks, over 60 tackles, 15 QB hits. Not many front fours with this much potential.
Here they drop. Prescott sees it, steps up, can't find anyone. Prescott taken down. Daron Payne for the sack.
They added even more beef in there, too. 2nd-rounder Fedarian Mathis.
Stack, peek, toss, and tackle. That's what he does. Put it on repeat. Stack, peek, toss, tackle. That's Fedarian Mathis.
Huge 2021 bright spot on defense for them, linebacker Cole Holcomb. He literally checked every box. It's a rare feat. First, over 140 tackles. That's huge. Then, 2 TFLs, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery, 2 interceptions, 7 passes defensed, 1 sack, 1 TD. Take a bow, young man.
From the shotgun on 2nd and 10. Little wobbly pass, and it's picked. Intercepted by Cole Holcomb.
Jamin Davis's rookie year is behind him. 16 games, 8 starts, over 70 tackles.
Prescott, pressure coming from Allen, tipped in the air.
Now to the biggest problem from 2021, the secondary. Gave up the most passing TDs, completion percentage allowed 25th, rating allowed 28th, yards per game allowed 29th.
Into the end zone, tight end, touchdown, Tunyon!
DB Landon Collins did a lot of good things last year, but not in pass coverage, so not having him back isn't going to make it worse. Cornerback Kendall Fuller was involved in the most targets on their team, mid-90s rating, 4 TDs allowed. William Jackson III is on the other side again. Their safeties were their strong point when it came to pass coverage. Cameron Curl holding QB's rating under 90.
3rd and 6. Herbert over the middle, it's incomplete. Jalen Guyton, the intended receiver, and Cam Curl is all over the place.
Bobby McCain's sub-70 rating allowed 4 INTs.
Mahomes throws it up in the air. It's going to be intercepted by Washington.
No big signings on the defensive side, banking on a healthy front playing to its potential. Wentz has to be worth a game, though, so 8-9 kind of team ahead of doing the game-by-game thing. Split with the Giants and Eagles, but lose both to Dallas. They pencil out ahead of teams like Jacksonville, Detroit, Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, and Cleveland, say 5-1 against that group. Indianapolis, Wentz loses the revenge match. Tennessee, Green Bay, Minnesota, San Francisco are not games you'd expect them to win at the moment, so 7-10 overall. If the chaos surrounding the organization right now is too much to ignore and they play distracted ball, getting swept by Philadelphia wouldn't surprise anyone, and they drop half of those 6, quote, easier contests, 4-13 debacle. If all their players can ignore the distractions and Wentz is the man they've been looking for, he wins his showdown with the Colts. They split the 4 hard games, 10-7 ceiling with a shot at the playoffs. Atlanta Falcons 7-10 in the final year of Matty Ice. 7 wins, somewhat impressive all things considered.
Yeah. We finished with the dub. That's all that matters.
The reason 7 wins was impressive, they didn't play 7-win offense or defense. 26th in points per game, 29th in yards per game, tied for 25th in turnovers. Ryan's final year was far from an offensive explosion.
He's hit. They get another sack.
So in comes Marcus Mariota, who appears to be a stopgap. He was a backup in Oakland last year. He has average career numbers.
Now throws it to the end zone for the touchdown, Delaney Walker.
But what if they came up with an offense that utilized his legs? He's a Jalen Lamar type who's never been in that kind of offense. Turn him loose and he would become way harder to contend with.
Right up the middle, and the big gain.
His receivers, Calvin Ridley, he'll be watching from the sideline. Russell Gage off to Tampa Bay, which is partially why the Falcons used their first-round pick on wide receiver Drake London.
They're going to play tall ball in Atlanta with Kyle Pitts and Drake London. That's a basketball team they're putting together there for Marcus Mariota.
They also picked up Bryan Edwards, over 500 yards and limited playing time, so there's potential.
That is caught, and taking it to the end zone is Bryan Edwards.
Cordero Patterson was one of those RBWR types as a receiver, over 500 yards, 5 TDs.
Cordero at the 5. Touchdown, Atlanta!
Wide receiver group will be rounded out with Olamide Zaccheaus. He was a 400-yard guy last year.
Downfield, Zaccheaus makes the catch.
None of them, though, is the centerpiece to their passing game. That distinction goes to tight end Kyle Pitts, over a K in yards and a Pro Bowler in his rookie year. Lived up to the hype.
Caught! Touchdown! First career scoring catch for Kyle Pitts.
How much time will Mariota have to find all those guys? Falcons' line was 31st in pressure percentage allowed. Good thing Marcus is mobile. The line as a whole placed 14th in PFF's rankings, though. They liked how Chris Lindstrom handled his business. They were good with Matt, I might let you try it after Hennessy at center, thank you Lotto, and Jake Matthews held his own at least. But right tackle Caleb McGarry and guard Jalen Mayfield got used quite a bit. All 5 guys are back, so improvement only happens if they all play better.
He gets an extra push from his offensive line and into the end zone.
Patterson could pick up more than 4 a carry if they were to improve. He was still the best Atlanta could muster at the back position, but you can't help love the attitude that dude plays with.
CP, people are gonna think I got you on my fantasy team. Come on, man. You better have me.
The Falcons' defense is having to make up just as much ground as the offense, maybe more.
What if today was the last day that we could play this game?
30th in points per game allowed, 26th in yards per game allowed, 30th on third down.
5 touchdown passes, Tom Brady today.
So it should surprise no one that roughly half of last year's starters are either gonzo or will be spending more time on the bench. If anyone questions the impact a pass rush has on your overall defensive production, offer up the 21 Falcons as evidence.
Man, that's all holy ever.
Clean sweep of the big 3 pass rush stats. Pressure percentage, QB hits, sacks, last in all 3. The team leader in sacks, Dante Fowler, 4.5. Dexter might have been able to get more than that. I admit it, I mixed their names up a lot. But I digress, their sack leader only had 4.5. His replacement, Lorenzo Carter, he had 5.
Nicely done by Lorenzo Carter coming around the blind side.
They still have defensive end Grady Jarrett. He got up and close with a QB once in 2021.
Absolutely cannot leave him one-on-one.
They better hope second-rounder Arnold Ebiketie is a steal, because there were no other changes that make one think they'll be any better on this front. With literally no one really bothering QBs, the Falcons' secondary obviously struggled to contain them. 26th in rating allowed, 28th in completion percentage allowed, tied for 26th in TDs allowed.
Firing for Devontae Smith for a touchdown.
Those rankings make you feel bad for A.J. Terrell. The former first-rounder showed why he deserved that status. Over 80 tackles, rating in the 40s, completion percentage allowed in the low 50s. He balled out.
Intercepted by Terrell.
He'll have some new folks trying to help him out. Safety Deron Harmon, cornerback Fabian Moreau were shown the door. Cornerback Casey Hayward was brought in.
And it's going to be picked off. Casey Hayward.
Falcons didn't get gashed in the run game, but they weren't great against it either. 4.3 yards per carry allowed. Deion Jones did what he could, over 130 tackles. He's legit.
Kamara trying to get outside, can't get away from Deion Jones. Nothing doing.
They lost Foye Oluokun. Let's see, Foye tackled everyone in the building, 192 wrap-ups, most in the NFL. At least Rashaan Evans isn't a nobody, he's a newcomer, but he's also never sniffed 200 tackles in a season.
They called James Robinson's number for the first time, and he's going backwards.
I'm a Mariota fan. I celebrate his entire catalog, but he's not an upgrade over Ryan. I'm not sure the defense is any better either. Setting their prediction and floor at 4-13, making them one of several teams in the middle of or the start of a rebuild. More fun to think about the ceiling though. Marcus is free to run rampant and they shock some folks. Cleveland, Washington, Pittsburgh are all winnable in that scenario. Back at 7-10. Now you know why they went with 7-11. Rolls off the tongue back.
Win every time we step on the field. First team, second team, third team. When you get your number called, you go out there and rock somebody. Let's go.
Cleveland Browns 8-9 last year. Dog Pound is getting tired of all the B flicks, so the organization pulled out a blockbuster.
The Browns have always been willing to exceed Houston's long-standing price, which is 3 first-round picks plus at least 2 other assets.
Deshaun Watson's contract guarantees continuity at the QB spot, just not right out of the gate. So let's just cover the basics and then talk about the possibilities of Watson's impact on their schedule. His arrival is supposed to correct an offense that struggled last year. 20th in points per game, 18th in yards per game, 17th on third down.
Now Keenum in trouble, loses the ball.
It's why Baker won't get to do any more of those commercials. He got his eviction papers served after another subpar season.
Mayfield, decent protection, and he overshoots his intended receiver and Robert Alford with a pick.
Kevin Stefanski didn't trust his passing game, 28th in attempts, yet the Browns were 27th in sacks allowed, too. And when you consider Cleveland's O-line was ranked 4th best by PFF, 4th in pressure percentage allowed, you're back to pointing the finger at Alice Cooper's ex-neighbor.
4th down, pressure coming, Mayfield's in trouble and he's sacked! And Hicks ends the Browns' scoring chances. And the Cardinals turn the Browns away.
4 of the 5 guys in charge of protecting Watson are back. That's the good news. Don't expect them to cut down on letting their QB get buried, though, if it's Watson. Like Russell Wilson, he isn't going to sit around in the pocket long. In his 3 full seasons, he's bit the dust behind the line of scrimmage, and each year, 44 times minimum.
3rd and 9. Here they come again. Watson is going down. 2nd sack for the Chargers.
Of course, when the pass rusher doesn't get to him, it gets fun. In 2020, the last time we saw him on the field, led the league in yards per attempt and yards per completion while completing 70% of his passes. That's the kind of combo that should have the Dog Pound frothing at the mouth.
I'm activated and I'm ready to go.
Watson's yards per completion figure has never been below 11. He loves chucking it. And he isn't INT prone either. His high, 12.
Watson firing deep down the left side and got a man. Duke, he's in. Touchdown, Houston. I mean, just killing him all day long.
Candidate number 1 to haul in many of those bombs, DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones, for those who don't speak Clevelandish. He only finished 3rd in yards per catch last year.
He's going to heave it down the field towards the goal line. Peoples-Jones goes up, and he caught it! He caught it!
Amari Cooper likely sees the most targets, Browns banking on him being their numero uno. but he put up numero dos kind of stats last year, but that's because he found himself in that role.
What a strike from Dak Prescott to the Amari Cooper.
Browns let Austin Hooper walk. He wasn't all that significant in the passing game. The feeling is David Njoku is ready for the spotlight. Had plenty of moments that showed why he was a first rounder.
Mayfield looking, he fires, end zone, touchdown, David Njoku! He put it right on the 8 and the 5, and the Browns put an exclamation point on this one.
So the Browns have a much different passing attack to hit teams with. That will have an impact on their A-plus ground game. 9th most rush attempts, that will drop some. Quality of the runs they get will not. They not only have one of the best backs in the league in Nick Chubb, 1,200 plus yards on 5.5 a pop.
2nd and 10. Chubb runs 30, 35, there he goes, 40, 45, 50, he's running to the river! And there is the explosive play!
That looks just like practice.
It looks so easy, bro.
Never broke stride, just like practice.
But when he takes a rest, they simply turn to Kareem Hunt, a tick under 5 a run.
Born and raised Cleveland, baby. You know what I mean, till I die. I told him, I was like, bro, can't none of y'all tackle me one-on-one. I'm gonna pound them. I was like, they're gonna need the whole bench to help tackle me.
He's gonna give it. Hunt's gonna run to the right. He got it. 25, a cut 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Kareem Hunt!
And when either of them is hurt, throw in Dearness Johnson, 5.3 a carry. Group is plenty deep to put a defense to sleep.
On 2nd down, Johnson up the middle for a Browns touchdown.
Dearness Johnson gets you down there, made a nice cut the play before. Goes in there, 2 hands on the football, shoulder pads down, and bowls his way in for that touchdown.
Weird year for their D in 2021.
Good team don't lose 2 in a row. Great team, make it consistent.
When you look at the big 3 stats on defense, 13th in points per game allowed, tied for 13th on 3rd down.
And Lamar Jackson backpedaling all the way to the 35-yard line, throwing it off of his back foot, and somehow finds a wide-open Mark Andrews in the end zone.
But they were 5th in yards per game allowed, so which is the fluke, the points per game or the yards? Seems like the points. They played the pass and the run well enough, held QBs under a 90 rating, were 4th in yards per attempt, 5th in yards per catch allowed, 10th lowest completion percentage allowed.
Looks, loads up, throws, that's gonna be picked off!
Everyone from their secondary is back, too. Yet another room of theirs loaded with talent. Denzel Ward, the star of the group.
He's got the snap, back to pass, throws, Bateman got it, and the Browns stop him! A big hit by Denzel Ward! The Browns hang on and they win it!
Free safety, John Johnson, corners, Greg Newsome, Greedy Williams, all pitched in positive ways.
Going deep. And looking for Thielen, it's picked off! Intercepted on the play by Greedy Williams.
The front that assists them will be different. Last year's bunch finished top 10 in sacks and QB hits.
Throw back to pass, and Myles Garrett's got him!
He just went around the left tackle like he was standing in cement.
I had 10 and a half, this is 12 now. You had 10 and a half. See, the greatest of my generation. That's on top of me.
Those rankings in large part the handiwork of Mr. Garrett, no relation to Arnold's made. Miles made first team All-Pro, 16 QB takedowns. Willis knows what he's talking about.
Oh, look out, here they come. Garrett got him. Just devours him. Another sack. That's the #1 man in the NFL in sacks, Myles Garrett.
Jadeveon Clowney, he got home the same number of days Ferris Bueller was absent, 9 times.
Takes the shotgun snap, back to pass. He's getting rushed, and they're going to hit him down by the goal line. And Jadeveon Clowney finally got him.
Chase Winovich, not a single sack last year, 5.5 in each of his first 2 seasons. The inside guys will look different too, likely see a rotation, several young guys in the mix. They'd be happy if they could hold the line against runners like they did in 2021. 4.2 a run allowed isn't great, but it'll do.
Cook on 2nd down and 5. Blocked by Ham. Blocked out there by Udo. And it was stuffed on the play. A lot of guys in there. There is no gain on the play.
Same 3 linebackers that pitched in on that are back. None carry big names, but Anthony Walker went for 110-plus tackles in his first year in brown, or orange, or whatever.
And they get to Burrow again. Anthony Walker.
Browns like what they have in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, too. He looked pretty good as a rookie.
Off the play fake, tipped and batted away.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's back in
All right, the Watson news right now indicates that they will go without him for the first 6 games, roughly speaking. Good news for the Browns, many of the games he likely misses are against a few opponents they could compete with just off their run game and defense. But let's take it conservatively. Pick up wins against the Jets and Steelers at home, and a road win versus Atlanta. They'd be happy to split the first 6 games under the circumstances. With Watson in the fold, have him split with Baltimore and Cincinnati, and even take Pittsburgh at the end. Houston is a win, New Orleans and Washington should be too. Leaves Miami, Buffalo, Tampa Bay. That's a tough stretch. Take L's in all of those and you're looking at 9 and 8. Best case, they find a way to win the revenge match without Watson and take the Pats 11 and 6 and playing postseason ball. Their situation could change again too should the NFL appeal, but who knows at this point. This is what they call a fluid situation.